Man, they did Lamont Roach dirty. That was some bullshit. So rough. I felt like he won by a few rounds.
Yo, what's up? Hey, during this fight here, like, you showed the world that you didn't back down because, of course, leading into the fight, like, folks are saying, oh, James Bones getting intimidated and everything like that. But, of course, like you said in the press conference, you ready to book. You already knew what it was, between you.
I think he was definitely a little flustered early on. He then just started to open up a little bit and was able to get ahead of him. Early on, though, I feel like he was a little gun shy. If those scorecards were at all legit and they weren't fraudulent scorecards where he fucked himself was giving away those early rounds where neither guy was doing a lot, but he just wasn't doing enough to steal him. First round could have went either way. Second round could have went either way. Third round I thought was Roach's clearly. Let me see if I can find the stats. Something that I think tonight showed too is that Davis's output is so low. So usually they have the scorecards up a lot quicker. They do not have the scorecards up yet. We'll go off CompuBox. So first round, very uneventful, but Davis is according to CompuBox. Again, it's not the most accurate. They usually have a little bit of trouble counting the punches, but Davis 1 out of 12, Roach 3 out of 17. Could have went either way. Nothing was done in that first round. Second round, 3 out of 12 for Davis, 4 out of 16 for Roach. Could have went either way. Third round, Davis picked it up. He was 8 out of 24, but Roach was 7 out of 30. I thought Roach landed the more effective shots in those 7. Fourth round, 5 out of 20 for Davis, 5 out of 23 for Roach. Could have went either way. The fifth round, 8 out of 17 for Davis, 7 out of 31 for Roach. Could have went either way. Sixth round, 11 out of 24 for Davis, 5 out of 27 for Roach. Let's see, seventh round, 12 out of 28 for Davis, 16 out of 52 for Roach. Eighth round, 7 out of 20 for Davis, 9 out of 34 for Roach. Ninth, 13 out of 29 for Davis, 13 out of 40. So the punch stats have it a little bit closer than I think according to the punch stats, actually, we'll say it looks like it was closer to a draw. But I thought he clearly won that fight. Favorite NFL team? Don't really have one. Unfortunately, if I had to choose, my favorite NFL team is the Jets, which is fucking terrible to say because they're a terrible team. I do think that they should keep Brett Favre and give him one more year, but they're not. So he's going to wind up going to the Giants and probably having a pretty good year. Actually, no. Never mind, because I'm from New York, and anything that the Jets or Giants touch usually turns to shit. So, but did anybody watch the Tank Davis versus Lamont Roach fight? What'd you think of it? Robbery or fair decision? What's good, Sean Mitchell? I feel like Roach got robbed tonight. They fucked up my parlays too. I got robbed by the sports book. You know how they say Vegas made the call? Vegas got me for a little bit. I actually threw in some parlays and a straight bet where I bet Lamont Roach to win, pull off the upset. So they robbed me for a few $100, but that's what happens in fighting. Nothing's ever a guarantee. They got me good. What's everybody doing tonight? Did you guys watch the UFC today? Did you guys watch that boxing? Bro, your left toe must be ugly as fuck then. Bro looks like my left toe. So you have a disgusting, hairy left toe? The day when death was afraid. What kind of consequences are we talking about on March 16th? Sounds interesting. Consequences for who? Is there a fight on March 16th? Let's see. March 1st. What is this? March 8th. Ah, he ain't threatening me. He ain't about that life. He's a YouTube troll. Can I get a shout out? You sure can, Candice Reese. I fuck with Candice Reese TV. You guys should all go check out Candice Reese TV and subscribe. What's up, MJ? Candice Reese. Candice Reese. Candice Reese. What are you guys doing? Did anybody watch the robbery of Lamont Roach? Tank didn't even use a gun. He used 3 clueless judges at ringside. Bailey, the duty dog, what's up? Yes, much love to Candace. You're wanted in 4 states for what? Being a goofy? Candace, you have a question. Let's hear it. What's up, Autumn Benson? I was trying to beat a case, but I did the race. What kind of case did you have? Let's hear about it. Dun 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 dun. Boom boom bum 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 bum. Bam 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 bam. What's up, Jay Slice? Yeah, what happens on March 16th? I don't know. He was just saying some shit. You know that one pawn shop show that's like it's drama, Les Ashley and the dad? I do not. Oh, it's a song, dummy. It's called The Race by Tay-L. All right, well, I don't listen to stupid shit. Yeah, I thought that was a robbery. They had that reminded me of Canelo versus Triple G. The first time they fought, where Triple G I thought clearly won. And they had to give him the draw to save his record, to save his drawing power. I do not want to be in you, Rage Bait Master. Thank you, Candace. I do a good job of ignoring them. Haters are always going to hate. You know how it is. R.L. Perez, what's up? Why? I'm tight, bro. Are you a guy talking to another guy like that? Get out of here. Yeah, they had to give the money man a draw. Draw now, rematch for pay-per-view. What's terrible is I feel like it's better if he would have lost, because then it's like he has to avenge his loss, versus he gives a draw, kind of upsets the fans. You're not a girl. Your name is Rage Bait Master, but you're a girl. I don't really follow soccer, but I guess I would have to say I like Ronaldo better or Messi. I don't know. I don't really follow soccer. I know Messi plays for Miami. I don't believe you, Rage Bait Master. I think you're a liar. I think you're trying to rage bait me. And I'm not going to fall for it because you're not the Rage Bait Master. You're a liar. Yeah, I think too, just robbery. They should have let the fights play out. They do that in boxing too often, I feel. And it fucks up the long term for boxing. It's that quick cash grab, that like going out of business sale that they always try to do. It fucks up the long term though. Yeah, I think it was a robbery. Close fight, but there were some close rounds, but I thought in the rounds where shit was happening, Lamont was landing the bigger shots. Is Tank 30? I feel like Tank's younger than 30. I don't think he's that old. That's a confident as fuck haircut. Thank you. Well, I don't give a fuck about what a male fighter looks like, but Joanna was good looking. So when you see Joanna Jędrzejczyk about to go out to a fight and she's a little sucked out and she's a little skinnier, her in person when she's a little thicker, she looked good. Joanna was good looking. Paige Van Zant's good looking in person. She's a little thick. My haircut is confident. Thank you. Yeah, it's all pay to play. Boxing, they ruin it with the shit like that. Show us your chun. I don't know what the fuck that means. My favorite NFL team. I said this before. Unfortunately, it would probably be the Jets, but maybe it's the Bills. Are you a bear? Oh my god, you're so cutesy. I'm not a bear. Thank you though. I never met Tatiana. Let me think. Yeah, I never met Tatiana, but she's cute. Does it curve? Nope. It does not. Thank you for your weird questions, though. I appreciate it. All engagement works for me. I'm sitting watching I know, Just Stuck. I don't know what's going on with these people, but this is what you get sometimes. I'm the one who decided to go live at this hour to recap some shit, so you'll get some weirdos. I was watching some UFC all day, following some sports. All my parlays were selling. Then I saved it at the end of the day with a couple of good ones. And then I could have went back up ahead, won all my money back and got ahead with that Lamont Roach decision, and they fucked me. I had Lamont Roach straight for $100. I would have won. I had Lamont Roach by decision that I would have won like 225, and then I had another parlay with two hockey teams and Lamont Roach that I would have won 160, and they all sold. All got pushed, so I just win my money back. No wins. I've never seen Squid Games before. Should I check it out? I know it was a pretty popular show, but I never watched it. If you can kick, everything should go. I don't know if it sucks with too many kicks, but sometimes some of the kicks are trash. It's an okay show. Yes, check it out. Yeah, I never watched it, but people have recommended it to me. I've never hit the play button on it, though. I watch shows like Power, Raising Kanan, Sopranos, The Office. Right now, I watch Reacher. I watch shit like that. I watched Cobra Kai. I watched Cobra Kai was corny, but it's good for like nostalgia. It's got that Karate Kid story. I do watch Kill Tony. Not religiously, but I watch it a lot of the time when I see it. The greatest Kill Tony ever was... Thank you, my haircut is confident. I appreciate it. The greatest Kill Tony ever was when he did the Trump and the Biden. and he had Shane Gillis come out and play Trump. That shit was hysterical. Fucking hysterical. But yeah, that's who robbed Roach tonight, was Al Heyman. Yeah, Shane Gillis does a good. I mean, I forget the guy's name, but the guy who was on The Rock, that he's from SNL, I think, and he was on Young Rock. Adam Ray, yeah, he was alright as Biden. But it was just funny because Biden's such a goofy character. But Shane Gillis Trump impersonation is really good. Jamie Foxx does a good Trump impersonation too. All right, have a good night, Candace. But yeah, Adam Ray was funny as Biden, but I think Biden's an easy character to play. I'll be sure to check out Squid Game. Who's the dude from SNL that plays Trump? Not what's his name. Not fucking Alec Baldwin. The weather, it's cold here. It was warm for a few days, but now it's gotten cold again. So it is like, I think it's like 38 right now. Fuck. It says 19 right now, so it got cold again. It's 19 here. We had 40 for a few days, but now we're back down. That motherfucking groundhog. Oh, he opened tonight for Shane Gillis. Shane Gillis hosted tonight. That's probably a decent episode of SNL. I like Shane Gillis. He's fucking funny. Oh, Rob Riggle did Trump. He's probably good. I should lose a couple pounds. Thank you. My weight fluctuates, unfortunately. I got some injuries going on. I used to be skinny back in the day. I'm not fat, but I'm not skinny. And my face definitely looks fat right now for some reason. Been eating good the last few days. Tank's not even going to the press conference. I think they just turned the press conference off. Oh, it says be right back. Yeah, I think Tank lost tonight. I had Roach up by 2-3 rounds at least, and then that should have been a knockdown. Only if you're the A side and a boxing superstar, and even then, it's unheard of that a fighter could take a knee and not get a count. The referee started counting and then just went, oh, I guess I can't. Yeah, the long hair was good. I always debate on growing it back, but surprisingly, I used to pull bitches with that long hair. You would think, nah, but even with the man bun. And then I actually donated my hair to Locks of, not Locks of Love. I did Locks of Love when I was younger. This time I did, I forget what it's called, but it was at through a barber shop. Yeah, you find some real hooas with the long hair. It's good. It attracts the hooas. Yeah, I mean, Tank, the thing I want to see more from Tank is volume. He's very boring until he knocks the person out. He doesn't throw a lot, and I was saying before the fight that if we ever do see Tank lose, that's how he's going to lose. It's going to be one of those nights where he just doesn't find the guy's chin, and he's going to get outworked. But where if Roach lost this fight, it was those earlier rounds when he wasn't throwing enough. And even those moments where he just wasn't outworking Tank. You got to outwork Tank. It's not just outlanding him. It's you got to outwork him. You got to outvolume him. Ryan Garcia is about to fight Romy Romello. Or Raleigh, whatever his name is. Raleigh Romero. Man, I don't know. Probably. I'm just sitting here. I had a fan in here earlier telling me to go watch Lisa Ann videos. Garcia is good, but yeah, I could see where you say he's overrated. He gets away from what he's capable of. Stevenson's a tough matchup because he sticks to his jab and stays on his bicycle, so you got to chase him down. If Roach fights the way he fought tonight, no, he probably loses to Stevenson. He doesn't throw enough. You got to throw more. How you win fights against guys who aren't really knockout artists, they got to you got to throw a lot. This is not hair plugs. I wish I had hair plugs. I would go get some hair plugs. I was talking about that earlier. I'd love to go to Turkey. I plan on going to Turkey one day. Even though my hair is not too bad, I would go and get it crisped up. Is Garcia a cokehead? He could be. He might just be crazy. Who's fighting at 75%? The artist formerly known as Slice? No, Ryan Garcia, I think it said May. A few months from now. He's fighting Rolly Romero. Devin Haney's on the undercard, or Devin Haney's fighting the same night, I forget. And then Teofimo Lopez is fighting as well. Thank you, Danzy Teddy. I appreciate it. Or Downsy Teddy. Is that like a new thing, Jay Slice, that people are saying on the internet about the haircut? Because I got that a few times tonight. I got Jim Miller's brother, or Jim Miller, and haircut compliments. Which I always appreciate, but my hair is a little scruffy right now. I gotta go get my shit lined up. Teddy, this ain't Tinder. Yeah, right. You're right, Just Duck. You pervert, Teddy. Canelo is the best. I don't know about that. What if Canelo fought Tank? He'd probably beat him. He's a lot bigger. Teddy wants a bear in him. Good for you, Teddy. I don't think confident haircut is a compliment. Yes, it's a confident haircut. Man, this is what happens when you try to just make a chat and talk about the fights and recap the fights. You get just goofy homosexual conversations in a straight chat. Now, if you're gay, good for you. I appreciate you, but I'm not into that. So go do you. Whoa, maybe we're playing Love Connection now. Maybe young goth fan and Teddy, why don't you guys exchange numbers? Put your number right here in the chat. Do it. And one of you guys text the other one and then start updating us on the conversation. We would love to be involved. It is 2025. I love it. But Teddy, drop your number. Drop your number in the chat. Get off nuts. Change the subject. Yeah. Tank, TKO, and rematch. I don't know. Roach has never been knocked out. He had a pretty good chin. Yeah, Teddy, drop the number so, what's his name? So young goth fan can hit you up. And then let us know how the chat's going. Who's linking up with who. Come on, Teddy, drop the number. Or a goth fan, drop the number. Haney gonna lose and fuck. I thought they were rematching. It's so stupid that they're gonna fight somebody else. Just have the rematch already. You cried. Haney cried so much about it that he went to court, did all this bullshit. It's like, just take the fucking fight. Make the fight happen. I don't want to see Garcia versus Rolly Romero. I honestly don't even want to see Ryan Garcia and Haney rematch. But you cried about it. You went to court. You caused this whole big fucking bullshit scene. Just fight the guy. I don't even know who is Haney even fighting. Don't call me. That's my work phone. Come on, Teddy. We're trying to play Love Connection here now. Set it up. I like WWF, WWE. I don't think it's gay. But other people might, maybe. I think, gay is gay. Like, there's thoughts on grown men who like WWE, but then there's thoughts on grown men who like other men. That's gay. Yeah, Haney's fighting nobody. I don't remember who he was fighting, but I can't delete the message all over a pictogram. But yeah, it's terrible. Even that Rolly Romero's in the mix now. Just stop. Just fight each other and get it over with. Haney and Garcia. Young goth fan. Be goth. Be edgy. Drop your number so Teddy can hit you up. Do it. And you guys can link up and take this gay chat to a private conversation. Because we were trying to talk about fighting. I mean, that's a good money fight. I feel like after the Tank fight, Garcia's stock, even though he lost, shot up. And then when he beat Haney, it shot up even more. Come on, Teddy. You and young goth fan. What is that? What is that flag, J Slice? I can't see it. It's tiny. Good, Teddy. Leave. Israel. Nah, Teddy's a bitch. He ain't gonna drop the numbers. He'd rather leave than give Goth Fan his number. We were trying to play Love Connection and you blew it, Teddy. You dick. You're a dick, Teddy. You could have had a boyfriend in Young Goth Fan and you blew it. Doucheland for Dutch. For douche. Yeah, you blew it, Teddy. We tried to link up the two gays in the chat and you blew it. Now we're done. Get this gay shit out of my chat. You're done here, Teddy. But I think Roach got robbed tonight. I think Ribovics got robbed. Both of them fucked up my parlays. Could have had a good day. Leon Draisaitl in hockey fucked up my parlay. Stopped his goal streak. Was a rough day. Won a little bit back on Gary Russell Jr. And then could have had a good day. Could have ended the day up if the ref or the judge, if the ref would have scored the knockdown like he should have, or the glove taking a knee. Anyone else who takes a knee, they're getting counted. Anyone else. But Tank Davis was able to take a knee and then say, nah, I got something in my eye. Yeah, you just got hit with a fucking punch. He got hit with a right hand, then got hit with a jab, then took a knee and said, I got something in my eye. I got grease from my cornrow in my eye. What do you guys think of this movie, Novocaine? Big, tough guy talking about boxing, right? Big, tough guy, town. I don't know what that means. I'm fairly confident, though, that Teddy and Young Goth Fan would get along. So, come on, drop the number. You guys can link up and have a conversation outside of this YouTube stream. And you guys get to the type of business you guys are into. We're trying to talk about fighting here. Or sports. Or something good. I can't make you a mod. Don't know how. I don't know you. I was told don't make people mods that you don't know. This ain't the love connection. I do not want to be your third. I am a heterosexual man. I like ladies. I want to go on power trip. And what? Block the gays? Let the gays be gay, man. Come on. It's kind of homophobic of you. Just let them be gay and let's ignore them. What do you want to talk about, Slice? What kind of fights did you watch tonight? Anything? Oh, so now they got Barry Hunter, I believe, is Tank's trainer. Tank lost, though, tonight. Tarver Jones, too? Man, what a heartbreaker Tarver Jones 1 was, right? You got any excuses tonight, Roy? So when I met Antonio Tarver's the man. So when I met Antonio Tarver, I was like, Antonio, let me talk to you. And he was like, what's up, man? And I went over like this, and I whispered in his ear. I was like, you got any excuses tonight, Antonio? And he started dying laughing. And I was like, bro, that was one of my favorite moments ever. I was like, there's been some gangster moments in combat sports. That was up here. And he was like, way up there, way up there. But yeah, I should interview Antonio Tarver one day. I have his number, and I talked to him about setting up an interview, and then I never followed up with it. But I met him at the Floyd Mayweather John Gotti fight. He was really cool. I didn't lick his ear. I asked him if he had any excuses tonight. You got any excuses tonight, Antonio? And then I told him how Roy Jones was the guy. So when he beat Roy Jones, it was fucking crazy. I don't know Bryce Mitchell, but I bet if I shot a line, I might be able to get to him. I want to interview him. I want to set up an interview with him. Goofball. You want to be set up with him? Huh? My name's Downsy Teddy. You want to be set up with Antonio Tarver? No, Teddy. I want to interview him. You'll blow him. No, Teddy. We don't try to blow every guy that we ever talk to or talk about. You're a weirdo. Teddy's mad you're not with him. No, young goth fan. You're a goofball. I told you guys already. Drop your fucking number in the chat so you two could take this weirdo conversation into a private convo. Downsy Teddy, he said it. Downsy Teddy, he said it. No, I'm not going to say it because you're asking to. I'm only going to say it when I want to and when I'm making fun of you. Doofy Teddy. Doofy Ted. Man, is Tank even coming to his own post-fight presser? I do not like that Tank after the fight wasn't like I lost. I feel like I would get so much more respect from a fighter when they're like, yeah, I don't think I won that fight. My dog luckily is out cold. You know, I saw Twitter X lighten up with comments about the fight, so I figured I'll jump on a live for a little bit and talk about the recap while I kind of watch the post-fight press conference, but little did I know I would get the goofiest chat ever. I got the legend Jay Slice in here, but then I got just these goofy gay guys. This guy's definitely a catcher, not a pitcher. I don't even know what that means, bro. Don't even know what that means. You def catch, not pitch. Don't even know what that means. But you see what I deal with here, Jay Slice, sometimes. But that's expected on a Saturday night. Or at this hour. You're only going to get weirdos and goofies. But I don't even think they should rematch Roach and Tank. I feel like Roach should just take a stance and be like, I won that fight. They robbed me. That's all he should say. What's up, Crash? But that's all he should say is, I already won this fight. I want to go on to bigger and better things. And say, I'm gonna move forward from this fight like I won. Because I beat Tank Davis. I got Tank Davis out of there. They robbed me. But he didn't take that stance. He kind of said, I got to go back and rewatch the fight. It was close, though. There were some close rounds, but I thought he some of those close rounds, he landed the harder shots. So that's how you win the round. Damage. Yeah, the judges were not fans of him. Jay Slice, you thought Tank won? I thought Roach did enough to win those rounds. I had him up by a couple of points. The knee was crazy. When he took the knee, that was fucking nuts. I've never seen that in a fight that I can remember where a fighter took a knee, the referee started counting, then when the fighter said, no, stop counting, he stopped counting and he went, I got to clean my eye out. Like, you're not allowed to get a towel from outside the ring and wipe your eye. The doctor or the referee are the only people allowed to do that. That shit's fucking crazy that he did that. I think Pajeda is winning this weekend. Yeah, the knee that's some controversy. But yeah, I think Pajeda wins. I could see Pajeda winning a TKO. Yeah, boxing's terrible sometimes. Everyone in the chat earlier were just calling that. We all knew it was going to wind up being a draw or a split decision, probably for Tank, no matter what Roach did. They're not going to have their cash cow lose. And it's almost like the playbook in boxing when you see a close fight and the guy's the money, the A side, they're going to make it a draw, run it back. When I think it's better if they're just honest and they would have just scored the fight correctly. But even that's the conversation too that needs to be had, is the judging needs to be overhauled. 3 judges, the 10-point must system doesn't really work. It works when the rounds are clear. It doesn't work when the rounds are boring. And then there is always that expression, you have to knock out the champ, you got to beat the champion, but then that takes away the whole scoring criteria. So it's fucked up. They just need more judges. And I think they need transparent scoring. Like, they should be able to look up and see the score. You should hand in your scorecard and it should be posted at the end of every round. And I think judges should do post-fight interviews. Like, why'd you score the fight that way? And they should be held accountable. Same thing with referees. They should be held accountable. As opposed to kind of being protected by the athletic commission and they get shooed off and nothing ever happens. I have seen the few fights that they have scored with AI. AI scores the fights what seems to be correct at this point. Let him be Teddy, you know? Let him be Teddy. Goofies will always be goofy. Gays will always be gay. So let Teddy be his gay, goofy self. We appreciate you, Teddy. Don't worry about it. Even though you're a weirdo. I have not seen AI get the fights wrong yet. The couple that I've seen, they scored it right. AI does give away some 10-10 rounds though. I've seen that a few times. Where when it's close, they don't pick a winner, where you kind of go, "All right, I got to pick a winner." They don't do that. They'll give a 10-10 round. Yes, Jay Slice is in the building. Oh, fuck. But yeah, I don't know what Tank's doing, but he's like an hour and 20 minutes late to his own press conference right now, which is some bullshit. Always on that bullshit, Tank. Juice Man, are you from Long Beach? Tank is definitely mad. I cover some MMA, some boxing, a little bit of everything. Yeah, the AI judge has been pretty accurate. Let me see, actually. Let me Google that. See what the AI judge. If they, I didn't hear them. Usually, I think it's actually just the Sheik fights that has the Sheik, whatever the fights in Saudi Arabia where they have the AI judge. But let's see if they have an AI judge for this fight. Sick one. I'm not seeing any type of AI. No AI scoring that I'm finding on Google from this fight. But I am seeing Roach robbed, referee incompetence. I'm seeing a lot of things like that. Majority draw. Potential missed knockdown looms large. Gervonta Davis was booed. The record crowd that came to cheer the popular champion did not approve of his excuse. Yeah, I'm not seeing any AI judging for this fight. Usually I figured it would come right up, but yeah, that was some bullshit. He said he would go to your house and hang at the skate park. I'm from Long Beach. Are you from Long Beach, California, or are you from Long Beach, New York? Because they both have a Long Beach. The LBC, where Snoop Dogg is from. Bro, Jay Slice, they got me on TikTok again. I'm banned for a week on TikTok again. They threw me another channel strike. I have a warning on my page that says I'm at risk for losing my account now. I'm at the point where I might be done with TikTok because they stay fucking with me. TikTok banned me, Jay. I didn't say anything. I don't remember saying anything. They just fucking got me. And they got me for hate speech again. Bullshit. Arguing with the fucking teddies of the world. Arguing with the young goth fans of the world. Are you actually goth? I love goth chicks, though. Can't say I don't like goth chicks. I love me a nice big titted goth chick with her nipples pierced and an attitude. But yeah, I feel like the AI boxing judge, they gotta have that shit ready. You ever see that movie, John Tucker Must Die? When the brother guy is like, hey man, I don't know if this girl's your type. And he's like, girl is my type. Yeah, girl's my type. Some nice big titties. That's my type of chick. But yeah, I'm not seeing anything with an AI judge on this fight. You don't have to, but can you please give me paw? I don't know what that means. Like a there you go. There's some paw for you. 19 degrees out right now. It's down to 18. 18 degrees and mostly cloudy. Upstate New York. Now, if you even go a couple hours north, it's probably like fucking 7 degrees right now. Up by those fags in Canada. You're about to pick up a streetwalker? What is that? Is that a hooker? Oh, Costa Mesa is such a nice place. Good looking hoes in Costa Mesa. It was funny when I went there in 2016. I got on an app called, I forget the app, one of those dating swipe apps, and I met a girl. And I was there for like 2 weeks. By the time I left, I had a girlfriend, my California girlfriend. And I have a funny story too that I'll tell. I don't care. No shame in my game. But the first night that I went out with her, we went to a bar and I started getting like an upset stomach because I was eating too much Mexican food and like what are those faux bowls and shit. That I'm sitting there, I'm like, yo, my stomach's a little fucked up. We were drinking. I was like, I'll be right back. And I thought in my head, I'm gonna go run and take a shit real quick, and then I'll come back. And I went, and there was a line for the bathroom. So I was like, fuck, this is gonna take forever. So I went in the bathroom, lined up the toilet with toilet paper, dropped the shit, did the wipe job, came back out, and she was like, "What took so long?" I was like, "Oh, there was a huge line at the bathroom." And then I took the girl home that night and banged her. But it was just funny that like I've never thought I'd have to take a shit on the first date, but that first date I'd take a shit. And I was in Costa Mesa. It wasn't like I could fucking I knew no didn't know where the fuck I was. Any bathroom would work. Had to run in there and drop one. Yeah, I good for you. I support people going and picking up hookers. You got to keep the profession going. That's probably one of the oldest professions in the world is being a hooker. So I appreciate you for that. Even though you're probably going to pick up a dude with the way you were talking before. Thank you. I appreciate it. She was hot too, so it was one of those ones like I can't fucking my stomach was bubbling. I was like I got to go get this shit done. Oh, why? You remember that story when I lived with gay people? Because they were my cousin's friends. They were my cousin's friends, and I lived in like a mansion with gay people, with a gay couple. It was like a fucked up house. I had a room in it. My other little cousin had a room. My other little cousin had a room. A vet had a room. Two gay guys had a room. And then my nephews, not my nephews, my other little cousins, and my little their little sister was there. Probably like a year, little under a year. It was in Tampa. He was a gay fake doctor, and his gay boyfriend was like a fucking Instacart driver, Uber driver, or something like that. But he was like a tranny too, or a drag queen. Not a tranny, a drag queen. Apparently, there's a difference, but he was fucked up. Yeah, it was a fucked up time. Did it simply for the kids. Yeah, I fuck with Tim Dillon. I like Tim Dillon. He says some wild shit sometimes. I am looking forward to. I don't know if you guys listen to Joe Rogan at all, but I listen to random episodes every now and then when I see a good guest. I tried to listen to the Woody Harrelson episode, but Woody Harrelson just seemed like he was way too high. He was like slurring his speech and shit. But I did see he just had on Bill Murray, so I'm looking forward to listening to that episode. Bill Murray, always been one of my favorite actors. Seems like he's a character. Probably has some good stories. I don't know what the fuck that is. I thought you were going to get hookers, young goth. Go get your hooker and leave. We're done with you and Teddy with this weird shit. Just go get your escort and have a good night. Again, fully support the escorting industry, the oldest profession. You know, you even see women out there today. They're modern hookers, where they're not like really. Oh, I'm not. They're not saying they're a hooker, but they're clearly a hooker. Yeah, I'm from New York. I'm from Long Island. I lived in Florida a little bit in my 20s, then again in my 30s, and now I moved to upstate New York like a fucking idiot. But I'm about to go back south by the end of this year, probably by the summertime. I'm moving back south. Would love to move to like an Arizona or a California, but I don't really have a network there. I have like friends and stuff in Florida, North Carolina, places like that. No, I got in. I did not go to college. I'm an art school dropout. I got into art school and then realized I don't like doing art anymore. Hindsight, this was 20 years ago, whatever. I should have stayed in art school and went for like graphic design and did computer shit. Like I have my one cousin. She's like an animator. She went to school. She went to Ringling or Ring. Is that what it's called, Ringling? And she's like an animator for fucking Disney movies and shit now. She's doing good. Would have did some shit like that, but you know, shit's always hindsight's always 2020. I make a pretty good living. Make better than minimum wage. A lot better, but the people who work for Disney and shit, they make fucking bank. They make like a few $100,000 a year. Yes, there's a Long Beach on Long Island. It's pretty dope, actually. It's a nice like bar town with a bunch of skanks. It's a good place. Yeah, I love Scarface. I was watching Scarface the other night. Such a great movie. Old Al Pacino was legit. Then he started getting he's him and De Niro a little stupid and senile in their old age, saying dumb shit, talking about politics and stuff. That's something that makes me like an actor. Like I like the ones that are just clear headed and have common sense, but I like an actor like a Mark Wahlberg or something who kind of know to stay. Adam Sandler, who know to kind of stay out of politics. Versus the fucking idiots who take like a hard stance on the right or left and you alienate half of your audience. And you're out of touch. You're a fucking millionaire. I don't want your. I like Shia LaBeouf. I like the crazy ones usually. But I feel like he's also leans a little bit left politically and he's fucking nuts. Plus, there have been some crazy stories about him, like beating the shit out of his girlfriend and giving them fucking herpes and shit and being fucking a lunatic. But his movies, I like Transformers. I fuck with Transformers. What else was he in? He was in he wasn't even in that many movies. I like Mel Gibson. He's a little crazy though too. I watched that one movie. It was actually a disappointing end. You ever seen that movie when Mel Gibson is the radio show host? I don't know the name of it, but he's a radio show. It's one of his more recent movies. He's a radio show host, and he has like a thing at his fucking radio station where someone like supposedly kidnaps his family and stuff. And then he's like on the live radio dealing with like a hostage situation. Yes, Denzel movies are always dope. I like The Equalizer. I just watched the other day. I watched American Gangster. That's a great movie with Denzel and Russell Crowe. That's a great one. Yeah, that Mel Gibson movie had a fucked up ending though. That kind of like I was like, oh, this ending kind of sucks. Where the guy falls down. I don't want to give it away if you haven't seen it, but the guy, you think the guy's dead, but then it's all a prank on Mel Gibson. It's like, come on now, what are we doing here? Should have killed people in that movie. But yeah, Denzel makes some bangers. The Equalizer. I like those Equalizer movies. Those shits are good. Training Day. He's got some good ones. I even fuck with that one movie. Can't think of the name, but it's him and Mark Wahlberg. Juice Man. Young Goth is a troll. He didn't grow up anywhere in Long Beach or anything. He's probably from fucking Mississippi or something. Young Goth is like our resident troll here. He dates some kid named Teddy. They were flirting with each other before in the chat. And then Teddy left. Are you really from? Yeah, I can't even say that. Is he really from? Because he's not. He's Googling shit. Or maybe he really did. I don't know. But are there goth people in Long Beach? That sounds a little far fetched. Hey, I got no problem with the gays. My sister-in-law is gay. She's a lesbian. Did you see the shit with Demetrius Johnson? That shit was fucking hilarious. Where Demetrius Johnson, I think his brother and his sister are gay. And he said, he's like, I always tell my brother, don't bring that gay shit over here. Like, don't come over here with that gay shit. Demetrius Johnson was keeping it real. But yeah, I had a gay friend growing up. We were cool with him. We always tolerated him. We used to call him Butt Sex, though. That was his nickname. But we were cool with him. We always let him hang out. We used to go to clubs with him and shit. Straight clubs. And he was in the closet and would never come out. And then he finally came out like years later. But we knew he was gay the whole time. Never banged any chicks. Yeah, that DJ shit hit right on the fucking head. Don't come over here with that gay shit. He's fucking funny, Demetrius Johnson. Okay, he's real. Test if he's from North. Where do the Four Corner Block Crips be at? Where do they be at, Goth? No Google. I don't know anything about gangs, but maybe the Carmelitos. Is Long Beach nice? Or is Long Beach one of those places where it's like 1 mile this way is the hood, 1 mile this way is rich people? I feel like if I remember correctly, areas of Long Beach were pretty nice. Like when I was in California, the few times I checked out Costa Mesa, Huntington Beach, Newport Beach, which was really nice. Went to LA. LA wasn't that bad, but then this was years ago. I heard LA really has fallen off since then. I heard LA is like overrun with homeless people and drug addicts. They got to clean that shit up. Yeah, so Long Beach is one of those areas, like 1 mile this way, 1 mile that way. That's how a lot of Long Island is like. Like 1 mile this way is the hood, 1 mile this way is Billy Joel's house and fucking rich people. Famous rich people. $1 million mansions. And then the other way is fucking trailer parks. But yeah, I don't know if Tank's coming out for this post-fight press conference. He's making everybody wait. But yeah, I figured I'd jump on here, talk a little bit more about the fights, because I can't jump on TikTok because they fucking got me again. So I gotta start going live more on YouTube. Who's fighting? Well, we were trying to discuss the Tank Davis gifted draw against Lamont Roach. I'm an E4 in the Navy. I don't know about that. If you are, good for you. Thank you for your service, but I don't think you're. I don't think you are. You seem like a liar. Blue, I remember you from Nate's chat. He was grilling your shit. Did anyone have it scored a draw? If anyone was scoring at home, I felt like Roach was up a few rounds. But yeah, what time? I don't know what time it is where you guys are from. I got 2:30 here right now. I'm on Rosecrans and Central. You had Tank up. It was close. There were some close rounds, but I feel like Roach was pulling away. Tank's first fight against a fighter who wasn't weight trained. Yeah, he do be doing that, Tank. Him and Al Heyman be fucking up people with the weight cut. Like, I think if him and Ryan Garcia fight at a higher weight, that probably is a different fight. Yeah, Young, go wave your blue flag over there. Shakur doesn't smoke anybody, I don't think. He might beat him by decision, but I don't know if he smokes anybody. He's not trying to set you up. He's trying to help you make friends, bro. Why are you being disrespectful thinking he's trying to set you up? He's a nice guy trying to help you make friends. Yeah, if one area where Roach cost himself that fight was he wasn't busy enough. Oh, yeah, a lot of MMA athletes consume cannabis. So I have a few lists, if you will. I have lists of UFC fighters I've trained with, UFC fighters I've submitted, UFC fighters I maybe won sparring rounds against, and then I have UFC fighters that I've smoked weed with, and that list is pretty good. I was telling you guys last week, I've been in a cipher with BJ Penn, Aljamain. I've smoked countless blunts around Dennis Bermudez. He never smoked though. He's not a pothead. I smoked with Matt Frivola. I almost smoked with Nate Diaz, but I was like, he just wasn't mixing. At that point, he wasn't smoking. He wasn't mixing with his after party too well, and then he fucking disappeared. But I have clips, and at the post-fight press conference, there's video of me asking Nate Diaz where the blunt's at. I've said that story to you before, Jay Slice. I was like, where the blunt's at? And he immediately turned and looked at me and was like, yeah, where the blunt's at? And then he told one of his boys to go roll something up. I know Justin Gaethje smokes weed. Dominic Reyes smokes weed. John Jones smokes weed. Max Holloway smokes weed. Like I said, Aljamain smokes weed. Conor McGregor smokes weed. Justin Gaethje's a huge pothead. Tony Ferguson smokes weed. Yeah, those early rounds cost Lamont. He needed to be more busy, but he was definitely weary of the power from Tank. He gave Tank a lot of respect early on. Then once he hit him with some good shots, he was like, wait, I can hang with this guy. But yeah, a lot of people. O'Malley smokes weed. And even Justin Gaethje. Justin Gaethje's like a hard. Justin Gaethje smokes dabs. Floyd don't smoke weed. I think Floyd used to smoke weed when he was younger, but he don't smoke no more. I mean, how did he know there's a hoe strip on Long Beach Boulevard? Only people from around here would know that. Oh, that's funny. But yeah, I think Mayweather maybe dabbled when he was younger, but Mayweather was very clean athlete for most of his career. Plus, I think he kind of looked down on people who did drugs because he came from a family where there were drug addicts. But yeah, a lot of people. But I remember talking to Justin Gaethje about it. Justin Gaethje likes shrooms, and maybe Michael Phelps dabbles. I don't know if he's a pothead, but Justin Gaethje eats shrooms and smokes dabs, smokes oil. So he gets fucking blitzed. We've seen Connor smoking a lot. Obviously, the Diaz brothers. Caitlin Chukagian. I don't know if you know who she is. I know she smokes. She's a female fighter. I mean, Tatiana seems like a pothead. I don't know if Doug Rose smokes. I never heard or seen anything about her smoking. But like I said, I smoked blunts with a bunch of fighters. Yeah, Connor's clean. Never done a drop of cocaine. Never smoked anything. Connor's a clean athlete. I agree. Connor's piss would melt the cup. It's so fucking hot. I know John Jones at one point probably still smokes, but I know at one point he quit. But I also know at one point he had a bad weed problem. Kelvin Gastelum has a bad weed problem. I remember one time talking to Ali Abdelaziz, and I was like, I want to interview Kelvin. He was like, Kelvin's taking a break right now. He has a problem. And I was like, what's the problem? He smokes too much weed. So, like, all those times when Kelvin Gastelum was having trouble making 170, it was apparently because he would smoke too much weed and get the munchies and fuck up his weight cuts because he would eat junk food. He would get stoned and start eating junk food. Holy shit, Tank Davis finally came out for the post-fight press conference. I don't know. Anthony Hernandez looks like a pothead, but he might be one of those straight-edge people, too. He also has that look. Who, Rose Namajunas grows her own plants? Is that who we're talking about? I could see it. I just don't remember. I don't remember ever seeing anything with her, but I wouldn't put it past her. Yeah, Connor, the coke, the weed, and the shrooms. I could see it. I know a lot of fighters are into shrooms now, too. Microdosing and shit like that. That list for me isn't as long as who I've smoked with, but what fighters I've eaten. I've eaten shrooms with a couple of fighters as well, and had a good time. Rashad Evans smokes weed. I never smoked with Rashad, but I have friends that smoked with Rashad. Bobby Green smokes weed. Cejudo smokes weed. Yeah, Cejudo's a pothead. Bobby Green's definitely a pothead. Rashad turned into like a hippie, where Rashad got. I don't know if Anthony Joshua does, but I know Rashad was big into shrooms at one point. I hit a skunk the other day on my ride home. I brought it home, put it away in the freezer, thinking to cook it now. I don't know, Rob Luch, but good luck with that. Skunks smell pretty terrible. Upstate New York, I think Tyson Fury at one point was smoking weed publicly. And I know he was very big into the cocaine. Kevin Holland smokes weed. That's where I thought me and Kevin Holland would get along. I was even like, I was talking to his boy about weed, but then Kevin Holland wound up being a dickhead. But yeah, a lot of fighters. A lot of fighters that I know of smoke weed. Brian Ortega smoked weed. Um, Izzy smokes weed. So Tank has even admitted. I don't know if Bryce Mitchell does. Eddie Bravo definitely does. So Tank even just admitted right now he took a knee because he didn't want to get hit. So it's like your hair didn't go in your eye, bro. You got hit with a right hand and then hit with a jab. There's video evidence of it, and then you took a knee. Maybe your hair got punched in your eye. Maybe there was something on his glove, like when he punched you in the head earlier. But that was such a bullshit knee take. I know Jake Shields eats shrooms. I do know that. I don't know how much he smokes, but Joe Rogan smokes weed, eats shrooms. But yeah, I think a lot of fighters. It's not as bad and as like dark and ill perceived as a thing as it used to be. Jake Paul smokes weed. Yeah, the list is long. It always lets you know too. The guy's probably not that bad. He's cool. He's chill. He's lenient with his bullshit. When you get those fighters that are total fucking squares that are like, no, I'm against it, like a Michael Chandler, you're like, this guy's kind of a tool. Yeah, Michael Chandler's kind of a goofball. Just from interactions and things I've heard about with other people. And then the one time I met him, he was cool, but he didn't have that same vibe as a lot of other fighters. He seemed kind of stuck up, douchey. I know Usman does not smoke weed. Mayhem Miller, Jason Miller smokes weed. So Usman doesn't smoke weed, but his nickname is Kush. And his nickname is Kush because Mayhem Miller gave him that nickname. And then everyone, a lot of the OGs, call Usman Kush, even though he doesn't smoke. So you hear that nickname, you're like, oh, Usman's got to smoke. Nope, doesn't smoke. Kind of sticks his nose up at people that do smoke. Uncle Chael doesn't smoke. Uncle Chael sticks his nose up at people that smoke. But that's Uncle Chael. Uncle Chael could do anything. Usman, not so much. None of the Russians smoke. A lot of the Russians don't even drink. Yes, I'm in America. It's legal most places, not legal everywhere. I'm in New York. It's legal in New York now. Recreational. Some Russians drink vodka like crazy. Most Russians drink vodka like crazy. A lot of those Muslim Russians don't drink at all. Like Khabib doesn't drink at all. Islam doesn't drink at all. A lot of them don't drink. I've made the mistake of trying to drink and buy drinks for a lot of them, and they're like, "No, I don't drink." And I've almost done the Conor McGregor. Like, what do you mean you don't drink? Like, what are you talking about? We're at the after party. Like, what do you mean you don't drink? I guess it's a Muslim thing, but then there are. I'm not going to name names. I'm not going to throw people under the bus, but there are those Muslims, those not fake Muslims, but certain Muslims that aren't supposed to drink, but they do drink. I've seen that a time or two as well. But yeah, power to the marijuana. You should be smoking weed. You ever hear what does he say? Cat Williams. If you ain't got a job where you can't smoke weed, you should be smoking weed. And like we talked about, I smoked weed most of my life, but I cut back on weed because I started getting anxiety. Khabib was cool when I met him. Khabib was cool. His manager's really cool, Rizvan. Ali's been always cool in person. I know he gets a bad rap, a bad vibe. Like people think he's kind of a douche, but he's always been very cool to me. Giving me interviews, gave me access to his fighters, everything. He was always cool. Yeah, I get anxiety from smoking now sometimes. I start getting like, oh shit. But I got in a car accident. I got rear-ended. I got all fucked up physically. So now sometimes when I smoke, instead of taking the pain away, it starts getting in my head like how I'm more fucked up than I am. It just happens every time. And almost like it used to take the pain away, now it makes my shit throb a little bit, which is fucking crazy. I clapped an emo snow bunny while in high school. Good for you, man. I like that. That's why I became goth, so I can remember the first. Yeah, emo chicks are cool too. They let you do things to them. I'm not opposed to emo chicks. They usually let you experiment on them, do some fun stuff. They usually like it a little rough, a little choke action, a little hair pulling. The good stuff. Um, I've heard a few different ways. You just gotta breathe. Being outside usually helps with anxiety. I know there's some weird things where, not weird things, but ways to deal with anxiety. You got to start identifying things in the room, and almost like you got to go to your happy place, like Billy Madison or what is that, Happy Gilmore. You got to go start thinking about shit that you like. But yeah, I've dealt with some severe anxiety at points in my life. It's fucking terrible. You just got to focus on the things you like and kind of the things you can control, because I think that's a big part of anxiety is things out of your control and like worrying about like an impending doom or something. You got to just focus on the things you can control and try to lose yourself mentally in. Yeah, I had no anxiety my whole life. My anxiety started probably 2, 3 years ago. One day I just started getting fucking bad anxiety. I was like, what the fuck is this? It's fucking terrible. I don't think UFC's declining, but I think they're slowly staying at a steady pace growing. But I could see why you could think they're declining because they don't have a Conor McGregor. They're going like this. They're not having those big bump ups like they used to get. Yeah, I deal with anxiety. I deal with depression. Weed used to be what helps me. Now what kind of helps me is shit I can control, and I lose myself in something I like. I make sure I lose myself in a show and some fights. I organize my card collection, little shit like that usually helps with my anxiety. But yeah, depression's a motherfucker. I've dealt with depression my whole life. And unless you are a person who's dealt with depression, you don't understand it. My dog helps me with depression. I have an emotional support dog as well. But yeah, you got to just breathe. Like I said, outdoors. Sometimes I've heard going for a walk. But yeah, I've dealt with some severe anxiety in the last few years, which fucking sucks. It all kind of started happening with injuries and life-altering injuries that fucked me up for the anxiety. The depression just comes and goes. I've dealt with it my whole life. People dying at young ages and just shit, you know. You just got to focus on what you can focus on is usually what helps me. Everyone's different, though. Congrats on being 9 years sober. Keep it up. Yeah, my mental health kind of led me, I guess, to stop. Again, not that I ever had a problem. I would still drink if I had friends and a social environment to drink with, but I live in the middle of nowhere, so I don't go out anymore like I used to. Like, if I was still going to clubs and shit, I would totally drink, but running used to be a big help for me with depression, but I can't run no more since I broke my leg, so that sucks. But I go to the gym, I go swimming. The gym usually helps. Any type of gym that you can do helps with depression. It's all in your head. That's the craziest part. Yes, it's all in your head. You can even manifest some bullshit in your head that starts having physical effects on you, and it fucking sucks. My mom abandoned me for drugs, and my dad committed suicide when I was 8. Y'all need to step your game up. Yeah, I mean, everyone struggles with shit differently. That's unfortunate about your mom and unfortunate about your dad, but that's life. My depression led me to 2 attempted suicides. The last one, I was on life support for a month, but that was 12 years ago. Yeah, that's never the answer, is suicide. You just got to figure out a way to get up and keep going, keep on trucking, deal with it. You know, you got to find your little. It's about when a thing with depression too. It's not one thing's gonna fix it. It's little victories. You got to look for those little pieces of dopamine that you can snatch up. That's usually what I do to deal with depression too. It's just little dopamine hits. Like I remember we interviewed one time this guy Steve Maraboli, and he told me something that helped me, if you will, with depression, and it's a way to get dopamine. It's a way to get little dopamine hits. It doesn't have to be a big task and big crazy shit. It's got to be small shit. Like even if it's as simple as make a list with everyday things on it. I have to wake up. I have to get dressed. I have to make my bed. I have to take the trash out. I have to and just make the list and cross them off, and you'll get a little dopamine hit from it. Go to the grocery store. Got it. When you make a list and go to the grocery store and you check off things on the list, you get a little dopamine hit that helps with your fucking mental health. It's crazy. As stupid as that is, when I was told it, it registered with me. I tried it, and it totally fucking works. It's about making small checklists. Oh, here's one of these. But yeah, suicide's never the answer. I always feel bad when people say shit like that. It's rough. Hey, can you please shout out my friend? He's really sick. Hugh Jassy. I don't know what. I don't get it. Yeah, checking little things off works fucking wonders. It's crazy. There you go, B-Tel. That's what you got to do. You got to find your dopamine, and you got to get those little hits. You know, you need serotonin in your life too, shit that you can unwind with, but it's about finding those little dopamine hits. Yeah, I don't get it. Huge asshole. Oh, is it huge asshole? I get it. Yeah, that's good, B-Tel. Glad you made it through, and you're on the other side of it now. That's a big part of it too. Is a lot of times it's your surroundings. Like I find myself depressed a lot lately living up here since I moved to upstate New York. I used to have a way funner, way more entertaining life when I lived in South Florida or when I lived on Long Island. Now I live in the middle of nowhere and it's fucking depressing. But I find shit like this to do. Again, I started collecting cards again, and even something that simple as going through cards, putting them in cases, moving, playing with my dog, the stupid little things that you got to fucking figure out. Ways to trick your mind a little bit. Gambling helps me. Those little dopamine hits. Staying away from NBA gambling and betting on other shit. Little dopamine hits. Nobody's getting emotional. We're just talking through it. Just a couple of dudes talking through shit. Sharing. But yeah, a lot of my depression comes from injuries and fucking myself up physically. That takes me away from things I like doing. Like, so my absolute end all be all for depression or anything when I'd be having a bad day, I'd go to the gym. I'd do jiu-jitsu, I'd spar, I would, by the time I was done, I had no idea what was going on or what I was depressed or upset about. But then 2017, I broke my leg, and that took all that away from me. And I had a really bad leg break, so now I can't do what I used to do. But now I did find the gym again. I kickbox, I swim, can't lift weights the way I used to, which sucks because I got nerve damage in my spine and I lost a lot of strength, but I could do some stuff. You just got to find your little shit. Again, it's those little lists. Like, so the way we were talking about a little list, something that I make myself so happy with and I get my dopamine fix is I do rounds. I'll do kickboxing rounds, and I fight to get to 12 rounds. I'll do 12 3-minute rounds. Months ago, a year ago, whenever, when I first started kickboxing again, I couldn't do fucking shit. I was gassing on 2-minute rounds. Now I've worked my way up and I make sure like I dig for those 12 rounds. Sometimes I'll do 15 rounds. I'll do fucking 20 rounds and I'm dead the next day, but you know, check. And I feel so fucking great when I'm able to work through that. Yeah, that's exactly what happened to me, Betel. Depression came from being a huge athlete to not working out or doing any sports. My thing was training, bro. My therapy was jiu-jitsu. I had my little clique where I had my people and I lost those people. I'm not even friends with them anymore. It just happens with life. But I had those people in my life that like when I needed to train, I could hit them up. We'd meet up at the fucking gym and we would just put the clock on and start doing rounds. 5-minute rounds, just go. That used to be my therapy. Like even when I broke my leg, I went to the gym that day for a therapy type of day, and I wound up breaking my fucking leg, and it wound up really fucking me up mentally. But my brother-in-law had just died. He was like my best friend. He died. He was a recreational drug user, and he used to use cocaine and play video games. He used to use cocaine. I've never done cocaine in my life. He used to do cocaine to stay up all night and play Call of Duty and play zombies on Call of Duty and play Grand Theft Auto and shit like that. And one night he just got a bag with a little bit of fentanyl in it and he fucking died. And that fucked me up. And then a couple weeks later, my dog got cancer. So my dog has cancer and I'm just going through it. And then I went to the gym one day to just get my brain off of it a little bit. And I fucking snapped my leg in half. Had to get major reconstructive surgery on my leg, like hit the lottery as far as leg breaks go. Got 2 plates, 17 screws. I had 18 screws. They took one of the big ones out, but I got fucked up. And was told I'll never walk again, let alone will I go back to jiu-jitsu or kickboxing or anything. So it was a very long road back. I didn't walk for a year. I couldn't 2017, I didn't walk. I walked like 3 days the whole year in 2017. So it was a really long journey back. And just had the fear of catching MRSA or anything like that and having to get surgery again with the metal in my leg. So I never went back to training the way I should have. And I remember even one time I tried to go back to the gym and my coach started telling everybody don't, because he was there when I broke my leg and it was a fucked up scene. He started telling everybody, don't even train with him. Don't train with him. He's going to get hurt again. Like, don't train with him. His leg's not ready. And I was like, bro, like I need this. Like, what are you doing? And he told everyone not to train with me. You know, just fell off mentally because I couldn't get my shit in anymore. Do I do Uber Eats? What do you mean, do Uber Eats? Do I use Uber Eats? No, I would use DoorDash, if anything. Yeah, Jay Slice is the man. Big Jay Slice fans here. I've used Uber Eats. I never in New York. I used to use Uber Eats in Florida. They were quicker delivery time when I worked. I used to work at a UFC gym in Miami. So that's when I used to use Uber Eats. And it was mainly because there was no good sushi restaurants, no good sushi delivery on DoorDash. So I used to use Uber Eats because they had the good Chinese food and good sushi. But yeah, then when I was in Florida, I've told this story, what got me back into it, because I wasn't training. I was around the sport, but I was not training. I was training people. I was not training. And then I beat up my next door neighbor, who was a big jailhouse fucking black dude. And then that led me to start going back to the gym. I started training jiu-jitsu again a little bit. I started going to pro classes at Killcliff or Sanford MMA. Started going to LA Fitness, doing rounds on the bag, swimming, doing all that shit. And this was like 2022, I think. 2021. But I had taken a good 4 years off of no training, doing nothing. And it really fucks with your head, fucks with your confidence, fucks with everything. Oh, that's funny. You have an impersonator? That's great. You know, sometimes I get a little angry and I'll get a little over animated with the trolls, but I like the trolls. I don't mind the trolls. I get, you know, I don't want the gay shit, I'm good with that. Leave that gay shit where you found it, or leave it in your house. Don't bring that gay shit here. Like Demetrius Johnson said, you keep that gay shit out of here. But again, if you're gay, do you. Just don't bring that shit to me. I'm good on that. But to each their own. But yeah, just those little, like we were talking about depression, just those little victories. That's how you deal with depression. Little victories. Here's depression. You gotta take it down to something smaller and get little victories. Doesn't have to be a big victory, just tiny victories. And then start almost like one foot in front of the other, getting little victories. Which wall would you line them up in front of? What's going on, Joels? I don't know what you mean by which wall would you line them up. Juice Man, you need to man up. Shut up, young goth. We already talked about you, you fake goth. Nah, I'm just fucking with you. Young goth grew on me now. As long as Teddy's not here and he's not being gay with Teddy, we're cool with you, young goth. How old are you, Juice Man? That's the thing too that I've seen. This generation, like and even adults, like it's always be a man, and you can't talk about. That's a real thing. You can't talk about mental health. I've had friends that I tried to talk about mental health with, and they kind of shunned me, and it's like, bro, you went through the same fucking shit, and I didn't say a fucking word, All right, so you're up there. You're right at that age where it's like we've seen a lot because we have the information age. For older people, there was almost like a naivety or a blindness where you didn't know all this shit was really going on in the world and all this fucked up shit. I'm sure I just seen you on Chris Hansen. You definitely didn't see me on Chris Hansen. I will fuck up a pedophile. I'm not that far off of doing that type of content. Going around and fucking up pedophiles. That's the most disgusting, low-life thing a person could do. Is fuck with a kid. Like, I have nephews and a niece. If anyone ever fucked with them, I'm going to jail. No questions asked, no nothing. I'm fucking killing somebody. Bare hands, they're dead. No weapon. I will fucking pummel them with my bare hands. So no, don't ever accuse me of some bullshit like that. I'm so against that shit. I hope the whatchamacallit comes out, the Epstein list, as well as the Diddy list, and I hope everybody involved in that gets tried and fucking persecuted and thrown in jail, because what happens to pedophiles and perverts like that in jail, they usually get fucked up. So I'm all for that. But no, I didn't make Diddy's list. I wasn't invited to the parties, Bill. The invite got lost in the mail. What's going on, JW? I think it's okay to talk to someone, but I can't stand someone who whines and bitches but does nothing to better themselves or their position. Yeah, that's a true thing. Well, Juice Man, the Menace is no longer here. He retired. My name's Stan the Man. I'm the man and the menace of the man. I have another channel called the Stan the Man Show that I'm trying to get up and posting on. But yeah, this is the Man Show. But yeah, there's nothing worse than people that just complain and don't try to improve their shit. But yes, Juice Man, Stan. I appreciate it. Stan the Man, Stanley, whatever you want to call me. My MMA persona, if you will, because my last name's hard to pronounce. I usually just call myself Stan the Man. That's my content character, but it's not really, how people say that. Oh, that's like, I just say that. I'm never in character. I'm kind of this person all hours of the day. I like going back and forth with trolls. I get blocked a lot for arguing with people and saying fucked up shit. I like using the word fag. I think it's funny. I'm not saying it in a derogatory way. I like using the word retard. We're trying to take it back. Shit like that. Not trying to really associate with the gays, but I support what they do. I got gay family members. And then Juice Man, another thing, Jay Slice knows about it. I have kids today are so fucked up. I have a trans cousin who's a girl who is trans as a guy. She dates a guy who's trans as a girl and identifies as a cat. So, I'm tolerant. I got that shit. To each their own. Some people are stupid and like to play make believe and fantasy shit, but yeah, you can either realize things suck and make a plan to figure it out or be a professional victim. Hate victims. Absolutely hate fucking victims. There's nothing worse than victims. The victim mentality that's in the world today is so fucking terrible. It's actually one of the worst things about the world today. Is everyone tries, or not everyone, but a lot of people try to play the victim. And they try to play that card. Like, no, it's me and everyone. Nobody gives a fuck about you. You're making yourself the topic and you're making yourself the victim. Move on with your shit. Yeah, I got some crazy family. Not that those are the crazy family, but I got some gays in my family that I tolerate. Yeah, we've talked about this. I fuck with David Goggins. I'm not. My only problem with David Goggins is like to stay hard and stuff. My only problem with David Goggins is when he started getting into MMA and he went and cornered Tony Ferguson. And you saw when Tony Ferguson was getting fucked up, his eyes, like, I don't know, what can I say to him? If I tell him to be hard, is he going to fucking learn how to, like, his eyes completely widened. He was lost when Tony Ferguson started getting fucked up. But his shit's true. You got to be mentally strong with overcoming shit. But I also come from the fight community, so it's like if you can't fight, you kind of shouldn't make it like you can. Like Tim Kennedy, he's a real one. I do know there was a lot of speculation about like stolen valor or some exaggerations that he made. Yeah, that's a lot. That's the whole world. So something I've always said, and I'm sure I'm guilty of it too, is a lot of people have only person in the world syndrome, where everyone thinks that they're the star or they're the most important fucking person, or everything's happening to them. Or you ever be driving and it's like, no, I should go. I have the right of way. Everyone has only person in the world syndrome. But the reality is, you got to do things for the fucking greater good. Everyone has it. Everyone's guilty of it. As much as I try to be conscious of everyone else and the people around me and shit like that, everyone has only person in the world syndrome. It's fucked up. Everyone forgets that there's other people and that they're going to affect everyone else with their shit. My dog is passed out right now. She's chilling. I don't get my 8 hours all the time. She gets her 14 hours or whatever the fuck it is. Dogs, she has a good life. I don't have kids. Might knock up some young chick one day, but right now, no kids. I got my dog. She lives a great life. I give her a good life. Yeah, JW, you got to always look out for your kids and make sure you protect your daughter. Your wife, yeah, sure, but the daughter's the most important one. I'm just joking. But yeah, you got to protect your family and always put on for them. You got to find your tribe. Put on for your people. Put on for your tribe and make sure that you can provide them with the best life. Give me your mom's number, Pops Fashion. I'll call her. I like moms. I can always talk to anybody, so. Yeah, I respect the U.S. military. Some of them could be a little pretentious and think that they're more important than other people, but you ever watch Curb Your Enthusiasm? Larry David always made a good joke about it where The one time the guy he met and everyone that met him was like, "Oh, thank you for your service." And then Larry David met him and Larry David was like, "Nice to meet you." And the guy was like, "You know what, guys? I'm gonna go right now. I'm just gonna go." And then everyone started saying to Larry David, like, "Why didn't you thank him for his service?" He's like, "What do you mean? All the 12 people before me all thanked him for the service. The guy fucking knew we're thankful. Like, I'm not gonna thank him. What do I have to thank him about?" But yeah, some military could be pretentious. I've dealt with situations like that where it's like, "Oh no, I'm in the military." It's like, all right, your job. That's your job. I appreciate what you're doing, but I'm not gonna fucking treat you differently. Yes. That's a thing too that you always got to be conscious of. Like if you have a kid with a good woman, props on you, but you gotta think of that whenever you're thinking like, oh, I'm gonna have kids or something. Is you gotta have a good partner in that. You can have a lot of struggle in your life if you have a kid with the wrong woman. And even then, I'll go back to Steve Maraboli. What did Steve Maraboli say? He said something like, "You're either happy in marriage, or you become a philosopher." And then I said to him, like, "So what'd you do?" And he's like, "I became a philosopher." You got to marry the right person, or you will become a philosopher. And then if you marry the wrong person, you're gonna wind up becoming a philosopher. And then that's what happened to him. And he now is like you start finding these ways to figure out why it went wrong when the reality is you just married the wrong person. You just married a person that you didn't click with, or you married a shitty person. But yeah, you got to have a kid with the right person. It's a big, big point. Yeah, grease in my eye. That shit was terrible. There's no realm ever where you could take a knee and not get a fucking knockdown. He got hit with a right hand, backed up, got hit with a jab, and then took a knee and said, "No, I had hair grease in my eye." It's like, what the fuck? Happy birthday, set a law. Yeah, marriage is about, for a woman, it's about security. That's what women are after. Money and security. They're kind of the same thing, but security. Yeah, it's not for everyone. I don't know if I'm ever getting married. I've had relationships where I was with girls for 5 years at a time, a couple of them, where that was our breaking point, was I wasn't getting married. I'm not marrying you. We could pretend we're married, stay the whole nine, but we're not getting married. Yeah, even at the post-fight press conference, he acknowledged, Tank, "Yeah, I took a knee because I didn't want to get hit again." It's like, so what are we doing here? Why did the referee give you that gift? You clearly lost the fight because you took that knee, but for some reason, they didn't score that. He took a knee. The referee looked at the count keeper because there's a person on the outside of the ring. The second you touch the ground, they start counting. He looked at the count keeper, the timekeeper, took the timekeeper's count, got to 3, and then Tank said no. Then even Tank running outside and grabbing the towel, you're not allowed to do that. Only the doctor or the referee are allowed to use any type of towel like that on a fighter in between rounds. Your corner's not. Nobody is allowed to use a towel on a fighter between rounds except for the doctor or the referee. A fighter's not allowed to run outside the ring, grab a towel, and start wiping their fucking face. Right there, that's grounds for disqualification, at minimum, a point deduction. And then let's talk about the knee. You can't just take a knee because you don't want to get hit again. That's exactly what the rule is. If you take a knee to avoid damage, that's a knockdown. So that was some bullshit. Some corruption in boxing today. Black eye. That's a black eye for boxing. And it's going to just get swept under the rug with a draw. They'll move it out of the news cycle quick, which is bullshit. But Roach got robbed today. Absolutely got robbed today. I think he's from the ghetto in D.C. He's probably been around some robberies before. Today it was his day. He got fucking robbed. Vegas made the call, as a lot of people like to say. That was some bullshit. They fucked him over today. And I don't know who else, but they fucked me over. I sprinkled Roach because I was saying all day, today could be the day that Tank doesn't show up because he's been talking about retirement. and his fighting style's always been like that. Sometimes he has those off nights. I bet Roach. I had Roach. I'm owed a few $100s from the sports books, but I got robbed because of Roach. I got a couple of the bets as a push because of the draw, and then I got just my money back instead of the fucking wins. I had him. I put like $15 at 25 to 1. Forget what the payout was, a few $100s, and then I put $10 at plus 900. I bet Roach to win a decision, and I bet Roach to just win. And then I had another parlay where I had 2 hockey games and Roach, and that one I had Roach at plus 900. And I just got my money back, which was bullshit. Which country has the best athletes? Whichever country is doing the best juice. Whichever one has the best drug testing policy. Because whenever there's a drug testing policy, so I'll probably say the United States, they then come up with the drugs that aren't going to piss hot. So if it's Russia, Canada, US, whatever the banned substances are for the Olympics, they then go into a lab and they replicate the drugs and they make them so that way they will do the same exact thing, but you won't test positive for them. Perfect example is like what the shit Lance Armstrong was using, what the clear shit was, the clear rub-on shit that Barry Bonds was using, testosterone and MMA. Like, you think they just started doing testosterone in MMA because it was the exemption? No, they were doing it for years. And then fighters realized, oh, we're legally allowed to skate around the rules this way. We don't take anabolics. We don't take synthetics. We just take testosterone because they weren't testing for testosterone. Like Randy Couture is the most famous example I use. Randy Couture was taking, he never pissed hot for steroids because he was taking testosterone. He was on the Fountain of Youth testosterone years ago. That's why he never pissed hot for steroids. He was taking testosterone. Phil Baroni was taking testosterone. He wasn't taking steroids, he was taking testosterone. But that, whatever country has the best athletes is the one that has the best drug testing. Because any country could have the best athletes. Like, you know, who dominates running? Is that Jamaica? Wherever the best runners are from. There's a few from America. But you might say America. But America's one of the bigger countries, if I'm not mistaken, and China. But China's not really the best athletes. Which country? I got lucky. We've known each other since 6 years old. I'm a barge pilot and she's an RN. It's good to have a doctor or an RN in the house. I used to date a doctor, but she turned out to be a whore. But her too was getting close to serious shit with her. And we just drifted apart. But she was an idiot. She was a doctor, a brain surgeon, but she was an idiot in life. Like, couldn't drive, used to crash her car all the time, all types of shit. I had all my parlays blow up with fight going the distance. I figured for sure a knockout. Yeah, I saw a lot of people sprinkling the decision. And yeah, it's good to have an RN in the house because you have a doctor, but I've seen that that's the number one field. Medical is the number one field for cheating. Infidelity. Phil Baroni was everything, bro. Do you mean on everything? No, he was not. He was on testosterone. Like at one point, Phil pissed hot, and he was one of the first people who got something overturned because of contamination in the lab, because he tested for something, and he was like, "I've never taken this before in my life. I'm on testosterone. I've been taking testosterone since I was like fucking 12. I'm not on steroids. I'm on testosterone." I like to rewatch the old Don Fry fights. Yes. I was just talking about that earlier, how one of the greatest stories I heard of Dominic Cruz was he was from Arizona, so he used to train with Don Fry. When he was on the come-up, Don Fry was the guy from Arizona. So he went to Don Fry's gym and started training with Don Fry. He said he weighed like 150 pounds, and he trained with Don Fry, who was a heavyweight. And he said right before they were about to, Don Fry was like, "We're going to spar." Don Fry went in his bag, took out some Vicodins, started chewing on the Vicodins, and then they started sparring. They were supposed to just be doing boxing, and then he said all of a sudden Don Fry threw a head kick. And he was like, bro, what the fuck? I'm half the size and you're throwing head kicks. He was like, you got to be ready for everything. He wasn't juiced. So I'll always say it candidly. Baroni's my cousin. That's one of the ways I got into MMA. Baroni was not on steroids. He was on testosterone. When I was like 14, I hurt my knee, and Phil tried to give me testosterone. And I was like, I'm not taking fucking steroids. He's like, it's not steroids, it's testosterone. I've been taking it for years. And again, that's why Phil used to get drug tested all the time. He used to pass the drug test because he was on testosterone. Yes, he's still in Mexico. I stopped talking to him because his CTE got too bad. We were close years ago, but now we don't talk anymore. Yeah, Fry vs. Takayama was wild. CTE City. But that's even how I knew about Randy. And Phil told me, he's like, Peep, this is going to become the thing soon. I'm ahead of the curve. I'm on testosterone. Randy's ahead of the curve. He's on testosterone. Steroids fuck up your ligaments and shit because your muscles grow, but your joints and shit don't catch up. Testosterone, like Yoel Romero, testosterone. Everything gets strengthened. Everything's stronger. Like, you ever hear that story about Yoel Romero when his eye broke, and they said his the UFC doctors or the doctor they sent him to were like, where the fuck did you find this guy? His eye's already healing. Yeah, but Matt didn't know Phil like that. Nah, I've never been to Mexico. I would go. Sarah was probably on some gear back in the day too, but he was like, so the Sarah group, they were like eating D-balls back in the day. Like Pete Sell was on juice, a lot of those guys. But Phil, I can tell you, Phil was taking testosterone. Phil tried to get me on testosterone when I was a little kid. Yeah, a lot of that era, a lot of them used to take whatever they could get. Any type of juice they could get. But Randy, like Couture, and there was a small group of people that they were on testosterone. Don Fry had a few fights like that where it was like a fucking barn burner, but that Takayama Fry fight is the craziest one. That's like the highlight reel one. Nah, Randy wasn't clean. Randy wasn't on steroids, he was on testosterone. And Randy was also on, like I was saying, the best thing is whatever the Olympians are taking. Randy was part of the Olympic drug testing, Olympic drug community. How many fights on my record? I got a bunch of amateur fights. Nothing crazy. Yes, Randy took testosterone. I know for a fact Randy took testosterone. So I met and trained with Randy, I want to say, whenever he fought Gonzaga. So when he fought Gonzaga, he broke his wrist in that fight, and he stopped taking his testosterone for a little bit, and he shrunk. 100% he did. He would probably openly admit it. Yeah, no, he got tested for steroids. He didn't get tested for testosterone. They're different. Testosterone's not a steroid. Like when you get tested for testosterone, it's a whole different test. It's not a drug test like a steroid test. Steroids are they come up as like a synthetic, like they're man-made. Testosterone would come up natural until they started testing for synthetic testosterone. Like, remember for a while, like Overeem. Overeem wasn't on juice. Ubereem was on testosterone. How they caught Overeem was they tested his testosterone levels, not his. They didn't give him a steroid test. He pissed clean for steroids. They got his testosterone levels, and his numbers were fucking insane. And Randy was part of the Olympic drug testing circle. So Vitor, I think young Vitor was on juice, his old original UFC days. Then he came back and he was off everything, and he looked like shit. Then he got front kicked in the face by Anderson, and then he got on testosterone, and that's when we got TRT Vitor. But yeah, Randy was on testosterone. Phil was on testosterone. A lot of other people were on juice, like steroids, like eating D-balls, taking Winstrol, shit like that. But then there was a handful of guys that were on testosterone. Like Randleman was probably on testosterone. They were all passing drug tests. They were all pissing clean, but they were all on testosterone. Chael was on a lot of shit, but Chael pissed dirty. Chael used to flush his system out before drug tests. And I know a lot of guys that were on that type of tip, where they kind of knew a drug test was coming up. They would cycle off. There's a couple of things you could eat and take that kind of skew the drug tests and make shit kind of flush out of your system. There's the same way that people take drug tests or drug drinks, clear drinks they called, to beat drug tests for like probation and shit. Same things used to work for steroids and for the athletic commission's drug tests. Then when it became a blood test, it got a little bit harder to do. And then when they started checking your testosterone levels, it became impossible because they could check your testosterone levels, and if your levels were above the normal range, then they could check and see if you had synthetic testosterone. But they didn't use to test for synthetic testosterone. Oh, a lot of those Brazilians were on juice back in the day. The whole Brazilian top team was on juice. A lot of them. I would say the only one who didn't seem like he was on it was like Murillo Bustamante. The rest of them were on fucking gear. So GSP was probably on testosterone. GSP is the product of the Canadian drug testing cycle. So he was in good with a lot of the Olympic committee like drug testers and shit. Johnny Hendricks was on testosterone. A lot of them were taking testosterone. That's why they were pissing clean. It does a lot of the things juice does, but it doesn't. Steroids does, but it doesn't come up the same way. You know, it's all kind of juice, if you will. It's all in that category. It's all performance-enhancing drugs. But for a while, that's how people were skating the test, is they were all taking testosterone. They weren't taking, because the steroid test would come up for anabolic and synthetic steroids. It wasn't a test for synthetic testosterone. Paulo Fila fight against who? Boschelglem. I'll always remember that one fight. Was it when he fought Chael? That he was like seeing fucking ghosts or something? And he kept looking to the side. And the guy, I think it was Chael, he was fighting, was like, what the fuck is he looking at? He kept looking off to the side. And there was no corner there. There was no nothing. It was like he was seeing fucking demons or seeing stars or something. Then he got the Mike Tyson tattoo on his face. He lost his mind. He fried, but he was a cokehead. I think he fried his brain from fucking drugs. You know, you see that a lot with people. I used to call it, and I know like a lot of, on Long Island at least, we used to call it wet brain. When you do too many pills or too much coke, your brain just doesn't fire the same. And so the way your brain is like floating around in some water or fluid, it just starts deteriorating and you get wet brain, and then you're like a fucking idiot. The ruthless, toothless champion. Well, remember, I would love to see it, but remember they had bum fights and how much trouble that guy got in for bum fights? Do you guys remember bum fights? Bum fights was fucking great for when it was happening. Oh, I haven't had McDonald's in so long. I love me some McDonald's, though. McChicken. I used to love the fish fillet. But yeah, I had to get my health in check a little bit, so I had to cut back. Completely, I cut off the McDonald's. A few months now. Haven't had any McDonald's. So, you know, I'm fucking stuck in upstate New York. McDonald's is all I got. 24 hours. Like, if I wanted to go somewhere late night, all I got is McDonald's. And there is one diner, like 20 minutes away. But that's it. That's all I got. I don't got late Taco Bells. I don't got late fucking anything. Oh, Phil was a fucking nut job. So, Phil used to be a collector for the mob, and he knew people. At one point, like my cousin went to a house party or like a hotel party, and they got him all fucked up. And when he got drunk and like passed out, they robbed my cousin. And my cousin, then I had a crazy uncle named Phil too. I had a few Phils in my family, so that's a funny story too. Is Like Phil Baroni murdered a girl. He's not the first Phil Baroni to kill somebody. In my family, if your name is Phil, you kill people. It's just a rite of passage. You know how like Italian families don't use the same name a bunch of times. There's a few Phil Baronis in my family. They've all murdered people. They've all killed people, allegedly. Phil's supposedly innocent, but well, that remains to be seen. And the rest of them are probably innocent, but they've all killed people. But so my cousin got robbed at a house party. They robbed like his jewelry, his fucking watch. So my cousin, I'll just offside a little bit. My cousin, his grandpa, not related to me, but his grandpa from like his dad's side, owned a lot of stock in UPS. So when he passed away, they sold all the stock in UPS. And my cousin, when he turned 18, he got like $200,000. He bought like a fucking truck, an SUV, all types of jewelry, like started balling out. He then went to a house party, hotel party, whatever the fuck, got too fucked up, passed out, and they robbed him. They took his money, they took his jewelry, not like beat him up, just took his shit right off of him. So my cousin woke up, he was like, where the fuck's all my shit? And they were like, well, you don't fucking know. So my cousin called my crazy Uncle Phil. My crazy Uncle Phil like went to the hotel, started like beating people up and like yelling, where's his shit? Didn't get his shit back, but like fucked up people at the hotel party and shit. So then word got back that my cousin called his crazy uncle, and my crazy uncle was going to go after the kid who stole the fucking jewelry. So the kid who stole that's a crazy Long Island story. The kid who stole the jewelry somehow knew my cousin Phil. He called my cousin Phil and was like, yo, you got to come fuck up this kid. Like some kid's trying to strong arm me. Like you got to fucking take care of this for me. I'll pay you money. Because that's who Phil was back then. Phil was like muscle for hire. So the kid gives my cousin Phil the address of my other cousin. Phil, UFC Phil, this is before he was in the UFC. He was just a big jack juice head. He goes to my cousin's house, bangs on the door. My cousin answers the door, and they kind of knew each other. And he was like, what the fuck are you doing here? He's like, this is my house. Did you have problems with some kid Hempler? He's like, yeah, the kid fucking robbed me. Motherfucker. And UFC Phil takes off, gets in his car, fucking peels off, doesn't say another word. UFC Phil drives to the other kid Hempler's house, knocks on his door. He opens the door and he's like, did you get my stuff back? And Phil punches the kid Hempler, drags him outside, starts beating him up, and is like, you robbed my fucking cousin. So the kid Hempler thought, I'm going to call up this guy and have him handle this problem. It wound up, he called a mental case nut job in Phil on his cousin. So he wound up going, beating him up, getting his shit back, and then bringing it to my cousin and being like, here's your money, here's your fucking jewelry, don't worry about it, don't mention it, no problem. And then, so even that, my Uncle Phil and my cousin Phil went to the same gym. So one time they went to the gym, and my Uncle Phil was fucking nuts. He was like a 55-3 amateur boxer, fought in the Golden Gloves, all that shit, could have went pro, but he knocked up some chick and had a kid. So he stopped boxing and started going to work and shit. Gave up his boxing career. But they were working out at a local gym in Long Island, and he saw, this was before you had photo IDs and any type of electrical shit, whatever. So he went to the gym and he signed Phil Baroni. So the guy at the gym was like, whoa, you already signed in. Somebody already signed in with your name. So my uncle went fucking nuts. He was like, who the fuck's using my name? Where is he? That guy over there. And it's like this big bodybuilding kid. They didn't realize they were related. So he went up to him and was like, you're using my fucking name? And he's like, whoa. I'm Phil Baroni too. I'm fucking Phil Baroni. And they had this moment where they had to like show each other the driver's licenses. And then he's like, who's your dad? My dad's Phil. That's my fucking cousin. We're related. Let's fucking go. We're going to go talk to these guys at the front desk. They like grabbed the guy at the front desk and like started fucking roughing up the guy at the front desk because he accused them of nothing. He accused them of like using each other's identity, and they were just both fucking mental cases. So they like each had a hand on the guy's shirt and were like slapping the guy around. And the guy was like, all right, you guys can come to the gym. Like, no fucking worries. They never paid for the gym membership or anything ever again. They wound up like strong arming their way into the gym. I then went to this gym, and it was said like, oh, that kid's related to fucking Baroni. So they were like, you're good. Every time you come in, just fucking walk in. You don't got to pay. You don't got to talk to nobody. And then Yeah, so then my uncle Phil and my cousin Phil started hanging out a little bit. And one day, UFC Phil, he was a bodybuilder at this point. This is when he was like, maybe had one MMA fight. He had some kickboxing fights, some boxing fights. We were all there. And he started like, he's jacked. So we were all like, oh, you got fucking muscles, bro. Let me see that. And he started posing for like me and like three of my little cousins. And while he's posing and like showing his bodybuilding routine, my uncle's getting mad because he's used to us being like, show us your shadow boxing and stuff. So my uncle starts going, he might be bigger than me, but I'll fuck him up right now. Like, I'll kick the shit out of him. And UFC Phil went white. He went like, oh, fuck. Like, I don't want to fight this guy. This guy's fucking nuts. So then my uncle started challenging my cousin to a fight. He's like, we can go outside right now and I'll fuck you up in front of these little kids. And UFC Phil was like, listen, Uncle Phil, I don't want no problems with you. Like, please stop. And my uncle wound up being like, get the fuck out of my house. Like, get out of my house then. And they stopped hanging out at that point. Kicked him out of the house, the whole fucking nine. My grandma had to call up and be like, why are you fucking trying to fight your fucking little cousin? Like, what are you doing? He's like, he's fucking embarrassing me. He's fucking flexing in front of the kids, trying to steal my fucking shine. Like, fuck that guy. And it wound up being like a whole thing. Then one day, like a couple years go by, and I used to be obsessed with the UFC. So I was always, this is before UFC was even on TV. And I would watch the play-by-play on the fucking, like the uploads, like as they would upload it on the .com and the match announcements and shit like that. So they were announcing UFC 30. Zuffa had just bought the company, and then all of a sudden it said Phil Baroni versus Curtis Stout. And Phil Baroni was just a black silhouette. So I was like, holy shit, is this my uncle? Is this my cousin? Like, who the fuck is this? And then it wound up being, I called up my grandma, and I was like, is this Uncle Philip fighting in the UFC, or is this my cousin Phil fighting in the UFC? And she was like, I think it's your cousin. Let me call up Aunt Mary. She called up her husband's sister, and she was like, yeah, he's getting into this cage fighting thing. So then Aunt Mary gave my grandma Phil's number. I called up Phil, and then that's how I got linked up with Phil when I was like 13. And I started like a talking conversation that went on for years, relationship with him. And then he moved to Vegas. So that's why I never got like in with him. Like I always stayed talking to him, but I never started training with him and shit. But he sent me to gyms and was like, tell them you're related to me. So I went to all these gyms when I was a kid. Back in Phil's heyday, I never paid $1. And I got to train for like 20 years, 25 years. Never got asked for $1. The only money I ever paid for training was I paid to rent out a gym. Like me, one of my old jiu-jitsu coaches and a couple of my friends paid like $500. We each paid $100 to rent out a gym. And then even there, because MMA was crazy back then, we rented out the gym for 1 month. We trained there for like a year, 2 years. They never asked us for money again because we were the crazy fucking MMA guys. And it was called the Women's Academy of Boxing. And we used to use the boxing ring to spar and do like pride shit in. And it was like a gym in Huntington, Long Island. And at that gym, like Jerry Cooney used to train at back in the fucking day. The guy, I used to train at that gym with this guy, Danny Williams was his name. The guy who fought and beat Mike Tyson. I used to have to spar that guy. He was a heavyweight. I was like 180 pounds soaking wet. And I used to have to spar this heavyweight guy. He used to just chase me around the ring throwing fucking haymakers. And then we used to do cardio with him. He used to quit all the time. And I remember being like, there's no fucking way this guy beats Mike Tyson. And he beat Mike Tyson, sure enough. Mike Tyson quit that night. So what happened too is because Phil was such a douchebag and kind of like a tough person to deal with, like you hear Matt Serra tell those stories, I was caught on the other side. I would have loved to have gone and trained with Matt Serra or Ray Longo, but I was caught on the other side. So I trained with that group. There's 2 groups on Long Island. There's the Serra Longo group, and then there's the other group. I was in the other group, which was really good people. You know, a lot of them, some of them made it to the UFC. A lot of them were tough. A lot of them are black belts today. A lot of them have gyms, successful gyms, but there was the Serra Longo group, which was the Renzo Gracie group. Then the other group was like an offspring of the Renzo Gracie group. And that's the group I was in. All because of Phil. Because Phil was Phil. Tough to deal with and a fucking nut job. But yeah, I only trained with Phil once when I was like 14, and he fucking treated me like a grown man. He beat the shit out of me, threw me across the fucking room, fucked up my rib. He was a dick. But he was cool too, sweet and sour. Cool in the sense that I never had to pay for any training. I trained all over the world. Not the world, all over America. Never got X for anything. And I got to meet so many cool fighters and shit. Grew up in the sport. But yeah, he was a fucking nut job. Again, I hurt my knee when I was like 15. And he was like, I'll send you some primo test. And I was like, what the fuck is primo test? And he's like, testosterone, you idiot. You want to start taking testosterone? I was like, steroids? He was like, no, testosterone. It's not steroids, it's testosterone. And I was like, bro, I think that's going to fuck me up. He was like, bro, I haven't taken testosterone since I was 16. You're at the perfect age to start. And I just never started. Hindsight, probably should have. Would have probably did something with my life. And yeah, I have so many wild Phil stories. Phil used to drive, he used to work at a recycling yard called Gershaw Recycling. He used to drive like a dump truck. In between his routes working at the recycling yard, he used to go and pick up money for the mob. So there would be times when like he'd be missing on the dispatch because he'd be beating somebody up and collecting money. Then he'd disappear for an hour, go drop off the money, then he'd come back and act like nothing happened, like he didn't do anything. But he just made, $5,000 for going and picking up 75 grand from somebody else, beating them up. But yeah, he had a lot of crazy stories. But he was always 50-50. Either people thought he was cool and funny, or people thought he was a fucking scumbag and an asshole. Who am I? I'm just a guy. My name is Stanley. On this channel, they call me Stan the Man. Just a kid who grew up in combat sports. So Phil wound up losing his way out of the UFC. So the real problem with Phil was the sport left him behind. Everyone started training year-round. Phil would just train 8 weeks for a fight. So the sport left him behind. His skills never evolved, and it would show every time he'd fight. He unfortunately had to fight the Team Quest guys. He had to fight Evan Tanner twice, Matt Lindland twice. Those guys trained year-round. So those guys' skills were always evolving. Phil's skills were not. So Phil got left behind by the sport, where the age of like a GSP type of athlete or a Matt Hughes, guys who started training year-round started coming in, versus the old school guys, the Mark Colemans, the Phils, who would only train for, even Mark Kerr, they would only train for like 8 to 10 weeks and lose their fights because they weren't as well-rounded and skilled. So yeah, that's a story. It's on the Evan Tanner documentary. I've heard Chael Sonnen talk about it, so I used to talk to Phil a lot back then. At one point, Phil went and lived in Oregon with Team Quest. And he was there for like a month, 2 months, and that's where him and Evan Tanner had like a crazy sparring session where Phil wound up knocking Evan Tanner out in practice. And then Randy Couture broke them up and kept having to break them up, and then Phil knocked Evan Tanner out, and then Randy Couture went with Phil and wound up beating Phil up. But then even when Phil was out there, I remember Phil telling me a story that he dropped Randy Couture with a body shot, and then I asked Randy Couture about it, and Randy Couture just started laughing. He was like, who told you that? And I was like, Phil. And he was like, yeah, he caught me. He caught me with a good body shot, and I was like, wow, he really did drop Randy Couture with a body shot. But Phil also admitted that Randy Couture used to fucking ragdoll him and fuck him up. And then, yeah, he was out there for a few months. Then he left there, and then the UFC caught wind of him and Evan Tanner having beef. Then they made that fight. And Evan Tanner, the first fight, horrible stoppage. And the second fight, Evan Tanner fucked him up. In that fight, Phil stopped taking testosterone. Like, if you go watch UFC 45 and then go watch UFC 48, that's Phil, juiced to the gills on testosterone, overdosing on testosterone. Then at UFC 48, he cut back because he was trying to get his cardio up. And he wound up kind of fucking up his system. And he wasn't as strong, wasn't as aggressive. He fought like shit. But then I have another good story of Phil. So at one point, because Phil he either rubbed people the right way or he rubbed people the wrong way. He was moving to Vegas, and when he used to go to Vegas and go to California, he would train with Tito Ortiz and like Team Punishment, and he was friends with Rico Rodriguez. But he was like, he was going to Vegas for one of the first times he went to Vegas, and he talked to Rico Rodriguez, and Rico Rodriguez was like, yeah, you can stay with me. So then when he got to Vegas, this is like almost like pre-cell phones. Like people didn't have cell phones the way they have cell phones now. He got to Vegas, and he hadn't spoken to Rico in a few days. Rico was just waiting for him to get there. And Rico was staying with John Lewis. If you don't know who John Lewis is, he's an old school UFC guy. He got knocked out by Jens Pulver. He's an actor. He's been in a bunch of movies. And then by the time he got to Vegas, John Lewis was like, I don't want fucking Phil staying here. He's a fucking nut job. He can't stay here. You tell him, Rico. So when Phil got to Vegas, Rico Rodriguez was like, listen, man, John doesn't want you to stay here. You can't stay here. So Phil was always crazy. Phil snapped and started talking shit to Rico. Rico stood his ground and was like, fuck you. And Phil fucking punched him and knocked Rico Rodriguez unconscious. And this is when Rico Rodriguez was the UFC champion. So Phil then linked up with Frank Mir and started training at Ricardo Pyre's, the Las Vegas Combat Club. But I remember asking him, what happened with you and Rico Rodriguez? It was on the underground at one point that there was speculation that they got into a fight, a street fight, and nobody knew what happened. And I remember asking Phil, like, what happened with you and Rico Rodriguez? He was like, I knocked Rico out. He talked shit to me and said I couldn't stay with him and then called me an asshole and some bullshit, so I fucking punched him. And I was like, really? And he's like, yeah, so I kind of consider myself the heavyweight champion right now. So that's how Phil's mind worked. He beat up the UFC heavyweight champion in a street fight one time, so in his head, he was the UFC heavyweight champion. And he truly believed, like, I could go in the UFC and win the heavyweight title because I knocked out Rico. Rico would have fucking killed him if they fought in the UFC. But in the street fight, Phil punched him in the face and fucking dropped him. And then he went to Ricardo Pyre's gym, and him and Frank Mir clicked. Like, him and Frank, he was kind of like a big brother to Frank Mir, and they were fucking mad cool. So he was like sleeping on Frank Mir's couch, and trained at Ricardo Pyre's. And he should have never left Ricardo Pyre's gym. He was doing good when he was there. That's when he beat Dave Monet, beat Suluev, and he was training with One Kick Nick and Ricardo Pyre's. Then he left that gym because he was kind of a dick, and he was always bouncing around from gyms because he was hard to deal with. Then he became like a nomad bouncing around Vegas, and that's when his career started going downhill. But again, didn't train. The sport left him behind. It started being where you train year round, or you train 10 months, 9 months out of the year. Phil would train 8 weeks for a fight. Like, so his UFC debut was UFC 30. Then he was supposed to fight at UFC 32, and he was in the process of moving to Vegas, but then he got hurt. He was supposed to fight Eugene Jackson at UFC 32, but he got hurt. And then Eugene Jackson wound up fighting, who's the guy from Jersey? Ricardo Almeida, the Serra guy, Renzo Gracie guy. And then short notice, they booked Phil to fight Matt Lindland at UFC 34. And Phil thought he was going to piss hot because he was just eating ecstasy like weeks before that. So I remember him telling me, like, I'm going to fight, but I'm probably going to fuck up like my whole shit because I'm going to fail the drug test. And then he luckily passed the drug test, or who knows, failed the drug test, and UFC threw the test results out because they liked Phil. Like, I'm sure you could see that too. Dana White and the Fertittas really liked Phil. The Fertittas really liked Phil because the Fertittas were tied into the mob, and Phil was mafia affiliated. So that's why the UFC gave Phil so many chances. Like, at UFC 30, they kept him. Phil thought he was going to win by knockout. Him and the guy he was fighting talked so much shit to each other. And then when Phil won by decision, when he was walking in the back, fans started heckling him and bullshit. So Phil went in the back and broke up the whole fucking locker room. Broke up a bathroom, caused fucking $10,000 worth of damage at one of the locker rooms at the, I believe it was at the Atlantic City at the Trump. And UFC was like, we got to get rid of this fucking guy. He's a nut job. He just had a meltdown and broke up the fucking locker room. And then kind of like, because he was mob related, they gave him another chance. And then even when he lost, I think 4 or 5 fights in a row, they kept him around. They were going to give him like the Forrest Griffin, Chuck Liddell treatment. They wanted him to retire, and they were going to give him a job working with the UFC. But Phil chose to keep fighting and go to Pride. Who wins the main two and the Jalen Turner fight? You talking about UFC 313? I think Pereira. I'm rooting for Gaethje. He won the first fight pretty handily. I worry about Fiziev coming in on short notice. And then who the fuck is Jalen Turner fighting? My brain's drawing a blank. Oh, Bahamondes. That's a tough fight. That's a tough fight. I think Bahamondes. Yeah, Lee Murray was a gangster. So that's the thing. Phil and Lee Murray would have been combustible. They were like around each other, almost tentatively supposed to fight at one point. But part of what, like back then, there weren't that many gyms. But Lee Murray was affiliated with the Militich team, and they always had like a respect. Phil never went there and trained, but they always had like a respect thing for Phil. They were always very friendly. Militich was always cool with them. Phil had a good relationship with Tim Sylvia because him and Tim Sylvia were both like nomads at one point in Oregon, training that Team Quest. So they were both like the outsiders. And then at one point, Phil was supposed to fight Robbie Lawler at UFC 51. And then Robbie Lawler got hurt. And then that's when Pete Sell took the fight on short notice and wound up beating Phil. But Lee Murray was tied into the Militich team. Like Lee Murray was from England or the UK, wherever he was from. When he would come to America, he would train at Militich's. So like my old coach was from Renzo Gracie's. He got kicked out for beefing with Matt Serra. And like when Matt Serra got knocked out by the spinning back fist by Shoney Carter, my coach opened his mouth and was like, "Oh, what the fuck was he striking with him for? He should have, went for the takedown. Like if we're training jiu-jitsu every day and we're doing MMA fights, don't you think we should train more striking?" Like said something along those lines. And Joe Scarola, if you remember Joe Scarola, who was on the UFC, who Matt Serra kicked out of the gym because he didn't want to fight, wound up going to Matt Serra, listening to what my coach said, went to Matt Serra, told him what he said, and then Matt Serra went to Renzo and got him kicked out. And then my friend, my old coach, he moved to Iowa for a minute, and he was trained at Militich's. He left Militich, and then like a week later, Lee Murray got to Militich. So they just missed each other. So I've almost been, 1 degree of separation from Lee Murray. Yes, Lee Murray is the guy who knocked Tito out outside of a bar. According to Tito, Tito slipped in his dress shoes. Tito landed a knee. Tito landed a punch. But everyone else's story is Tito got boxed up, hit with a 6-punch combination, got dropped, started getting kicked. I've never heard such varying stories of a street fight than Tito's version versus everyone else's version. Tito's like, I took my jacket off, we clinched, and blah, blah, blah. Everyone else's version is Tito got dropped, pummeled, and people had to stop Lee Murray from kicking him in the face. Tito's definitely got some CTE. So me and one of my little cousins, we'll always send each other, because YouTube randomly recommends stuff, we'll always send each other, funny Tito memes. Like, there's the one Tito meme where he's like, I really hope I outlive my kids. Idiot. There's the other Tito meme where he's like, he says something in the microphone, and then he goes for a mic drop, but he throws the mic up, and the mic hits him in the head. Like, you can't make this shit up. He's a fucking idiot. What other Tito memes do we have? I can't think of them all right now, but there's so many of them. There's, him saying that you're a juice box and taking out a juice box and crushing it. Like, he always tried, and he was always so cringy, but there was a point. Tito was like the first superstar. Absolutely, Tito was like the first superstar of the UFC. Like the Zuffa era, Tito was the first superstar. And then even the first trajectory that they ever had going up was Tito versus Ken Shamrock. Then they had The Ultimate Fighter. But the first thing they ever had where they made any type of money and weren't still completely going down was Tito Ortiz versus Ken Shamrock. And it was because Tito sold the fight. He was entertaining to some people, or at least back then he wasn't as cringy. But then I guess you kind of saw as Tito's CTE started catching up to him, he got really cringy. Really cringy. But at least once a day almost, I think of Tito throwing the mic up and the mic hitting him in the head. Like he tried to say something witty and dropped the mic. He threw the mic up, hit himself in the head, and then walked off. And it's like, bro. And then I've interviewed Tito. I've played phone tag with Tito a lot. Like I got Tito's number, at least if it is still his number. I got one of his old numbers, but I've texted him a lot or talked back and forth with him. And nice guy. Can't say nothing bad about him. Yeah. I mean, the Shamrock family at least has that one. The Frank Shamrock win over him. And not only did Frank beat him, Frank made him tap out. Man, I should start doing that one day. I got a lot of phone numbers. I should start calling people. But on this phone this is my phone. But I'll do that. I like that idea, Smith. I used to always tell, when I used to do Menace and the Man with Dennis Bermudez, I used to always tell him we should do that shit. Just start blind calling people. And we did it with a few people, and we had good interviews with them where we just we didn't set up an interview with them. We just called them while we were on air. I'm trying to think who. We had someone hang up on us. Like someone answered, found out we were on the podcast, and he was like, no, thank you, and hung up. A few times. But yeah, maybe I'll start doing it that way. Hopefully this week's the week. If not this week, maybe next week. I want to start setting up some interviews and getting back into that because that's one of my real passions and something I really enjoy was interviewing fighters and just bullshitting with them, shooting the shit. I have a bunch of people I would call friends in the sport, people I trained with over the years, and then I have a lot of people that I'm like acquaintances with that I've always had a good relationship with. Yeah, but some of the off the rip ones worked pretty good too. Yeah, bro. I grew up in it, man. So I've just been around a lot of it. Like, can't think of another one to tell you guys, but I got a bunch of them. You know, I started boxing when I was a kid. I then trained with a lot of the Henzo Gracie guys, all like the offshoots of the gyms. Then when I was 18, I moved to Florida, started training at American Top Team and a bunch of their affiliate gyms. I've trained before at Freestyle Fighting Academy, which is where Kimbo Slice started. It's where Jorge Masvidal started. I've been to California. I trained at the Ruka Gym, which was started because of BJ Penn and Pat PM Tenor, who owns the RVCA brand, Ruka. They started a gym. Simply, it was BJ Penn's like private workout studio. Then it morphed into kind of where when BJ retired, it morphed into where Jason Perillo trained fighters. So I've been in that gym. I've been in the gym at the same time as Strickland, Tony Ferguson, bunch of people. No, I've never had a lot of interactions with Rogan. I have one, but it wasn't involving me. But I remember talking to my friend. So I had a friend who was I always had friends that trained at Serra's. So I had one friend that they said, and I've heard Joe Rogan or Matt Serra and Joe Rogan talk about this recently. Like one time, Joe Rogan and they came for a UFC that was in Connecticut, and they took the Long Island Railroad to, I think, Hempstead or somewhere. Freeport or Hempstead, and Matt Serra picked them up and brought them to the school. So at this point, like Joe Rogan was the UFC guy and the Fear Factor, or not even Fear Factor, I think he was just the UFC guy, maybe the Fear Factor guy, but Eddie Bravo was like nobody, just a jiu-jitsu guy, and they went to Serra's gym and got fucked up. Like all the Serra guys fucked up Joe Rogan and Eddie Bravo. Like Matt Serra fucked up Eddie Bravo. Everyone fucked up Joe Rogan. So I remember asking my friend like, what happened? And they were like, destroyed him. Like, everyone fucked up Joe Rogan and Eddie Bravo when they went to Serra's. And this was probably 2002, 2003, maybe 2004. Like, I was young. But a bunch of my friends trained at Serra's, and they all told me the same story. They were like, oh, yeah, I went with Joe Rogan. I fucked him up. Joe Rogan was maybe a purple belt at the time. Eddie Bravo was a black belt who had just beaten a few years earlier, beaten Royler Gracie at Abu Dhabi. And then I remember, you know, that put like a chip on Matt Serra's shoulder. So I'm sure Matt Serra fucking killed Eddie Bravo when he went with him. But yeah, no real Rogan stories. Unfortunately, I would have loved to have interacted more with Rogan. One of the greatest UFCs ever. One of the greatest, and it sucks that Phil ruined the little legacy he had by killing the girl in Mexico, or allegedly killing the girl, because he used to have good street cred in the combat sports community. Like one of the best UFCs you can ever watch, because it's so different from the commentary you're used to, is UFC 42. They had a show in Florida, and the commentary team was Joe Rogan and Phil Baroni. And the whole time it was Phil Baroni and Joe Rogan like making jokes. Doing commentary, it was, so Phil was doing like the Joe Rogan role and not interviewing the fighters after. They had someone else for that. But Phil was doing like the Joe Rogan role, and Joe Rogan was doing like the John Anik or Mike Goldberg role. Like, he was doing the color commentary, Phil was doing the play-by-play. Like, if you go back and watch UFC 42, it's fucking interesting and funny to see the difference in it. But it's the one UFC in the Zuffa era where the commentary is different, very entertaining. Like, there's one clip that I've seen that like made the internet where a girl starts talking, one of the old interview girls, and she's like, I loved seeing Pete Spratt, I loved seeing Matt Hughes, and it was great. And then Phil and Joe Rogan start making fun of her, and they're like, oh, it was so good seeing Matt, I love Matt, and they start making fun of the girl. But it was definitely a great UFC to watch. Good fights that night. It was Matt Hughes versus Sean Shirk, if I remember correctly. You sound like a New York cope. No. I'm the other side of that. I'm a retired criminal. I am a retired criminal. No problems with law enforcement, though. Much respect to the people who put their lives on the line. I got some old school friends that are cops, but no. Not a cop. But yeah, Sean Shirk versus Matt Hughes was the main event. Sean Shirk almost beat Matt Hughes that night. It was a close fight. And then also on that card was Pete Spratt. He landed a leg kick. He was landing low kicks on Robbie Lawler, and Robbie Lawler's like hip almost came out of socket or some shit. And Robbie Lawler like quits in the middle of the fight, waves off the fucking fight. People forget about that. Early in Robbie Lawler's career, he kind of was like, dare I say, a quitter. Like, remember he fought Evan Tanner and he like barely got triangle and he tapped out. He had some difficulties early in his career. My daily carry pistol. I don't carry a pistol daily. I should, though. If I am going to carry a daily pistol, it'd be a Glock. You know, since I got more into guns since I got hurt. And I kind of know I can't defend myself the way I used to in a life or death. You know, I used to think I was fucking John Rambo or Jason Bourne. Now I got to get to the gun. Yeah, but that's the worst. Phil, like I said, really ruined his legacy. And now it's almost, I'll tell the stories on late night chats, but it's almost taboo to even talk about Phil because he's a fucking murderer, allegedly. But yeah, Kenny Florian's a good dude too. I've met Kenny a few times. I've had good interactions with Kenny. Nice guy. I've almost interviewed him. I've played phone tag with him over the years. I haven't spoken to him in a minute though. I think the last time I saw him, I did see him and like say what's up to him at the PFL like 2 years ago. Yeah, allegedly. I don't fucking know. I wasn't there. He claims he's innocent. Maybe he's innocent. His story didn't make a lot of sense. His hands were fucking bruised, so I'm not gonna, I think that's a bitch move too, and I'll say that. I don't give a fuck. I think it's a bitch move if you put your hands on women, because women can't. What are you doing, bro? They're a weaker species, physically, and dare I say mentally. It's not something you should do and be happy about, is putting your hands on a woman. And that's the thing too. Wasn't the first time he was accused of hitting a woman or beating up a woman, so it doesn't matter if I'm related to him. You could say someone's an asshole if they do fucked up shit. I've always thought that anyone who puts their hands on a woman, I only have one sister, so I think I would never hit my sister like that. I hit her when I was a little kid, and I remember getting fucked up because of it. Bro, I hope they need to make a Lee Murray story. I would love to see a Lee Murray story. So even Lee, he was good, bro. He was Conor McGregor before Conor McGregor. Like the way that, so you've seen it. Like who's that one comedian? Ari Spears. You ever see Ari Spears? He has a good joke where he's like, like you can go up to a girl and be like, "Do you mind if I fuck you in the ass right now?" And the girl will be like, "What? Get away!" But if you put an accent on it, like, "Do you mind if I turn you around, fuck you in the butt real quick?" Like you put a little accent on it, the girl might be like, "Oh, I like your accent. Like, where are you from?" She won't hear the fucked up shit you say. She'll hear the accent and be like, "Yeah, sure." Like Conor McGregor, because of his accent, can get away with some wild shit. Lee Murray, because of his accent, can get away with some wild shit. But yeah, if you remember, the problem with Lee Murray too, he had too many criminal problems back in England or the UK, whatever you call it, that he couldn't get back in the States to fight. No, Patrice might have did it too, but it was Ari Spears. I remember it vividly, and he was talking like, "Do you mind if I fuck you in the ass real quick?" and using like an accent like that, and the girl being like, "Ooh, I love that accent." But it's a real thing. Like part of the appeal for Conor McGregor was his accent and the way he put a different spin on things with different lingo. That's what Lee Murray had, but Lee Murray only got to fight once in the UFC, and then he had visa problems, then he got stabbed. He had all types of bullshit. And then, if I'm not mistaken, he only fought like once or twice after the UFC, and he lost to Anderson Silva. I'd have to look it up to see the specifics, but he didn't have that long of an MMA career. If he would have kept fighting, like Conor McGregor had a few losses before the UFC, got to the UFC, went on a run. There's a realm where Lee Murray, if he doesn't have legal problems and gets stabbed and shit, goes on a good run in the UFC. He was Conor McGregor back then. He would have blew the sport up with the accent, the attitude, being fucking crazy. And even remember that fight, he fought George Rivera. He was supposed to lose that fight. Like he wasn't supposed to beat George Rivera. If he was going to beat George Rivera, it was on the feet. So George Rivera took him down and then got triangled. And then remember, after that fight, Lee Murray stood up, and I think even the interview went right into it and was like, there's a guy in the fucking stands, and he was like, "Yeah, Tito Ortiz, I'll fuck Tito Ortiz up like I want to fight one man, it's Tito Ortiz." If that fight would have happened, then he probably would have got ragdolled by Tito Ortiz and ground, but if he would have beat Tito Ortiz, he's Conor McGregor. Conor McGregor, the way Jose Aldo was the guy at that point, he wasn't the biggest star, but he was one of the best fighters. Tito Ortiz was one of the biggest stars and the best fighters at the time that he was having beef with Lee Murray. So that would have blew Lee Murray up. But yeah, I think I saw something where they're making a movie, like not even a documentary, a movie about him, like a Hollywood movie, because that's a Hollywood movie, Lee Murray. Especially, have you ever seen how they did it? Like it was completely fucking orchestrated. They all had masks, they all had guns. I think they fucking tied up all the workers. They held them all someone held them all hostage while everyone else went and robbed the fucking place. And that, if I'm not mistaken, it might have got topped, but it was the biggest robbery in history. Something like that. One of the biggest robberies in history. But yeah, Lee Murray was a G. I was a huge Lee Murray fan for what he could have been, even though, again, only fought in the UFC once. Lee knocked Tito out, is the story I remember hearing. Hit him with like a 5-piece combo. So even that, it depends on whose story you hear. The most accurate story for me, and he's absolutely a straight shooter. Every time I've ever met him, he seems like the straightest fucking shooter I've ever met is Pat Miletich. I've never heard stories about Pat Miletich lying or telling fucking lies or anything like that. If you ever look it up and listen to Pat Miletich's story on it, and Pat Miletich tells the whole story because he was the one who someone jumped on his back, pulled him off. One of Lee's friends punched that guy, and that was Tito's friend. And then he said he watched Tito and Lee start backing up and getting into it with each other. And he tells a story of that Lee threw a combo and every punch landed, like boom, boom, like loud punches landed. Dropped him, started soccer kicking him. He then jumped on top of Tito to get Lee to stop, and Lee wasn't going to kick Pat Miletich, so he stopped. And like Tony Fricklin was helping stop the fight. Like the accounts you hear of the story, Tito got fucked up. And his boy got knocked out, and then a cab ran over. So that's the story too. His boy got knocked out. A cab ran over his arm. And then when the cab ran over his arm, a brawl broke out. Like, it wasn't the guy getting hit. It was when the cab ran over his arm. And then people started screaming about his arm getting ran over. And then a brawl broke out. And then the greatest story or part of that story is that Chuck Liddell just started laying people out. Chuck Liddell was a gangster too. Like prime Chuck Liddell before he got like wet brain from hanging around too long, the CTE, the drugs and shit. Prime Chuck Liddell was the man. So apparently I remember Bruce Buffer saying that when the brawl broke out, he went right with Chuck Liddell because he felt safest with Chuck Liddell. And he said all he remembers is Chuck Liddell just throwing right hands at everybody. And then the cops came and Chuck Liddell said he just grabbed the first girl that was next to him and started walking with her. And probably went and fucked her. You know, prime Chuck Liddell was a coos hound. Just grabbed the first girl that he had, went walking with her, and got away. But apparently Chuck knocked out like 5 or 6 people too. In that same brawl that Tito Ortiz got beat up by Lee Murray. Yeah. It nicked me. CTE definitely nicked me. I've been hitting the head a lot. I started boxing when I was 7. So, tales of a misspent youth. And I'm from that age of when we used to spar. Like when I was a teenager, we used to try to kill each other. Even like when I was younger and I was down in Florida, hard sparring. I was always in gyms that sparred hard. Probably got some CTE. I wouldn't be surprised if when I die they put my brain under a microscope and they see some black spots. I don't know if Chuck was scared of Rampage. He fought Rampage and he lost. And then he got the rematch and he lost again. So Rampage just kind of had his number. Rampage 2 was always underrated. I feel like Rampage didn't have the most technical striking, but had good striking and knockout power. Didn't have the most technical grappling, but had good enough grappling to slam people if they grabbed a submission on. That was the thing too at Rampage. Freakish strength. Like if you watch any of his Pride fights, anytime anyone went for a submission, he wasn't like, let me technically get out of this. He was like, I'm picking this fucking guy up and I'm going to slam him. Kind of like Tank Abbott. Remember Tank Abbott used to try to throw people out of the cage? But yeah, I don't think Chuck was scared of anybody. Chuck was crazy. Rampage just had his number. But could have been. You know, you never know. The heartbeat's good. Thank you. I stopped fighting when I broke my leg. When I broke my leg in 2017, I had a fight in like 5 weeks. I was like 6 weeks out from a fight when I broke my leg. And then I never entertained or fathomed any type of combat again. I think about it every day though. Like if I can ever get back and enough, I would take a bare knuckle fight or a kickboxing fight or something. He was. You have to apply for an exemption. At that point, you had to apply for an exemption. Because Overeem was on TRT, he applied for the exemption. And then at one point, what happened, I was saying this earlier, with the exemption, they had to test your levels. And if your levels weren't within an acceptable range, like that's what happened. Remember, Overeem was supposed to fight Junior Dos Santos. Overeem beat Brock, and then he was supposed to fight Junior Dos Santos and get a title shot. And he failed his testosterone level check. And I think his shit was like 80-1 or something fucking crazy. So they pulled him from the fight, and they gave the fight to Frank Mir on short notice. And then Frank Mir got knocked out by JDS. But I think Brock could have used it. You just had to apply for the exemption. Brock pissed hot, though, a few times. And I think he was such a star that at that point, there was no USADA. There was no oversight governing body other than the athletic commissions. And the athletic commissions are corrupt, as we saw tonight in the boxing fight. Athletic commissions are always susceptible to corruption. Yeah, fuck USADA. USADA kind of fucked the sport up a little bit for a minute. And it's funny now. You see they got rid of USADA 100%. They got rid of USADA because of Conor McGregor. They were trying to get Conor McGregor back But Conor McGregor wasn't going to abide by the USADA rules for coming out of retirement, where you had to get whatever 3 clean tests or 6 months clean and a bunch of shit. He just wanted to fight even on gear as soon as possible, not have to get the clean test. The UFC got rid of USADA, but couldn't come to terms on booking Conor McGregor another fight. And why they couldn't come to terms, because Conor won't sign an extension. They could book Conor McGregor a fight tomorrow. The negotiations for signing an extension were not going well. They had the plan of he was going to fight Michael Chandler, and I think he has 2 fights left on his deal. He was going to fight Michael Chandler, and then they thought, we're going to sign him with a longer-term deal after this fight. Now, they have the new television deal coming up. They need Conor McGregor for that television deal. No other fight other than a Conor McGregor fight is going to draw this spike in numbers that they need to get a better deal from ESPN or Netflix or whoever. They need the Conor McGregor fight. So right now, they have 2 Conor McGregor fights, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, left on contract. They want him to sign an extension. That's why they're not quick to rush and give Conor fights, because Conor has now spoken that he wants out of his UFC deal. He wants to fight on his own shit. He wants to fight bare knuckle. He wants to take these celebrity boxing fights. Bro, could you imagine that, though? Like, I think Logan Paul. I don't know if Jake lives pretty clean, I think. Probably smokes a little weed, but I think Logan Paul probably does cocaine. Imagine if, like, the fucking richest person in Colombia was like, you guys are going to fight for 10 kilos and $50 million and put that fight on. Or something like that. I would love to see that. Like, I know it was like a rich Indian family or something that was going to put on that was talking about putting on the Jake Paul versus Conor McGregor fight, and UFC was shooting it down. But if UFC makes a bag, like, that's why UFC let Conor fight Floyd Mayweather, because the UFC got paid a bag of money by Floyd Mayweather's promotion company to let that fight happen. I think 50 million or something was the number, but they got paid a chunk of money to let that fight happen. They made their cut. If UFC can make their cut, they'll let Jake Paul or Logan Paul fight Conor McGregor. But they also want Conor under contract, so that way they got Conor to negotiate their new rights deal. And why, they don't want Conor to fight somewhere else. They want the money. A Conor McGregor fight probably generates $100 million on the low end. And then even if you look at the company, what was the company worth before Conor McGregor? And then you remember that one time when they asked him, like, Conor, what are you worth? And he was like, $4.2 billion. And that was what the company sold for. He's not wrong. The company 100x'd with Conor McGregor fights. And the sport of MMA grew. I watched it grow exponentially with Conor McGregor. Conor McGregor is the biggest superstar that sport's ever seen. Nobody's transcended the sport like him. Except you can then say Khabib and Dustin. How did they get big? They beat Conor McGregor. You get this boost if you beat Conor McGregor. And not so much Dustin, but Khabib. Khabib wasn't that big until he beat Conor McGregor. Then he got this crazy fucking boost. Like, Dustin Poirier was a good fighter, but when he beat Conor McGregor, this crazy fucking boost. Like, he beat Conor McGregor, then all of a sudden he's fucking selling hot sauce. Before that, he was just a fighter. Khabib beat Conor McGregor, then he's getting on the phone with fucking the Russian president and shit, and he's fucking getting all this money from the oligarchs. He became a world superstar. But yeah, Mayweather Promotions, and even like McGregor Promotions, whatever, they gave the UFC a bag of money to let that fight happen. And I think I remember seeing it, after Conor sparred Paulie Malignaggi, the UFC thought they had something. They were like, this could be something. Like, he could possibly, perfect storm. Mayweather's old. He's coming out of retirement. There's a realm where Conor could beat Mayweather. And he was doing great. If Conor doesn't gas in that fight, he might win a decision against Mayweather. He might have fucking beat Mayweather. And I know people will say it was Mayweather's strategy. Well, yes, but if Conor doesn't gas, if Conor had better cardio, he wins a decision against Mayweather. Even though probably the referee was a little bit corrupt in that fight, I feel like he was getting pummeled, but it was kind of a quick stoppage. There was no knockdown. He got stopped on the feet. But there's a realm where if Conor's cardio was even a smidge better, he makes it out of that 10th round. Was it the 10th round that fight got stopped? The 9th round, whatever it was. And then he comes back. Yes, that Conor McGregor uppercut is like a thing of legend. That was one of those punches where like a fucking inch, an inch either way, and he drops Mayweather or rocks his whole shit. People sleep on Mayweather though. Mayweather's got such a great chin. It's so underrated and not talked about when they talk about how great Mayweather is. His durability, his fight IQ, and his chin. His chin is probably his strongest attribute. Mayweather has always had an iron jaw. And he's been very good at rolling with punches and being defensive. I'm a Mayweather fan. I can't hate on Mayweather. I've always liked Mayweather. When I was a little kid, I remember watching Pretty Boy Floyd, and he was so exciting. And then he hurt his hands and turned into this different fighter, and then he kind of became a boring fighter, but he made the fights exciting with his talk, his opponents, the way he fought the opponents. And he wasn't like he was taking off the round. He wasn't fighting like Pernell Whitaker, where he wasn't throwing punches. He was still throwing punches. He always landed that clean right hand. He just wasn't doing what Pretty Boy Floyd used to do. Pretty Boy Floyd used to throw like 10 punch combinations. Like if you ever want to watch a great Floyd Mayweather performance, you go watch Floyd Mayweather versus Diego Corrales. That was prime Pretty Boy Floyd. But then he fucked up his hands and everything changed. But yeah, Conor McGregor almost a little bit better cardio, even a little bit more training. Like that was part of Mayweather's strategy too. He made the McGregor fight happen quick on short notice so that way Conor couldn't get his cardio up, couldn't get more boxing training in. Like a little bit more training, I think Conor could have did better in that fight. You got to remember too, Floyd was old. Floyd was up there in age. Conor was in his prime. But Conor had a short training camp for that fight. Floyd came in with the game plan that just so happened to hit the nail on the head, that he knew Conor was going to really slow down. And again, people make fun of Floyd. I know even now Floyd spoke up about Trump, so people are saying how stupid he is because he supports Trump. And people bring up the 50 Cent thing, like that he can't even read a page out of a Harry Potter book and he can't read and stuff, but he could obviously read the money on those checks. And there's a thing, there's definitely a correlation with being smart and being able to amass that much money and doing something with your money. Like I think I just saw a thing recently. I think he bought like 50 buildings, 15 or 50, something crazy, 25. If you Google it, you'll see. Floyd Mayweather just bought up a lot of property in Manhattan, bought up a lot of apartment buildings, a lot of fucking, I want to say $1 billion worth of fucking buildings. He bought some crazy amount of real estate recently in New York. Floyd Mayweather. I don't know, man. He looked, even though he had lost to Mayweather, he looked really good against. No, he didn't lose to Mayweather yet. That was before. That was after the Eddie Alvarez fight, right? Eddie Alvarez, he looked fucking amazing against. Like, what did he do? He beat Aldo. Then he was supposed to fight RDA. RDA got hurt, and then he fought Eddie Alvarez, right? If I'm not mistaken. Let me see. I gotta look that up now. But I remember he was supposed to fight RDA, which that could have changed the whole trajectory of it too. Does he beat RDA? Because at that point, RDA was pretty good, and RDA was a lot bigger than him. RDA was a big lightweight. Let me see. Okay, so he beat Aldo. Then he was supposed to fight RDA. RDA gets hurt. He loses to Nate Diaz, so he had to do that side quest. So after he knocked out Aldo, he lost to Nate Diaz. Then he beat Nate Diaz. Then he fought Eddie Alvarez. But yeah, he had a nice little run. Even the Holloway fight, that fight aged really well. RDA broke his foot, if I'm not mistaken. But that Holloway win, remember he outgrappled Max Holloway. And he tore his ACL or LCL or something. He had to get surgery on. So he was out with a leg injury. But yeah, that prime of Conor McGregor was a sight to watch. And just to see the sport fucking skyrocket in 10x. But again, like we were talking about before, could have been Lee Murray. It's all because the accent. The accent did something for the accent and the wit. And I feel like Lee Murray had that wit. Lee Murray was a little bit more of a sociopath, though, like a little bit more crazy eyes, and probably would have stabbed somebody or tried to kill someone. I don't know if Conor was that crazy. But yeah. Lee Murray was a fucking lunatic. Yeah, he blew his knee out in the Holloway fight. I think he found Max to be a little tricky on the feet, got a takedown, and then Max went for a lockdown at one point when Conor was trying to pass his guard, and the way Conor tried to pull his knee through, he tore his shit up. But, yeah, those are the golden days of the UFC. Like I think someone asked earlier in the chat, is the UFC declining? They're stagnant. Instead of this, what they have with Conor McGregor, or probably just Conor McGregor, it's the only time they've ever been like that. But without Conor McGregor, they've always been like this, on a steady uphill. Conor McGregor just made them fucking skyrocket. And now they don't have Conor. So yeah, they're at a little bit of a slow incline, not growing as much as they could. Like, Conor McGregor fights are fucking nuts. Like, I've watched Conor McGregor fights with groups of friends and groups of people, but then I remember I watched him versus Poirier the second time, and him versus Poirier the third time at bars, like clubs in Fort Lauderdale, and it was a fucking event. Like, I saw how many people were into. I would go to this bar for other UFC fights, and it was never even close to the same vibe and atmosphere as when Conor McGregor was fighting. When Conor McGregor was fighting, it was a fucking event and like a spectacle. Girls were out, groups of hoes out trying to watch Conor McGregor. Place was packed. People were engaged in the fight. Everyone was fucking screaming. Like the first fight when he got knocked out, I remember the bar going fucking apeshit nuts. Then the next fight when he broke his leg, I remember the place going fucking apeshit nuts. Versus other fights, I remember I watched at that same bar, Blachowicz versus Izzy. Couple of other fights that had nowhere near the same reaction as a Conor McGregor fight. Man Bun McGregor was legit. You know, what affected him in that Poirier fight was he focused, I think after he lost to Mayweather, he still stayed too focused on his boxing because I think he was going to try to take another boxing fight, and then he wound up going back to MMA, and his stance changed. Instead of like that bladed, wide stance, he got a little bit more upright and got away from his kicks. That was the first fight. Then he got hit with the calf kick, got fucked up a little bit. Then the rematch with Poirier, he got back to his kicking, but he came into the fight with a fucked up leg already, with a stress fracture that just fucking imploded. But yeah, McGregor, I think he was always a little bit more overhyped than he was, but it was the spectacle of it, the event. You know, I feel like he was always going to lose to Khabib. There is a realm where he could have did better against Khabib, but he gassed, got fucked up on the ground, couldn't hang with the grappling. Yes, right? He was supposed to fight Pacquiao, and even he was trying to get a Mayweather rematch pretty quick after that fight, and they just never materialized. Yeah, Khabib fucked him up. Just that Khabib caught him sleeping and dropped him with the right hand, and then that Khabib talked that shit to him. Was mauling him. One of the worst things, like I love Dominic Cruz, but he had terrible commentary on that fight. Where he said he's boxing him on the ground, he's making him gas out, and Joe Rogan was like, I don't know, I think he's fucking him up. I think he's getting fucked up. Even that fight though, Conor's biggest Achilles heel actually was always durability and getting to the fight healthy. That fight too, Conor had a fucked up foot. Like if you've ever seen that video, the McGregor Forever movie on YouTube or Netflix, you see leading up to that fight, he had a fucked up foot. And then supposedly right after that fight, he was a cokehead before, but then right after that fight, got worse with the cocaine. Supposedly assaulted a girl sexually. Yeah, Mike Goldberg was bad, but I'm talking about just that one fight. Dominic Cruz was bad, where he was saying that he was trying to say Conor was doing like a rope-a-dope on the ground with Khabib, and Joe Rogan was like, no, 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 no. He's getting fucked up right now. Like, he's definitely not doing any type of rope-a-dope. He's getting fucking mauled. But yeah, those Dagestanis are no joke. But I do think Ilya is from that part of the world. He's got a little bit more of a silver spoon, but he's skilled. I think he may have something for Islam. Islam's getting up there in age. And the thing with Islam too, John Jones is the outlier. He's the exception to the rule. Maybe there'll be another John Jones where they can keep winning, and the only way that they're going to get a loss is they were beating up somebody so bad that they had to disqualify them. But Kamaru Usman, I think, got to 12 and then lost in a row. Anderson, I think, was 14, 15, and then he lost. Islam's right there now. He's going to lose one of these next 2 or 3 fights. It's bound to happen. It's just the history statistics of MMA. You can only stay undefeated or winning consecutive fights for so long before you finally get caught. Zig when you should have zagged. Yes. And then the craziest thing is when you hear the backstory of that, which is Conor offered the guy proper 12, and the guy shit on proper 12, so Conor punched him. That's funny. It's fucked up, but it's funny. I like Topuria. I'm going to root for Topuria. Obviously, wouldn't be surprised if Islam won, but I like Topuria's skill set and how it matches up with Islam. We've seen Poirier give Islam a little bit of trouble. I think Topuria is a better grappler than Islam. I mean, Topuria is a better grappler. Topuria is a better grappler than Poirier. Their names are close, so I was fucking up there. And I think that Poirier's got crisper striking than Poirier. Poirier is just a fucking dog. We haven't seen that dog into Poirier yet because we haven't seen anybody take him there, but I think he's a better grappler than Poirier. Poirier had success against Islam. And I think Topuria is a better grappler than, what's his name? Alex Volkanovski. And Alex had a very good fight against Islam. So I've seen some moments where I think Islam could be beat, even though he's done very good so far. I think his one loss, Islam, was kind of a premature stoppage. He got flashed real quick. He popped right back up. Alex is going to win this one. I think Volk wins this. Or are you talking about Pereira? I think Pereira wins too. I think Volk beats Diego Lopez. I think Alex Pereira is going to beat Ankalaev. But I worry about Pereira. I worry about Pereira because I always say it's easier to become champion than it is to stay champion. Because when you become champion, you got more money, you got more obligations, you're getting pulled in all these directions, you might not be training as hard, you might not have as many training sessions a day, blah, blah, blah. So I wonder if we're going to get that same Alex. Ankalaev's fucking hungry. He's starving. He's trying to become champion. So he's probably training 2-3 times a day, 6 days a week, an active rest day, where Alex Pereira is traveling more. He's in other gyms. He's not in his home gyms and blah, blah, blah. But, like you said, he is very consistent, Pereira. So you got to give him that. Pereira doesn't stop. And we've seen him take fights on short notice. He's showing up in shape. We've seen him keep showing up. So he knows how to fight. He also, part of it too is you don't just look at how many MMA fights he has. You look at how many kickboxing fights he has. He's got a lot of combat experience. So he knows how to show up and knows how to get ready for a fight. I'm not doing bad, Henny, even though you're being a weirdo. But yeah, we try to keep that, like Demetrius Johnson says, don't come over here with that gay shit. Uncle Lave? Who the fuck is Uncle? Oh, Ankalaev. Yeah, but Ankalaev is not Khabib or Islam. He's not that level of grappling. He's from that part of the world, but he's not that level of grappling. So, I think it's going to be more of a striking match. I think Pereira's going to get started early with the low kicks, kind of fuck up what Ankalaev's got going on. But yes, it's 4:30 here, so I'm probably gonna wrap it up. I'll go one more topic. Throw another topic at me besides my dick size. Henny loves gay porn. Oh my god. Why we gotta go this way? Why we gotta end the chat on this type of shit? But good night of fights. Good Saturday of fights. Again, like I talked about earlier, I thought Roach got robbed. I thought Ribovics got robbed. Worst UFC card in recent memory that I can recall. Terrible main event. I mean, the main event was good, but it was a terrible fight to be the main event. Terrible co-main event, but it was a good fight. But as far as name value, anything like that wasn't good. Yeah. Hopefully, next week, UFC 313 is a good one. I got robbed as well because I had some parlays. Don't really know, never really knew Randleman. I was always a big fan of Randleman. I used to use him in all the video games back in the day. Always was a huge Randleman fan. I always thought, especially obviously the way he looked and he was such a good wrestler, I always thought he was such a better talent than he showed. Like his skills weren't there, but he was similar to Phil. He didn't train year round. He didn't, I'll use GSP always as the example. GSP traveled. And the story about GSP too was he would always try to go with people better than him. He would try to go with people better at jiu-jitsu. He'd try to go with better kickboxers. He'd try to go with better wrestlers so he'd get fucked up. I don't think like Randleman, Phil, and those guys really did that. They kind of stayed with the same people, beat up the same guys, weren't going with guys better than them in other disciplines and shit. A lot of Randleman's training. I know toward the end of Randleman's career, he was living in Vegas and kind of traveling to gyms and shit, but a lot of his training used to be him and Mark Coleman beating each other up, just using wrestling. So they didn't have the best training. Like I remember the best Mark Coleman we saw was when Mark Coleman switched things up and went to Militich and started training at Militich. And then he won the Grand Prix. He wound up getting better fucking work. You gotta switch things up, and you always gotta try to go to better gyms. He lost to Fedor, Randleman. Almost beat Fedor. He slammed him on his head and then got Kimura'd. That's dope. UFC 313 should be a good one. So that's what we'll end it with. Quick rundown of UFC 313. I'll hopefully get out a video this week of maybe I'll do a preview or something. Maybe I'll set up an interview. I gotta get on my shit. But I'm a slacker like we all are sometimes. Joshua Van versus Rio Tusara. Maybe I'll go Rio Tusara. He's undefeated. The homie Curtis Blades versus Rizvan Kuniev. Curtis Blades is a good dude. Spoken to him a few times. He used to train with one of my old buddies. Joshua Marsh. Used to go out and train with Curtis Blades. They had the same manager for a while. Francis Marshall. But they got Curtis Blades like the second fight on the card. So he really dropped down. Oh, weirdo chat. Marion Santos versus Francis Marshall. Alex Moreno versus Carlos Lee. Ozzy Diaz versus DeJordan Santos. Bruno Ferreira versus Armor Petrosian. That's a pretty good fight. I'm interested in that one. Then you got the main card. So the undercard's looking a little weak. Jalen Turner versus Ignacio Bermudez. That's a good fight. I don't know about a large bet. What's a large bet? Definitely bet something, but hedge it a little bit. Bet bet something on Alex, but also maybe bet something on Ankalaev. I feel like Ankalaev is going to be an underdog. Or I'll check right now, actually. Bobby Green versus Mauricio Rufio should be a good one, but I think Rufio is probably going to beat him up. Bobby Green's getting up there in age. He's a good dude as well, Bobby Green, but what is he? 38. He's up there. The absolute worst fight on this card that has no business being on the pay-per-view. Everyone should contact the UFC and tell them I want a discount on this card because Amanda Lemos versus Jasmine Lucindo is on the main card. This fight fucking sucks. It's a terrible fight. Both of these girls are not very skilled. I don't want to watch this shit. This bitch is 38 years old. Get the fuck off my TV, Amanda Lemos. Go home. And I've talked to her at some UFC events. She doesn't speak English, but I've asked her. She's not bad, but get the fuck off my TV. Shit's garbage. That's going to be the feature fight. That's terrible. Justin Gaethje versus Rafael Fiziev. Wish it would have been Dan Hooker. Yeah, I like Bobby Green. He's a good dude. I'd rather watch CM Punk versus Mike Jackson. Absolutely. Than Amanda Lemos versus Jasmine Lucinda. Gaethje versus Fiziev rematch. Should be a good one. Rooting for Gaethje. I don't know where Gaethje goes with the loss in this fight or if he gets knocked out by Fiziev. And then Pereira versus Ankalaev. Let me see what they have right here, actually. Oof. They got Rafael Fiziev as the favorite over Justin Gaethje, even though Gaethje already beat him. Then we got Alex Pereira versus Ankalaev. So Ankalaev is a slight underdog. So yeah, if you're going to bet something big on Pereira, maybe you put a little sprinkle on Ankalaev. Yes, I'll probably be watching Eubank versus Ben. Is that next week? I try to watch everything. I try to stream everything. I'll do like a live stream and play-by-play on here. I try to stream a little bit on TikTok, even though TikTok always bans me. Gaethje right now is near even, but he's plus 105. Yeah, so a few months away. I'll definitely watch it. I think Ben probably takes it. Should be a good one, though. I'm always, I like that boxing's putting on some good fights lately. I feel like they're delivering because they were absolutely getting left behind by the UFC. But now boxing's finally starting to put on some good shit. All right, I could see that. Alex 4th round TKO. That's definitely in play. I could see that being a possibility. Again, Ankalaev is not... Where is he from, Ankalaev? I know he's managed, if I'm not mistaken, by Rizvan. He's from Dagestan, but he's not that same guy from Dagestan. He's not those typical... He's 11-1 with one draw, so he's tough. He has the 1-no contest with Johnny Walker. A draw with Jan Blachowicz that was a title fight that no one became champion. But he's more of a striker. He is not a grappler. A triangle choke loss to Paul Craig in his first UFC fight. So he lost his first UFC fight. He hasn't lost since. And he's been impressive, but Pereira is a fucking machine. So I gotta go Pereira. Is Crawford Canelo official? I don't think that fight's official yet. I think they're still speculating. But if it is official for September, I thought Crawford was younger, but then I saw Canelo's actually younger, so that makes me lean a lot more towards Canelo. For some reason, I thought Canelo was older, but he's not. And then you look at Pereira, he's 9-1 in the UFC. His one loss is to Israel Adesanya back in 2023. He stopped, so that's a big thing too. He stopped. He has a split decision win over Blachowicz, and since then, he's stopped 4 title contenders. Jerry twice, Jamal Hill, and Roundtree. So it's like since he became champion at 205, he's elevated his game that much more. The last fight that I went to, I haven't been to a fight in a minute. The last fight I went to, actually, I went to a boxing fight last year. I went to Calum Walsh. Calum Walsh's fight last year at Madison Square Garden on St. Patrick's Day. Last UFC fight that I've been to, it's been a minute. You know, I was moving, and then I got fucking hurt, so I stopped really wanting to go to fights because I can't move the way I used to. The last UFC fight I went to, I think, was Aljamain versus O'Malley. I think was the last one, if I'm not mistaken. Good night of fights, but it was a minute ago. So I'll end it on that. I used to have one of the greatest hookups ever. I went to a UFC event. One of my friends was fighting on a UFC in Atlantic City. And then we all went to the after party. You know, Atlantic City is only so big, so everyone was kind of partying with each other. Uh, Craziest thing I saw at a UFC event, this event. The UFC in Atlantic City years ago. The main event was Edson Barbosa versus Kevin Lee. There was like 20 fights in the crowd. So I've been to a bunch of UFC events. This event, though, was the most fights I've ever seen in the crowd. And not like little scraps that security separated. Fights that went on for like 5 minutes that no security ever showed up, that we were sitting like, oh, fuck, like these guys are fucking brawling right now. And at least 20 fights. They wouldn't stop. Every time the fight would get broken up and die down, another fight would break up. They weren't stopping the action. Fights were going on in the cage, and there were better fights going on in the crowd. It was a crazy fucking night. But after that fight, after party was at one of the bars. Everyone's there, and me and my friends start drinking. Oh, I'll even start with that first. So, you ever see Gilbert Melendez's wife? She's good looking. Gilbert Melendez's wife is good looking, especially when she's done up. Did she? I don't think she fought in the UFC, but she's definitely fought before. But Gilbert Melendez's wife is there, and she's looking good. She's like a hot Asian chick. And my friend starts like hitting on her, like looking at her like, damn, who the fuck's that girl? She's hot. And starts like talking to her. All of a sudden, someone else is like, no. That's Gilbert Melendez's wife. So we turn, and Gilbert Melendez is fucking mean mugging my boy. Jake Shields is mean mugging me. So it's like, oh, fuck. Like, what did you just get us into? And my boy is, you know, high-level jiu-jitsu practitioner, has some MMA fights. Like, I don't give a fuck about Jake Shields. I'll fucking punch that guy. Fuck that guy. So I'm like, oh, fuck. I'm not trying to fight Jake Shields right now. Like, what the fuck? And then, luckily, my old wrestling coach was this guy named Kyle Seminara who knew both of them. He was married to Caitlin Chukagian. They were all there. So him being there, and I was talking to him at one point, kind of diffused the situation. But Gilbert Melendez was like mean mugging us and like pointing at us and talking and like, who the fuck is that guy? And someone was like, oh no, he's cool, he's with us. He's like, he's fucking talking to my wife. Like, no, relax. So we're all drinking and shit. And then me and my boy were about to fight Gilbert Melendez and Jake Shields. Probably wouldn't have went well for us. But I don't give a fuck. I make stupid decisions all the time. I've actually been in altercations with fighters before, and it's never strayed from my mind like maybe this isn't something I should do. I'm always a fucking idiot. But we're sitting there partying, and some guy sees what just happened, and he's like, you two are fucking crazy. Like, those guys are UFC fighters. And we're like, we could fight a little bit too. And the guy's like, hold on, I got to buy you guys a drink. Starts buying us drinks. We start talking to these guys. It winds up that it was Sean Shelby, who we knew of. It was the director of ticket operations. It was Reed Harris, who used to own the WEC and now works for the UFC, and a couple of other people. So we're talking to the one guy, and he's like, I'm the ticket guy. Like, I'm the guy. Like, if you need tickets, I get tickets. Like, so when Dana White needs tickets, Dana White hits up me and tells me tickets. So I get the emails and I make the tickets. I do. When Dana White gives a seating chart, he gives me the seating chart. I make all the arrangements, blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, oh, shit. So you're like the fucking guy I want to know. And he's like, pretty much. So we're just having drinks with this guy, laughing. At one point, I'm like, you're not supposed to smoke weed in the club. I'm like, chiefing little blunts in the corner and shit, smoking weed in the club. And then this guy's like, listen, end of the night, he's like, take my number. Anytime you ever need tickets, use my fucking number. Take my email, take my phone number, hit me up. So I'm thinking, like, it's, when you meet people when you're drunk, it's like, yeah, we'll do something. We'll hang out tomorrow. Like, it's bullshit. UFC came up. It was the event where Daniel Cormier fought Derek Lewis. So I'm like, this event's coming up. I'm going to try the fucking guy. I hit him up. Gets right back to me. He's like, you coming? How many tickets you want? I'm like, 2. He's like, I'll give you 4. Can you get a couple people to come with you? I'm like, absolutely. He hits me back. He's like, all right, you're good. Just when you come, give your name at will call. Everything's good. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to have decent seats, nosebleed seats. Any seats are good. It's MSG. Tickets at MSG are crazy expensive whenever there's a UFC there. So I hit up my one friend. I hit up my brother-in-law, and I forget who the other person was. I think I had my like one of my old sponsors for my podcast. He brought another person. So I have my 4 people. I go to the window. I get my fucking 4 tickets. I open up the envelope. They all say 0. Like that's how much the price is, 0. And then I look and I'm like, what the fuck? Like 10. These are on the floor. These are like really good seats. We start walking in and I'm like, oh shit, like the seats keep getting better and better as I'm walking in. I wind up with like 8th row seats on a lifted platform. There's like 10 seats in my little box, and I'm on this lifted platform, and I got 4 of the seats. I'm like, holy shit, I'm on like the 8th row. I have the best view of the cage I could get. And then as the fights start going on, I start seeing all the fighters start walking in. So there's that one floor area where they sit maybe 20, 40 fighters. Then they put all the other fighters like wherever they can fit them. So everyone comes in, like the fucking A-list are all sitting on the floor. Celebrities, fucking Jake Gyllenhaal, people like that. Then they start sitting all the other fighters like behind me, 10 rows behind me, like 15 rows behind me. And I'm like looking at all them like, oh shit. They're like, how the fuck did you get up there? My tickets, I then am like, yo, let me see this. I go on Ticketmaster. I start looking up because there's still a couple like single seats available. I'm like, yo, these are like $2,000 seats. This is 4 seats. This is $8,000 worth of seats. This guy gave me $8,000 worth of seats. He then texts me while the fights are going on. He's like, did you make it? How are your seats? I'm like, bro, they're fucking amazing. These are like the best seats I ever had at a UFC event. I'm like, you're the fucking man. He's like, anytime. We're all going to Mustang Sally's after the fight. Make sure you come. We'll have a drink. I'm like, oh, shit, bet. The fights end. We go to Mustang Sally's, and it's the ticket guy, and he's sitting with Jeff Nowitzki, the fucking USADA guy. So he's like, line him up. We line up shots. We take some shots. He's like, whatever you're drinking tonight, it's on me. We get a couple rounds of drinks, and I'm like, bro, I can't thank you enough for those seats. Those seats were fucking amazing. Now you're buying me drinks. Like, you're being too good to me. He's like, hey, man, I only get so many seats that I can fill and that I have. He's like, I never get to fill my seats. I don't have like a traveling band or friends that travel with me with the fights. He's like, I know you're a diehard fight fan. Anytime you want seats. Anytime I have seats. Anytime. So I'm like, I'm going to take you up on that. So the next, like, you know, they don't come to New York every fucking week, but I'm like, I'm not going to start traveling just to follow, like, groupie this guy and take his seats, but I should have. I then hit him up for like 2-3 events later, and I'm not even going. I tell him, hey, I have a couple of friends in fucking Vegas who want to go to the fights. Can you hook them up? He's like, bet. He gives my friends like fucking 7th row seats, the same fucking deal. I then hit him up. I think they went to Canada. I hit him. I knew people from like social media that I hit up. I'm like, hey man, I got fucking seats if you need them. I hit him up. I'm like, these are the guys' names. He fucking leaves them at will call. I got seats for like fucking 6 people, 6 different times. Next time they come to New York, I hit him up, or they came to New Jersey. I hit him up like, hey man, I need seats. Gives me fucking these same amazing seats. The most expensive ones he ever gave me were MSG, and those ones were fucking insane, especially because it's MSG. But then I hit him up again. He doesn't get back to me. Then I text him. I always used to hit him up through email, like his official UFC email. Then I text him like, yo, man, you still good? He's like, oh, you know, had problems with my wife. She was upset that I was traveling too much, so I quit the UFC. I left on good terms, though. I'm taking a job with the Vegas Knights. And he wound up leaving the Vegas Knights and taking another job. Like, he wound up bouncing around a little bit as a ticket guy. If you ever come to Vegas, you need Vegas Knights or T-Mobile, any type of T-Mobile tickets, let me know. I never hit him up, but I lost the UFC hookup. He then tried to, like, grandfather me in with the new UFC ticket guy. I hit that guy up for Masvidal Diaz. So I had press passes for Masvidal Diaz at MSG. But I hit this guy up seeing if I can get the fucking seats, like the tickets. And he was like, there's no comps for this event. And I'm like, yeah, but I know fucking Tony. Like, he's like, and he responded again, there's no comps for this event. I'm sorry. And then I think I tried one more time, and the guy hit me with the same thing. I wasn't his guy. He was probably giving tickets to somebody else and had his people, so I got the no comp. So I lost my ticket guy, left the UFC, ruined one of the greatest things ever. But I had 3 or 4 events where I went to where the tickets were amazing. And then, like I said, I was able to hook up other people. So yeah, it was definitely the UFC lottery. My first ever event was UFC 39 at Mohegan Sun. It was fucking amazing. And BJ Penn stories at BJ Penn versus Nate Diaz. Throughout the fight week, or not BJ Penn versus, at Jake Paul versus Nate Diaz, the whole week I became friends with Nate Diaz's team, Jake Paul's team too, but like more friendly with Nate Diaz's team. At the post-fight press conference, I had some good questions for Nate Diaz. I then asked him, I walked up to him and was like, yo, Nate, where the blunts at? And he was like, yeah, where the blunts at? Yo, man, roll something up so when I leave here, I got something to smoke, man. And then I started talking to his people. They're like, you coming to the after party? I'm like, bet. Where is it at? They give me where their hotel is, their after party. They're like, it was Dallas, so everything closed early. They're like, we're all going to congregate here, meet up here, and we'll fucking chill. I go to this after party. It was kind of like a bring your own beer thing because all the bars and shit were closed. And we're chilling. And then all of a sudden, one of the guys I kind of knew, he's like, hey, man, you got a lighter? I'm like, yeah, I got a lighter. He's like, you trying to smoke? I'm like, yeah, I'm trying to smoke. I hand him my lighter. He takes my lighter, and he fucking hands it to this guy walking up. The guy walking up is BJ Penn. So BJ Penn takes my lighter. I then follow BJ Penn and this other guy from Diaz's crew outside. We formed a little cipher, and I watched BJ Penn use my lighter to spark up a joint. And then pass me my lighter, I spark up a blunt, and then we put some fucking blunts and joints in rotation. And I got to hang out and smoke with BJ Penn. Me, my friend Rob, that came to the fights with me, and a couple of fucking the Nate Diaz hanger-oners. And I was like, bro, if you were running for governor and I lived in Hawaii, I would have voted for you. If you ran for president, I would vote for you. And he started dying laughing, and he's like, that's the plan, man. That's the plan. I'm trying to be governor, bro. I'm going to run again. Fuck that shit. I'm going to run again. And then I watched BJ Penn get faded. I watched him go from like anxiety or like, being in the moment, getting surrounded by fans and shit, to him like unwinding and chilling. And I just kept telling him, stories. I was like, bro, you versus GSP that first time you fought, that shit was crazy. I invited all my friends over and they didn't know who you were. And then when you walked out, they all started saying like, this guy's fucking nuts. I love this guy. Like the way BJ walked out for that fight. He was like screaming, punching his gloves and shit. He made a bunch of fans. He made all my friends turn to fans of BJ Penn. I was also hyping him up. Like, no, you guys don't know. This guy's the fucking best. But yeah, I got to be in a blunt cipher with BJ Penn at the Nate Diaz fight. The goal was obviously Nick and Nate. But Nate was there with his wife. Didn't have like a party type of night. He kind of like went back to the hotel room and fucking just chilled out. But his crew all partied at this hotel, and I got to sit and party with them. Would have loved to have partied with Nate. At least get into a cipher with Nate, pass Nate a blunt or something, but didn't get to. Didn't get to live my childhood fantasy. But got to smoke with BJ Penn, so that is something checked off the list. Lil Evil versus Penn. Yes, UFC 35. You talking about that one? Great fight. Remember BJ armbarred him like at the bell? And you thought BJ won, but it was like, no, done. It's done. The round was over. And then BJ had an adrenaline dump and kind of gassed, and then Jens Pulver started piecing him up a little bit. But yeah, that was a great fight. I should have like framed the lighter or put the lighter aside. I definitely still have the lighter, but it's like in a pile of lighters. I wish I would, what sucks is, I wish I would have documented it, but I didn't have the wherewithal because I was already fucked up and partying. I should have just turned my camera on or something because I had a camera with me. I didn't have it around my neck or nothing. I should have but I didn't want to be that guy. Like, I was invited to the after party. I didn't want to be that spaz who started being the media and the journalists at the after party. Hindsight, though, I wish I had a fucking little mini camera or a 360 camera or something. And I could have documented that shit. And then BJ kind of, you know how it is when you take someone's lighter to use, you kind of steal it. He kind of almost stole my lighter. And I was like, "You got my lighter? You got that shit?" He's like, "Oh shit, man, I'm sorry, bro. You know how that is." And then we have one of those conversations about how you almost always steal someone's lighter. But yeah, I've been around it. I've been around the sport. And I'm not done yet. I got to get back in the mix the way I used to be. You know what happened? I moved and then I got rear-ended. I got into a car accident and I fucked my whole body up physically. I fucked up my neck and my lower back. So I kind of like got mentally out of going to an event. I can't carry my bag anymore the way I used to. And I don't have the confidence of if something happens, I can help myself and protect myself. Now I'm a little fucked up. Was it Steve Mazzagatti? Might have been, but I remember just watching that fight. And, I was a young kid back then. I was a teenager. But I remember thinking BJ won and being like, oh shit, he did it. He fucking won. And then they stopped it and were like, no, no, end of the round. I might watch that fight actually before I go to sleep because that'll give me some nostalgia. Those fights too, like early on when it started at UFC 30. And remember, if you watched UFC 30, it was Zuffa's first pay per view when they finally got it back on pay per view. Tito Ortiz and Magnuchenko were like walking out, and then the pay per view cut off, and you didn't get to see that fight. Like their pay per view time ran over, and they fucked up, and they didn't. You got to pay to get overage on a pay per view back in the day, and they didn't pay, so nobody got to see Magnuchenko versus Tito. I had to go online and read the play by play. And then I think by like UFC 30, they didn't have that problem at 31 or 32, but I think those fights ended early. And then I think 33 was the first fight. Or 33 might be the one that cut off. 30 might have been Evan Tanner, I forget. But then it was by like 34 was the first time that they had it where it ran past the pay-per-view. And then that night, the fight that they showed at the very end, so when the main event happened, the fight they showed at the very end was Phil Baroni, was from the prelims, and it was Phil Baroni versus Matt Lindland. And that's a good fight. If you ever want to go back and watch a good old school fight, both of their fights were good. Phil lost both of them, but they were both entertaining. Phil Baroni versus Lindland 1 at UFC 34, and Phil Baroni versus Lindland 2 at UFC 41. Yes, Mazuchenko fought Tito. I got to check my accuracy, though, because now I'm starting to wonder, what was UFC 30? I think it was UFC 33 I'm thinking of. UFC 33 was the one that cut off. 30 was when Tito slammed Evan Tanner, if I'm not mistaken. But 33 was the one that ran late and fucked up. Let me see. Yes, 33 was the one that fucked up and ran late. And yes, 30 was, remember Tito and Evan Tanner was like a 30-second slam, and he knocked him out with the headbutt more than the slam, like he slammed him and then headbutted him. But yeah, because Tito fought like shit that night. He fought very safe, but that's because Mazuchenko was a better wrestler than Tito. Yeah, you know what it is? My neck is fucked up. So, and I have, dare I say it, I have beef with a lot of people. So I know if I go to fights, I might run into some ops, and I got to fucking fight to the death or scrap with some people. And even just my personality, like if someone starts with me, I try to diffuse the situation, but I'll also get into something if I have to. So I get anxiety. I started getting anxiety about going to events simply because I can't move the way I used to. Carry my bags and shit, whatever. So yeah, I built up some anxiety when I got hurt. As soon as I got hurt, the first thing I thought is I got to go buy some guns. I got to get a carrying license and go buy some guns. I appreciate Milwaukee. I want to go to Milwaukee one day. Shout out to Rufu Sport. But yeah, I got a lot of good stories. Worst UFC ever was 149. What was 149? Have I ever seen Chuck Liddell fight live? Let me see. I don't think so. I've met Chuck in passing. I don't think I ever saw him fight live. No. Would have loved to, though. Was a big Chuck fan. Always was a big Chuck fan. Chuck used to pull porn stars. He was dating Willa Ford at one point, who was a hot. He stole Willa Ford from one of the Backstreet Boys, which was fucking great. And he used to bang porn stars, so. And he stole Jose Canseco's wife, too. Yeah, I love guns. Big fan of guns. First thing my brain thought was, yep, I got to get a gun. I got to start carrying a gun. And not to shoot and kill people. Like, if I ever had to, I will point the gun at someone, and then I'm going right down to their feet, and I'm shooting the shit out of both of their feet and both of their lower legs. And then we're fighting. Because I got a fucked up leg on top of a fucked up neck and a fucked up back. So I got to make it a fair fight. I'm going to shoot you in the feet, shoot you in the shins, and then we're fighting. Then we're dancing. You know how it is. You got to make shit fair. Barao versus Faber. Bro, Barao and Faber are fighting again. Have you seen this? Yeah, Chuck was a real cocksman. Chuck was cleaning up. And never ugly, always hot chicks. Oh, who's the one porn chick he was banging? He was dating her for a while. Can't remember her name, though. Can't remember her fucking name, but he was dating a hot porn chick for a minute. Yeah, Chuck was doing rails of coke and banging porn stars. Then he moved on to pop stars. Then he moved on to Jose Canseco's wife. No, it wasn't Katie Morgan. It could have been. He might have banged. Wait. He might have banged Katie Morgan too. I'm going to type in Chuck Liddell's porn star girlfriend. And then you guys can Google her and see what she looked like. Let's see. Makachev wins Gaethje. No, let me see. Chuck Liddell. All right, here's the picture of what's her name. Jaden James. That's who Chuck was banging, Jaden James. Hot brunette chick. But much respect to Chuck. And I'd imagine he ran through a bunch of other chicks too. There was a point when he was the celebrity. Yes, I support the Tate brothers being in the U.S. Good for them. Wrongfully persecuted. I got no beef with the Tate brothers. But yeah, Jaden James, if you guys want something good to do before you go to sleep tonight, go check out some old school Jaden James videos. She was a pro. She's very hot. Big fan of hers. And yeah, she blowing Chuck Liddell for a minute. Good for her. Good for Chuck. And then Chuck moved on to Willa Ford. Then he moved on to Jose Canseco's ex-wife. Much respect for the OGs. And I appreciate you guys for joining me, but big problem, big fan of who? Jaden James? Yeah, she was a pro. I'd be lying if I said I didn't watch a couple of, I saw who she was with Chuck Liddell, and I was like, I used to watch her video. I used to download her videos off LimeWire and Napster. You guys remember LimeWire back in the day? Is anyone in here old enough to remember LimeWire? I download like 10 movies and then I'd sneak in a Jaden James video in the middle of that. LimeWire was the shit back in the day. But yeah, I appreciate you guys. Normally, oh yeah, I love Napster. Normally, I go live for fights. I want to try to start doing more of this shit where I get on and just talk and tell stories and shit. Got to get back into doing interviews though. That's something I've always liked and been passionate about. I feel like a lot of the interviews I've always seen were kind of corny. Where if you go and watch a lot of the interviews we've done in the past, we try to ask different questions. We try to, I feel like, get to the questions that people want to talk about. But yeah, ask them if they smoke weed, if they party, what's the roster looking like, shit like that, and then get into some fight questions that we actually want to hear them answer. Like one of the worst things. Oh, I can get Ray. I got Ray's number. Ray's. So I have one funny thing. Like, we used to be Menace and the Man, and so if you break, how I don't know if you ever seen how New Yorkers are, but they're ball breakers. Like a lot of people break balls. So one time we walked in. Now he was just fucking with me, but it was funny because everyone else wasn't sure if he was fucking with me. But he likes me, Ray. We've always been cool. I walked into the gym, and he was about to get hip surgery, and he had like a grunted look on his face. We said hello to him, and then everyone was like, "Oh man, Ray looks miserable." I was like, "I think Ray looks fucking great. I haven't seen him look this good in a minute." And he thought I was breaking his balls, so he's like, "Really, guy? Here we are, Menace and the douchebag. What the fuck are you doing here?" And then we started talking about how at UFC, I had a moment with Dana White at UFC. I think it was whenever Pajeda beat Adesanya, where I was trying to ask Dana White about Stipe, and Dana White tried to dance around my question, and I kept drilling him. I was like, no, 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 no. What about Stipe Miocic? Like, are we really going to let Stipe retire and become a fireman? And what I was trying to get to was, why aren't we paying him money and getting him a fight? We're really going to let him retire and be a fireman? Like, really? I was wasted, though. Matt Favola beat Drew Dober that night. So I had a bunch of friends there. We were pounding shots. So many fucking people that I knew were there. I had a drink with all of them. I was wasted. And then they handed me the microphone while Dana White was talking. And I wanted to ask him what's going on with John Jones, but someone already asked about John Jones. So I kept asking him what's going on with the heavyweight division. And I wouldn't let Dana get away. Dana tried to skate away, and I was like, I just kept going back. I kept talking in circles, basically, and asking him about Stipe and the heavyweight division. And then I brought up how the negotiation with Francis Ngannou weren't going well. I some people say I pissed Dana off. I didn't. He actually enjoyed it. The PR lady messaged me after the fact and was like, that was great. Dana loved it. But had a little back and forth with Dana, and I was wasted. But was mainly trying to get to the gist of the heavyweight division. But even that night, Ray Longo, when Ray Longo was like, Menace and the douchebag, Ray Longo started breaking my balls. He's like, what the fuck were you doing? What the fuck were you doing at that press conference? I don't even think Dana knew what the fuck you were saying. Like, I don't even think you know what you were saying. And then I said to him, like, yeah, because Frivola won that night, and I bumped into his brother after the fight, and he lined up shots, and I was fucking wasted. Why the fuck did they let me even go in there? Like, I was fucking wasted. And then they got me in here asking fucking questions. Say what you will, unprofessional, super professional. I think super professional. You got to get to the answers. You got to grill the people and try to get the answer out of them. We didn't get the answer out of him. He said, Stipe might retire. We might never see Stipe again. And then I said to him, so you're saying that Stipe Miocic might retire based off the negotiations? And he's like, I didn't say that. I see what you're doing with this. I didn't say that. And I was like, you kind of said that. Pretty high, actually. We used to ask this question a lot, kind of like body count question, but yeah, mine's pretty high. Me and Menace, back in the day, at one point, we tried to count, and I don't even know. I don't know. There's girlfriends that I kind of forgot that I go, oh yeah, I dated that girl for like yeah, I was with that girl for years. You know, your brain, you get old, smoke a lot of weed, you get hit in the head a bunch, you kind of forget a lot of the numbers, but it's up there. Definitely over 100. Absolutely over 100. Easily. I lived in South Florida, Fort Lauderdale, Miami area from like 18 to 21. Then I lived down there again from like 25 to 27 with a girlfriend. Then I moved back there in 2020 for COVID and just did some cleaning up, you know? Cleaning up. Got to stay attacking the hose, but it's up there. It's definitely up there. I think I seen him get fucked up once actually. Let me see. I didn't get to see prime Anderson Silva. I'm pretty sure I got to see over the hill Anderson Silva. Let me double check. Um all right, maybe not. I was thinking that I saw him at UFC 220. Pretty sure I saw him get fucked up one time, Anderson. But never got to see that prime Anderson. Love Khabib. There's a picture floating around online of me and Khabib chilling. Me, Khabib, and Dennis the Menace Bermudez. I I was always friendly with Rizvan, who is Islam and Khabib's manager, and then Ali's like their American manager, but Rizvan's like their Russian contact. And when he had the Eagle FC events, I was invited to go as the media, and then I went to all the Eagle FCs that Khabib did in Florida, and he was always cool. No beef with Khabib. No beef with Khabib's team. They were always cool. I think he retired early, but then I also, same thing like I said with Islam, it's just a matter of time before somebody catches him. Let me see. No, that was in Brazil. Oh, yeah, I saw him get fucked up at UFC 208, but then he won. I saw Anderson Silva fight Derek Brunson, and he lost, but they gifted him a decision. He got fucked up by Derek Brunson. If you go back and watch that fight, one of the biggest robberies, if I remember correctly, in UFC. He lost to Derek Brunson, but they gifted him a decision. I also saw on that card Glover Teixeira beat Jared Cannonier, Poirier versus Jim Miller, Bilal versus Randy Brown, Islam versus Nick Lentz. There were some good fights on that card. And then the main event was Geraint Durandamain versus Holly Holm. That's one of the fights where I had really good seats. And Holly Holm, remember, got hit a couple times after the bell by Geraint Durandamain. Twice, I think. Geraint Durandamain should have got fucking disqualified, but they didn't give a fuck about her. Or about Holly Holm. They did Holly Holm dirty. Yeah, Kyle Kingsbury was an OG as well. He was around for a minute. As a human being, I don't know about that. But he was cool the times I was around him. I asked to take a picture with him, and he took a picture with us, no problem. He also showed respect to Dennis Bermudez, which I always appreciated when fighters did that. I don't think Tyson took a dive. I just think he was 60 years old. Old as fuck. Shouldn't have been in there. Yes, Rampage tried to steal my girlfriend out of Bellator one time. Rampage fought Joey Beltran at a Bellator event and beat him. And then on the way out, you know, I used to work with Marco Scalval, who was a former Bellator champion, so I was like behind, in front of the curtain, like in front of the barricade, and my girlfriend was on the other side of the barricade, and I was standing there with her at the end of the fights. And as Rampage was walking out and saying hello to fans, he was like, you know, my girlfriend was hot. She had some big titties. She was hot. She was pretty. She looked like what's that girl's name? Fuck. Oh, what's the girl's name from Speed? I can't think of it right now. No, not Stormy Daniels. What's the girl's name from Speed? Sandra Bullock. My ex-girlfriend looked like Sandra Bullock, and she had big titties. So as he was walking out, he was like, pointed at my girlfriend. I looked at him. He looked at my girl, and my girl was like, looked at me like all wide-eyed, like, oh my God, why is this guy pointing at me? And he was like, what's your name? You coming to the after party? And he gave her an invite to the after party. And she's like, I have a boyfriend. He's like, bring your boyfriend. He can come. This your boyfriend right here? And I was like, yeah, this is my girl. And he's like, you can come, but I don't know if your girl gonna stay with you all night. She coming. Who are you coming? He started like flirting with my girlfriend in front of me. And I turned to my girlfriend and said, listen, in my head, I was like, this is the test right now. You could leave me for this big black guy. I'm good. Like, I'm not fighting Rampage right now. It's up to you. If you want to go to the after party, she's like, I'll go if you want to go. I was like, I don't give a fuck. I have no interest in going. And she's like, all right, I don't want to go. I don't want to go. And I was like, you sure? If you want to leave right now for Rampage, you can go with Rampage Jackson. And we will be done. I will think you're a whore. Or you could be loyal and stay. Yeah, this was heavyweight Rampage. Him and Joey Beltran fought at heavyweight. So he was looking big. And this is back, I was much smaller. I was like 170, 185 at the most. Would have been a tough battle for me. And Rampage had like goons with him. He had like 12 fucking big 6'5" black guys with him. I was outmanned, outgunned, undersized. So I was like, if you want to go be a whore, here's your chance. We could break up right now. You can go be a whore. And he stayed for like a couple minutes, like hitting on her, hitting on this other girl, and was like, you girls come to my after party. We're going to have a good time. It's at a strip club. You girls can take your clothes off. Like, if you want to get naked, you can get naked. It's going to be at a strip club. And then it wound up being at like the ghetto-ish strip club in Atlantic City. So it was like a sketch. Atlantic City's sketchy. If you've ever been, I don't know how sketchy Vegas is, but Atlantic City is like, there's the casinos, and if you walk outside the casinos, you're probably there's a very good chance you can get mugged. They're hood, especially 2, 3 in the morning. So, yeah, it wasn't going to be a good look if you walked there. But there was big crowds and the fights and shit, but yeah. Rampage tried to steal my girl. Luckily, my girl was loyal. Because, again, I had to let her go at that point. It's like the rule of law. If this big fucking black guy says, I gotta be like, here's your chance right now. You could be a whore or you could stay. She stayed. We broke up years after. That's another one of the girls I was with for like 5 years, and then I wasn't gonna marry, so had to send her out there and let her spread her wings. But yeah, that's one of those things too that you're asking me those questions. I forgot. I seen Anderson Silva fight. I forgot all about that, but I've seen an Anderson Silva fight. I've seen a Rampage Jackson fight. Seen Glover a few times. Yeah, totally. I mean, I kind of, if it would have came to fight to the death, I would have absolutely fought Rampage. I would have got fucked up, but I would have stood my ground. But it was just one of those moments where I told my girl, I'm like, if this is what you want, you can go. And we'll be done. It's up to you. And she chose the white man over the black man. So I was like, oh, thank God. Like, you ever see that one thing with Shane Gillis? Where he's like, I dated a girl who dated a Navy SEAL. And he's like, I thought a black guy would be the worst thing, but a Navy SEAL's worse. It was one of those moments. Where I was like, you could go get hollowed out by this fucking black guy, or you could stay here and keep catching the hot dog. It's up to you. But yeah, I love me some Shane Gillis. He has a lot of funny moments that always stick in my head, and I quote every day. Like earlier, what'd the one guy say? He said that I have some CTE, and I was like, yeah, it nicked me. It probably nicked me. No Nick Diaz stories. I tried to party with Nick Diaz, but He did not show up. Never been to a Nick Diaz fight. Nothing. Sadly. Nick was always like my favorite fighter, too. Was always riding with the Diaz army. Was so sad when he came back and got fucked up by quit against Robbie Lawler the second time. Never met or saw Kimbo, but like I said, when I first got down to Florida, it was at the height of Kimbo, and he used to train at FFA, and then he left FFA and started training at American Top Team, and I just never crossed paths with him. I think I've been in the same room with him, but this is when I was more in the game and I wasn't like, you know, running up the fighters and shit. I've been in American Top Team at the same time as him, but he was in the middle of training. I was training with another group of people, but never met him. And then went to FFA, and one thing that was fucked up, because the way Masvidal did this too, where you train at FFA, when you get good or you need better training, you leave FFA and you go to American Top Team. So Masvidal, when he left FFA, they kind of shitted on him. They had pictures of him where like they fucking wrote on the pictures and shit, and they did that to Kimbo too. He had like pictures on the wall that they like drew a fucking goofy mustache, like they fucking drew on the fucking pictures, like this guy's a sellout and like dumb shit. And I remember seeing that and then feeling some type of way about that gym. The only reason I used to train at FFA is because they were 24 hours. So we were able to go to FFA. We knew a guy who worked 24 hours there. He'd let us go in there at whatever time, 2, 3, 4 in the morning, and train for free. So me and a couple of guys would go and train at FFA. It's called the Freestyle Fighting Academy. It's owned by the Avalon brothers. But I have been in the room at the same time as Kimbo. Never met him. Had like mutual friends with him. They always said he was a nice guy. So when I first moved down to Florida, I trained at a couple of the different satellite gyms. I'd pop into Coconut Creek, and then I used to train mostly in West Palm Beach with Pahumpa. If you guys ever seen Pahumpa, he's like the little Brazilian guy who is like he's the head Brazilian coach, the head Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu coach at American Top Team. He's been that for years. He he's the one who like corners everybody. You've definitely seen his face. But he had a gym in West Palm Beach. That's where I trained most of the time. But yeah, good times. I never met Dada 5000, but most of the fighters are very cool. You very rarely run into an asshole. Like I've talked about this before. Never, really. The only asshole that I can really remember, like even Rampage, was flirting with my girl a little bit, but he was joking, but it was like a funny thing. Uh, Kevin Holland was the only douchebag. The only douchey fighter I've ever met where I was like, that guy fucking sucks. Like I went from a fan to like, nah, I hope that guy loses his next fight. That guy's a fucking jerk off. Was Kevin Holland. Kevin Holland just came off like a douche. Didn't give me like the time of even talking to him, meeting him. Never met King Mo, but I've always heard good things about him. We've always had like mutual friends, mutual acquaintances. I've always heard he's a good dude. He was always very cool with Phil. He was always cool with my old wrestling coach. Been around him, but never like met him like that. Again, American Top Team back in the day was a big gym, so a lot of guys were always in and out of there. No, no one should know me. There's a lot of people like me. You know, people that were just around the sport and know some fighters, trained with some fighters, been in and out of gyms most of their life. That's all I am. Um, I never met GSP, but I've been around him at one of the UFCs in New York. He was there as like the fighter guest, doing like meet and greets and shit. Didn't get to meet him though, but I've seen him up close. He was way smaller than I thought he'd be. I thought he'd be a lot bigger. Never met Uncle Creepy, but I've talked to him. Played phone tag with him. We were supposed to have him as an interview on the Menace and the Man show back in the day. Trying to remember who was my common person with Uncle Creepy, but I knew somebody who knew him, and they linked us up. and I think I have his number, but I haven't spoken to him in years, so it might be an old phone number. But used to play phone tag with him. Heard he was a really nice guy. Yes, I've heard good things about Uncle Creepy, but I know he had some weird shit with his girl at one point, and he was like going through some personal shit, kind of going crazy. Women will do that to you. But yeah, always heard good things about him. A lot of those guys too. You know how we were talking about earlier, fighting humbles you. A lot of those guys are always really humble. Nah, I said that earlier. Never met Nick Diaz. Wish I did. So Phil Baroni used to train at the Diaz Academy. Um, Never met Mayhem, but I've talked to him through like TikTok and shit. Him too. Always played phone tag with, trying to book as a guest on the podcast. He was my old podcast partner, Dennis Bermudez. He was Dennis's coach on Tough 14. But when we were always trying to book Mayhem, it was part of Mayhem being fucking crazy and getting arrested and shit. So it would almost be like every couple of weeks. I remember at one point we had a phone conversation, had plans to interview Mayhem, and then he got arrested. And then it was almost like a stretch for like every couple weeks. Me and Dennis would be sending messages like, "Oh, look, dude, another Mayhem article. Mayhem's going fucking nuts." He seems like he's good now, like he's got his head a little bit more clearer. I jump into his lives sometimes, and we have a little conversation there, but always been a fan of Mayhem. Other than phone tag, though, never really had any interactions with him, like personal. But would love to. Always been a fan of Mayhem. And like I said, he was my old friend's coach on The Ultimate Fighter. Season 14, it was Mayhem versus Bisping. Bisping, too, never met in person, but he used to train at Ruka with one of my old friends, and then he coached against Dennis. So we went to a UFC event on Long Island, and I met like some kid who was like, "Oh, I do all the editing and the content stuff for Bisping's channel." So we were like, "Oh shit, tell Bisping we want to interview him." So Dennis Bermudez, grabbed the phone and sent a video message from the kid's phone to Bisping. And he was like, "Bisping, it's your favorite Menace from season 16 of The Ultimate Fighter. We need to get together and do an interview." And then he said whatever and then put the phone down. But it was season 14. Bisping is very witty and smart. He answered back. He was like, "It was actually season 14, Dick. And no, I'm not doing your podcast." Like, said some shit like that. And then they started texting back and forth on the kid's phone. And same thing with Bisping. We would say, "Yeah, we're going to set something up," and then just never got around to it. But Bisping was always cool. I thought it was so funny that he was giving Menace shit on the phone like that. And he was like, "Don't send me fucking videos like that. Text me. I don't like watching fucking videos from people." Bisping was a killer, man. People always sleep and shit on Bisping because his personality, but I've always thought he was funny. And then even when I was at Ruka in California, me and Bisping he trained there full time, but for some reason, like the 2-3 weeks when I was out there in 2016, I just never crossed paths with Bisping. But one of my old friends used to like do some jiu-jitsu work with Bisping and kind of like run some of the practices sometimes at the Ruka Training Center for some of the fighters. And Bisping would sometimes be in that mix. But I've always, you know how they say like degrees of separation with Kevin Bacon? I've always been like 1 or 2 degrees separation with everybody. And Bisping's definitely one of those guys. And yeah, I love Bisping. I think Bisping's one of the funniest people. Yeah, I love that. I like Luke Rockhold, but I love to see Bisping win that fight, especially because Luke Rockhold was like super cocky, like too cocky for his own good. So it was good to see, and you like seeing stories like that, like fucking that's a movie. Bisping taking the fight on 2 weeks' notice against a guy he already lost, never got a title shot, gets the title shot under the worst of circumstances, and fucking wins by knockout. Cuts like 20 pounds, struggles to make weight, and then wins by knockout. What do you mean glory? Kickboxing? Tyrone Spong. Always love seeing Tyrone Spong, interacting with Tyrone Spong. I made a bet with Tyrone Spong once. I know he's not as old school as some of the guys, but Tyrone Spong, I've met Boss Rutan in passing. Not nothing personable though, but I've met him in passing. Wasn't podcasting at the time when I met Boss Rutan, so I didn't say like, we should do a podcast. Just hi and by. Met Mark Coleman. I've always had a little convo going with Mark Coleman. I met Mark Coleman at like a Ring of Combat many years ago, maybe like 2016, 2015. And, Mark Coleman's like in recovery from alcohol. So I was drunk and I'm in party mode with a bunch of fighters, and we're in Atlantic City. We see Mark Coleman. So I'm like, oh my God, Mark Coleman. I was like, I'm Baroni's cousin, bro. He always speaks so highly of you. He's like, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. And it sucks that after Phil killed the girl, Mark Coleman like disassociated from him and like shits on him. But they used to be really tight. And I've met Mark Coleman, talked to him a bunch of times. He always spoke highly of Phil, and then he just started shitting on Phil. But I get it. But I met him in like 2015. And I was like, it's an honor to meet you, bro. I'm like, you're the fucking man, bro. I used to love watching you fight. And he's like, nah, man, these guys are like the fucking guys. And he pointed to like Weidman and fucking Dennis and all these guys. I was like, fuck these guys. And they all turned like right at simultaneously as I said that. I was like, fuck these guys. All these guys are wrestlers. You put these guys on. These guys wouldn't be doing it if it wasn't for you. You're the fucking legend, bro. If they never took out headbutts, you would have been champion for a fucking decade. And he started laughing like, yeah, but the headbutts got me, man. I feel like they fucked me up a little bit, and they had to take it out. They had to stop the wrestler. And I just sat and started vibing with Mark Coleman. So then I'm like, are you drinking, Mark? Like, what are we drinking? And I saw him go, nah, not drinking. I'm like, bro, drinks on me. Let's fucking go. We're going to the bar right now. You're buying? And I was like, I'm fucking buying. Let's go to the bar, Mark. I'm trying to get a drink with the hammer. And he's like, nah, I can't. I'm like, you sure, bro? I'm like, peer pressuring him. Turns out he was in recovery, was just got done with an AA stint, and now this fucking idiot's trying to get him to come get drunk with me. And he was trying to get out of it, but he was almost saying yes, and he kept like kind of leaning towards saying yes, and then luckily he said no, didn't give in. And then when I found out that he was in recovery and like just got sober, I felt like such a dick because I was totally peer pressuring him. Like, bro, shut up, Mark. Drinks are on me. Let's go. You sure? You're like, we can go get drunk. And I was like, yes, Mark, let's go. And turns out he was in recovery from being an alcoholic. He relapsed shortly after that, and then wound up going down a struggle for another few years. But I was almost the dickhead who helped him relapse. But I was just trying to party with Mark Coleman. Bro, he used to be a raging alcoholic. Then he got clean. Then he struggled again, and now he's clean. So good for Mark Coleman. Everyone can't handle the liquor and live a normal life. Some people go to extremes. I think Mark Coleman was one of those people. But then I always would talk to him through voice notes on Instagram and always try to set up interviews with him, and we would just play phone tag, and it never fucking worked out. But if I hit him up today, he'd still answer me. I always had a good convo going with Mark Coleman. What other old school guys? There's definitely more. Met Don Fry in passing. Just said hi to him and been like, you're the most American man I've ever seen. He was like, that's right. He used to go to a lot of the Bellators, Don Fry. Yeah, because Rogan tried to arm drag him, and he just grabbed Rogan's head and fucking tossed him. That shit was great. I wish so I could have played it better, but I was with people and we just wanted to go party. I went to a Rogan show in Miami, and I probably could have started name dropping and got to Joe Rogan and been like, no, UFC. I'm friends with all the UFC guys, but I didn't. Should have. I went to a Joe Rogan show in like it's called Sunrise, Florida. It's where the Florida Panthers play, but it's like Miami. People always consider it Miami, but it's like 30 minutes from Miami. But Could have met and partied with Rogan. Never met him, but been around him. Never fanboyed out on him where I should have and been like, "You're my inspiration, Joe, Joe." But never did that. Never went that route. I usually keep myself pretty even. The only person I ever really geeked out and went crazy on was Mark Coleman, where I was like, no, Mark, shut up. Fuck these guys. All these guys don't do shit. You did it. You're the fucking man. You're the wrestler. You put them on. Other than that, I've always been pretty reserved, meeting fighters, and sometimes I'll even not even acknowledge them, kind of let them exist. Oh, I would have loved to do lines with John Jones. I've never done coke in my life, but if I was gonna do coke, I would do it with John Jones or Conor McGregor. So I met John Jones at a PFL event. John Jones was one of the coolest people I've ever met, though. The short interaction I had with him, he was cool. And then even, dare I say, I'm not gonna accuse him or anything, but he had a hot chick with him. It wasn't his wife, and then wasn't his management, anything like that. It was definitely like a girl that he found or brought to New York with him. Definitely a side piece type of thing. And he just kept giving me like like those eyes. Like, you ain't going to say nothing about this, right? And then I said to him, I have a video of the one interaction where I was like, the goat. And I put the camera on him and he was like, bah, started making goat noises. And then I asked him if you remember Dennis Bermudez. He was like, the name sounds familiar. I was like, yeah, he fought in the UFC for a minute. You guys never fought on the same card. He's like, I remember the name. I remember the name. And then I asked him, like, what is he doing tonight? He's like, I'm just in and out. I came in for Mo Green's fight. I'm here with my sponsor, a couple people. And then he's like, where are you from? I'm like, I'm from Long Island. I'm about to move upstate. He was like, cool. What part of upstate? I was like, fucking Poughkeepsie, bullshit area. He was like, oh, well, that's not too far from me. And we just started bullshitting a little bit. Very cool. No beef with John Jones. And then I saw him at the end of the night, and he like went out of his way to be like, hey man, it was nice meeting you. Have a good night. I should have, but I didn't hound him for an interview or anything like that. I should have. But I let him exist and be, he has a little buzz to him, like a little aura, like, all right, this is the most dangerous guy in this room. Like, if shit goes wild right now, get away from this fucking guy. Because who knows what his brain is like. He's got fucking CTE, cocaine residue. He might go fucking nuts and he might hit you. He definitely sized me up. Like, I'm not little. I was one of the bigger guys. We definitely looked at each other and I was like, there's the biggest threat. He probably looked at me like, I'll just fucking hit that guy real quick and he'll be done. I'll hit that guy with a fucking elbow, a flying knee. Yeah, I felt the aura. He definitely had some aura to him. And then even at that PFL, he kept bumping into, he was hanging out a little bit with Gordon Ryan. Gordon Ryan also has a little bit of an aura to him, being like the king of jiu-jitsu. And he has like the gray hair, the gray beard. He looks like a silverback, looks like fucking Wolverine. Yes, I never met Matt Hamill, but I'd imagine it'd be a little rough. But yeah, John Jones was super cool. Wish I would have fanned out more on John Jones because I probably could have got further, but I like played it cool and just tried to talk to him. I'd love to ask, like, if I ever interviewed John Jones, I would love to ask him what it was like growing up and how many fights he's had with his brothers. Like, what were fights like with your brothers, considering they wound up becoming NFL athletes and they're like super athletes, like, were those fights to the death? And I remember he told one story, not to me, but to an interview where, because he had the one brother, Arthur, who was like the bigger one of the three, and he was a super athlete, where one time Arthur and Chandler, they all got into a fight, and John and Chandler wound up jumping Arthur and having to jump their older brother or jump their bigger brother. And they like held him down. And then they knew when they let him go that he would be fucking pissed. So they held him down for like an hour to exhaust him. So that way when they finally got up, he didn't even have the energy to fight him. But yeah, I want those stories. I want what it was like to grow up in the Jones house when someone eats the last fucking Eggo or someone steals your fucking whatever, and you got to fight them to the death. I love those type of stories. But yeah, John was cool. No beef with John. My favorite all-time champion, probably John Jones. Joanna. So my dog's name is Joanna Jones Jacek. She's named after John Jones and Joanna Jones Jacek. That's why she's Joanna Jones Jacek. I call her Bones Jones. I call her JoJo. I call her JoJo from the Hood. You know, all types of different names. But even JoJo from the Hood is, if you remember, when she retired, she was like Joanna Jones Jacek. She was like, I'm just JoJo from the Hood. That's me. And I was like, I like that. That's the name of my dog. Yes, I named my dog after. I think Joanna was arguably one of the more entertaining female fighters. So yeah, I named her after. She's a girl, so I couldn't name my dog John. But so I went with Joanna Jones Jacek. Bones Jones. She's a little black, and she's black too. So thought it was fitting. But yeah, that's one thing that I noticed meeting John Jones. He's pretty fucking big. Like, very big. Nah, I was never really a big Rousey fan. Never really a big Rousey fan. I didn't think she was that hot. Didn't think she was that good of a fighter. Wasn't a fan. Joanna was way more exciting than her. And way better looking. Never met Rousey, never been around her, but I'm sure she's a sweetheart. Trying to think who. I guess, yeah, Jones, Joanna. Volk is really cool. I've interviewed Volk a few times, did some shoeies for him. And then I met him at one of the UFCs, and he was cool. He was like, oh, you're a big fucker. Look at this guy. Look at this fucking guy. He's a big fucker. I didn't know you're that big. Um, Never met Amanda Nunes, but a kid I used to trained with her a lot. Used to fly down to Florida, train with her, and then I've always had like, 1 degree of separation from her. I've been I went to American Top Team in like 2019 at one point, and she was there. Didn't talk to her. Didn't want to talk to her. She was off in the corner training with Mike Brown. Mike Brown like finished up training with her, and then walked over to us, and we actually interviewed Mike Brown and did some shit with him. But we didn't do anything with Amanda Nunes. I've never been a real Amanda Nunes fan. She's a butch lesbian. I met Misha Tate at one of the UFCs. I asked her a question at one of the press conferences, like one of the media days. I asked her some questions one time. And then she like thanked me afterwards. She said, that was a good question. I enjoyed that question. Because I asked her a question about if fighting changes you when you have kids. Like, do you change once you have kids and you look at fighting differently? And she was like, that's a really good question. It's a really good question. But the thing, like, so a lot of the fighters knew of our show when we used to do it. We were like the fighters show, Menace and the Man. Even though our following wasn't huge, fighters knew about our show. And we had Brian. The problem with Misha Tate was we had Brian Caraway on one time. And Brian Caraway talked about Misha Tate. So Misha heard that and was like, yeah, I don't really, I don't like what you guys are doing, really. I'm not going to do your show. But then I caught her at Media Day and I asked her some questions. So she had to answer them. The only people that ever said no, like flat out, no, I'm not coming on your show, were Misha Tate and Kat Zingano. And that was because I think we built a little reputation of what we'd ask girl fighters. We'd ask them about dick pics and their DMs and stupid shit. But Misha Tate turned us down. It was kind of right after the Brian Caraway interview, so she probably heard it. And then, because we like posted it and tagged it like Brian Caraway talks about Misha Tate. And then Kat Zingano was just like, nope, not coming on. No interest. Yeah, I think she left him and started immediately banging her now husband. And that's what Caraway talked about on the show. Yeah, the women's MMA community is pretty small. So they have like, they all talk. A lot of them, like something we learned, is a lot of them even have like group text messages. where like when you fans or any fans send them dick pics, they send those dick pics to this group chat and say like, this is the guy's name, this is the account it came from, this is his dick pic. They talk. The women, they're small. The whole MMA community is like a fraternity. The women, here's the MMA fraternity, here's the women's MMA fraternity. It's like this small group within a group. And they're all pretty friendly. Some of them can't stand each other in their caddy, but for the most part, they're all friendly. And Kat Zingano's on the inside. She's like part of the friendly circle where she talks to a lot of the girls. Never met Edmund. No of them, though. You're talking about head movement? Head movement? Head movement? No! That Edmund? Never met him, but head movement? Head movement? No! And then she got knocked out. He was like, no! She had to move her fucking head. He always irritated me. One of my favorite things is when he stepped to Fabricio Verdum, and Fabricio Verdum was like, what? And then he said something else slick, and Fabricio Verdum front kicks him, and then gets in a fighting stance like he's about to fuck him up. And then, I forget the guy's name. The jiu-jitsu, he's like a jiu-jitsu and wrestling coach. He's good. But he then like jumped in the middle and was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, yeah, I love Uncle Chael. I've met Uncle Chael a few times. He's always been very cool, very courteous with his time. Interviewed him a few times. Seen him at some UFCs, and it's always been like a high and a little bullshitting. Seen him at the Eagle FCs, and he's always been funny. What are you doing, Joe? Come on. Here's the queen, Joanna Joan Jacek. But yeah, we met Chael. I met Chael a few times, but then I saw him at one of the UFC at the Eagle FCs, and we were talking about Dayton Fix, the wrestler. How Dayton Fix, I forget what Dayton Fix did, but Chael was like, "That's gangster," and I was like, "If there's anybody who knows about being gangster, it's this fucking guy." And Uncle Chael looked at me and went, "I like that. Thank you. That sounded sincere. I really liked. I appreciate that. Thank you." He was so happy that I called him a gangster, like a white guy being so appreciative of a compliment. He was like, "Thank you, thank you." Thank you. I appreciate that you called me a gangster. But yeah, this is Joanna Jones Jacek. Her favorite fighter is John Jones. She also likes Joanna, her namesake. And she's a killer. This is a Patterdale Terrier. She has a very high prey drive, so anything that moves, doesn't matter what it is, if it's not a human being, she's going to try to kill it. She's a psycho. She looks so sweet and innocent right now. This dog is a fucking psycho. Anything that moves. But yeah, Uncle Chael's cool. So there have been episodes where he almost co-hosted with me on a few episodes of Menace and the Man where like Dennis couldn't make it and I hit up Uncle Chael like, hey, you want to do a show tonight? He was like, oh, I'm on call for ESPN. You know, it's fight week. But he's always been very receptive and cool. Might have lost his number though, because fucking Gilbert Burns gave out his number, but I'm sure I could get it again. Who's the Uriah Hall fan? She seems like Uriah Hall fan. Nah. Is anyone a Uriah Hall fan? I don't think I've ever met one. Not a single one. You know, he's always seemed a little pretentious. Never met him, but just the character that I've seen portrayed. I did like that after he broke Weidman's leg, or Weidman broke his leg on his, he didn't celebrate. He like got emotional and like was like, nah, this ain't good. Fuck. So I always liked Uriah Hall for that. And even after he knocked remember he knocked the guy out on the Ultimate Fighter with the spinning back, he was like, oh fuck. Like he was emotional after that. I think he always underperformed too. Part of his problem was that he was almost too effective. That he like hampered his own aggression. Yeah, Adam Sella maybe? Adam something like that. But yes, you see, if it was Adam Sella, that's bad. that I got that right. I'm like a fucking encyclopedia of old MMA, old useless MMA knowledge. It's fucking terrible. But yeah, a lot of the fighters are very cool. Again, Kevin Holland's the only one I ever remember meeting that I was like, what a douche. Tony Ferguson was very intense when I met him. Never met Tito, but I've interviewed Tito and I've had a lot of phone conversations with Tito. Tito's always been very cool. I got no beef with Tito. He's always been funny, cordial, always been courteous with his time. But again, like I was talking about hours ago in this live, I always think of I might even get off this live and watch some of the videos because they make me laugh and feel better about myself. Some of those cringy Tito Ortiz moments. And my favorite one is when he's at a local event and he's talking shit in the mic, and then when he's done, he goes to do a mic drop, and instead of dropping the mic, he throws the mic up and hits himself in the head with it and tries to play it off like he did something good or he was tough. Like he just, yeah, whatever, and then throws the fucking mic up, bounces off his head. And it's like, God damn it, Tito. And then, yeah, the one thing that always stands out is him saying he wants to live longer. Yeah, you know, I really hope I outlive my kids. I think that was on Fighter and the Kid, and they both looked at each other like, what the fuck did he just say? You want to outlive your kids? Why? Like, what are you talking about? Oh, and then the greatest one is him and Chael. When he's like, there's a story about the jackal and the hyenas, and then Chael starts pretending he's sleeping and snoring into the mic. And he's like, go ahead, Tito. Tell us another jackal story. Tell us another story about the jackal. Oh, I need Tito to stay retired. I hope he doesn't fight again. But go ahead, Tito. Tell us another jackal story. He's like the greatest troll in MMA. Chael. He's very good at it. And then he's like, can you guys ask Fedor what it feels like to be sitting this close to me? Probably has goosebumps. Or he said something like that. Can you guys do me a favor and ask Fedor what it feels like to be sitting this close to greatness? And Fedor is sitting there, doesn't even speak English. But yeah, I got to get back on it. You know, what it is too is you got to just start interviewing some, and then people see the interview, and then that's just how you grow. People are way more receptive to doing an interview with you or coming on your show or whatever if you're up and active. But yeah, I got a bunch of numbers. I got a bunch of messages I got to send out and try to book some shit. Yeah. You know, he uses his mouth to get a lot of these opportunities. And Chael's like, the only person I remember using his mouth was Tito's ex-wife. Oh, yeah, Chael demolished him. But then the worst is that Chael lost that fight. He should have beat Tito. That shit was rough that he lost to Tito. Yeah, that's fucking crazy that they voted. That shows you how stupid California is, though. California is a very dumb state. I'm sorry if anyone's from California. You're the outlier. You're good, but California is a very dumb state. Very dumb state. You see some of the shit that they do there. It's fucking outrageous. They voted Tito Ortiz to a public office. That's fucking nuts. Like, if I'm running against Tito Ortiz, I'm doing a commercial with that clip. Like, vote for this guy if you want to do stupid shit. And show him throwing the mic up and hitting himself in the head. Like, what the fuck was he doing? How do you throw the mic up and hit yourself in the fucking head? I'm going with Pereira. I think Alex Pereira wins. I'm going to go TKO. I think he gets it done against Ankalaev. I saw someone call a fourth round TKO. I could see that. But I definitely think TKO. And then now that I'm thinking about it, there's another one where he's counting, where he's like, and he's like stuttering. He's like, I train 6 days a week, 7 times a week, and he's like, he's making no sense with his concept of time. Yeah, I definitely got to go on a little Tito spree right when I get off this live. Get myself a good chuckle, and then hit the hay. Good old Tito Ortiz. He's definitely got CTE. That's the thing we're going to see soon, is everyone from that era has got some CTE. It's going to start catching up to them. We fucked up. Because they all fucked up and they didn't get a union. They all needed a union so that way they could have NFL, NBA, MLB type shit, long-term health benefits, all that type of shit. They need it. They need it worse than, they need it like football needs it. So I'll end it with this. This will be the last story I could tell because then I got to go to bed. But Phil Baroni fought on, this is when I used to talk to him all the time. He fought in the UFC his first fight, and then after, back then UFC wasn't the way it is. So like in between your fights, you could fight on other promotions. He fought in the UFC, and then he fought a guy named Robert Sarkozy in Ken Shamrock, like World. Yes. It sounded like grapes. Like you gotta get that cheese and wine and the grapes and his little violin. Yeah, Tito. But so I used to talk to Guy Mesger a lot. If anybody remembers Guy Mesger, he's an old school UFC guy. So I met this guy through Phil, and I used to talk to him on the Underground Forum. Then I exchanged numbers with him. Like I was friends with Guy Mesger. I used to basically be a little kid who used to ask him stories. Like, what's Ken Shamrock like? What's fucking this guy like? And so I'm talking to Guy Mesger, and he's like, bro, so Phil is going to fight on, Ken Shamrock did a show in Atlantic City, and I'm pretty sure Atlantic City, and Phil was going to fight on the undercard. He fought a guy named Robert Sarkozy. He winds up beating up Robert Sarkozy like fucking quick little TKO victory. So after the fight, they're all like hanging out in somebody's hotel room. They bring out a poker table. They're all playing cards. And apparently the event didn't do as good as he thought it was going to do. So Ken Shamrock was kind of like stiffing people on money and wasn't paying them their full purse and was kind of giving them like come on, man, I'm Ken Shamrock. Like, you can work with me here. And, I didn't make as much money. Let me pay you a little less money. Well, he tried that with Phil. And apparently he like called Phil's room and told Phil like, hey, I know I'm supposed to pay you fucking whatever, $5,000. I can only pay you $3,000. So Phil was like, all right, bet. Like, I'll be there to talk to you in a minute. So Guy Mesger said the fucking door swings open and it's fucking Phil. And Ken Shamrock and Phil started screaming at each other like about to fight. And he said everybody in the room had to jump up and they started trying to hold them back. And it was kind of like pro wrestling. Like when they tried to hold them back, they both of them bucked up more and they started like ripping the stuff off the wall and like trying to get at each other. And they had to pick Phil up and like carry Phil out of the room. And then Ken Shamrock was like pacing back and forth. And they were like, Guy Mesca said they were sitting there talking like, should we just let them fight? Or what do we do here? Because neither one of them, they're both mental cases. Neither one of them are calming down. Ken Shamrock's pacing around in the hotel room. Phil's pacing around in the hallway. And they're both screaming, talking shit to each other. And it was over fucking Ken Shamrock stiffing him on some money. So then I never got the end of it, if he got paid the money or not. But then I got that Guy Mesger had to go out and be like, Phil, can we go get drunk? Let's go get drunk. And Phil was like, nah, fuck that. I want my money. And he was like, Phil, come on. Like, you want to go get some girls? Like, let's fucking go do something. Like, come on, man. You and Ken Shamrock don't need to fight right now. And they wound up talking Phil off the ledge and getting Phil to leave. And then Ken Shamrock, like, went and found him. They talked it out and became, like, best friends. But fucking Guy Mesger said for that moment, these two like flipped over the poker table and were like about to fucking fight to the death in this little small hotel room. And he said that it was like all chill. And they're all sitting there chilling. All of a sudden, when the door swung open, fucking, it hit 100. And it was Phil and Ken Shamrock, both jacked, screaming at each other, ready to fight. Let me bang, yes, let me bang, bro, type shit. I've met him before, too. He's actually pretty cool. The Let Me Bang Bro guy. I got his number as well. I got his number because I was gonna set up an interview with him, but then when the night I met him too, I'm like sitting there. I got his number, and then I don't know who the guy was. It was some other fighter in bare knuckle boxing, but I get uh Austin Lane. What's his name again? I can't think of his name, but the Let Me Bang guy. I get his number, and then as me and him are sitting there, like, yeah, we'll set something up. I would love to have you. I think that shit's funny. We'll talk about street fights and blah, blah, blah. Some guy, some other BKFC guy, starts coming down the escalator and starts trolling him and is like, you're a pussy, bro. Like, I want to fight you. And he's like right here. He starts screaming up like, nah, fuck you. We could fight right now. And the guy coming down the escalator, security tries to like stop him from coming down the escalator, and this guy starts running at him, and he starts like trying to jump over the side of the escalator, like swinging at him, and security grabbed both of them. They let Lane stay. They kicked the other fighter out, and then as they were like pulling Lane away, he starts turning to me. He's like, hit me up, man. Hit me. Yeah, Julian. He's like, hit me up, man. We'll do something. As like security's picking him up and carrying him back into the venue. And they're carrying the other guy and kicking him out. It was some black guy. I don't remember who it was. It wasn't anyone we fucking like know. It was like a random fucking guy. But he just started screaming at Julian Lane. I don't think Julian Lane knew who he was. And Julian Lane just started screaming back at him, like ready to fight to the death. And I got like caught in the middle of it. Like I was like, oh shit. If these guys start swinging right now, I'm going to get hit with some fucking friendly fire. But yeah, you could see that guy's got crazy in his eyes too. Put Crazy Horse on the list. I smoked blunts with Crazy Horse. So we interviewed Crazy Horse, and he doesn't like to be called Crazy Horse. He likes to be called Felony now, and he gets fucking mental if you call him Crazy Horse. So I kept, he's Crazy Horse to me. So I kept fucking up and calling him Crazy Horse. He was like, is that right, Stan? Like, all right then, Stan. And then he did an interview with us. He was smoking roaches. I don't know if you're a pothead, but he didn't have any weed. He was like, I got no weed, so I got to smoke roaches. I'm smoking roaches right now. So he was breaking up roaches and rolling a blunt with roaches and smoking before he goes in and goes training. And I'm like, oh shit, like this guy's my kind of guy. So then I went to a BKFC in Florida, and as I'm walking, who's there? He had glasses on, and he had his glasses like pulled down like reading glasses. And he had them pulled down like this, and he saw me. He did a double take, and he went, Stan, we smoking? You got any weed on you? And I was like, I do got some weed on me. So I went outside with Crazy Horse, lit it up, and started passing the rotation to him. And he was like, well, I'm not coming back on the podcast, man. I had fun with you guys. I want to come back on. And then I went to the next BKFC, and I forget who he fought, but he like broke his hand in the fight, and like the fight got stopped early. And I was like, damn, that was like the fall of Crazy Horse. But yeah, I got to smoke weed with Crazy Horse and chill with him. And he's fucking crazy. And yeah, he gets pissed if you call him Crazy Horse. Crazy Roach. Absolutely Crazy Roach. But yeah, he's on the list. I smoked blunt. I always forget about that. Now that you're I smoked a blunt with Crazy Horse. Funny dude. I love him from his Pride days. Like, do you remember him like... He used to sit on the ropes as they were announcing him and shit. He was fucking nuts. And then the fight would start. He would back up and jump on the rope and start waving to the fans and shit. And then he got a couple good knockouts. I remember he knocked out KJ Noons. He got brought in to lose to KJ Noons, and then he wound up knocking KJ Noons out. But yeah, he was, I think, the first one on the podcast who was smoking weed. We had a few people that we used to tell them, like, smoke it up, smoke it if you got it. But he was the first one to really, like, smoke a blunt. And then, he smoked a roach blunt and sat and talked crazy shit. He told us about the Vandalay story. He was like, I knocked that motherfucker out. He knows. If you ever ask him about my name. I knocked you the fuck out, Vandalay. And he kept calling him Candelay. I knocked you out, Candylay. Yeah, he's fucking nuts. But then when I called him, I'll always remember that too, because like I said, when I called him Felony, or I called him Crazy Horse, he was like, okay then, Stan. I see what you doing there, Stan. And then I kept telling him, like, hey, man, I'm a pothead too. Like, we're good. And then the first time we met face to face, he's like, you got any weed? You got any weed on you? And I always used to carry, you know, these type of things, like little pre-roll things. So I always had something on me. So I was like, I sure the fuck do. Let's go smoke. In BKFC events, depending on what arena they're at, you can kind of, a lot of them, the older ones especially, you were able to walk outside and then walk back in. Or they had little smoking areas. So yeah, we got to walk outside, smoke a blunt, and yeah, he's a funny motherfucker, but he's fucking crazy. And then, like your heroes, like I looked up to Crazy Horse. He was the fucking man. He knocked out Vanderlei. Then I remember watching him fight, and him, like, I forget who he fought, but he like broke his hand on the first punch and then quit. And I was like, what? What do you mean you quit? You're Crazy Horse. You should be crazy. Like, fight. Hit him with your broken hand. What are you doing? Yeah, he's fucking nuts. He's actually smart. He's actually comes off really smart. Like he's a weirdo hood rat guy, but he's actually pretty smart. When you actually start talking to him, he's like a fucking nerd. Pretty intelligent. Nah, I never met Gomi. But Gomi's Japanese. I don't think he speaks English. But yeah, now that I'm going a little OG, Joe Luozon was really cool. I've met him a few times. I met him, the first time I ever met him was at the Ring of Combat right after he knocked out Jens Pulver, which was fucking mad long ago. He was cornering his brother for a fight. Really cool dude. And then I used to always see him at the CES events in Rhode Island, and he was always cool. Joe Luozon. Ally Quinta sold my old house. He was my real estate agent. Great dude. Love Ally Quinta. Can never say a bad word about Raging Al. So I remember there's a place called Flynn's on Fire Island where we went one time. It was like me, Dennis Bermudez. I think Marab was there, but he wasn't getting too crazy. Ally Quinta, but Ally Quinta was about to fight Dan Hooker, so he wasn't drinking, but he was there, like chilling. And then Aljamain. Aljamain was a wreck that day. He got really drunk. He was partying with his girl. He was smoking blunts. He was wasted drunk. He was on the dance floor, like fucking doing the robot and shit. And then I remember always hearing stories about Raging Al, and I wanted Raging Al, but I didn't get Raging Al. I got like sober Al. I got a guy named Al, Ally Quinta the realtor. Nah, Sarah wasn't there, but Sarah's cool. So I never want to. I was always trained, if you will, told to not like Sarah. But then when I met Sarah the first time, it didn't go well. Like I was pushy to him, if you will. I went up to him and was like, "Hey, I was joking with him. I was like, yeah, when you coming on the fucking podcast? We got to get you on." And he looked at me sideways, and then went back to what he was doing. I was like, I do the show at Bermuda's. He was like, I heard you. I'll come on when I'm ready to come on. How about you tell Dennis to talk to me, and I'll talk to Dennis. I'm not talking to you about the podcast. And I was like, oh, like that just went bad. I was like, bro, what are you, I'm just trying to fucking talk to you, get you on the show. That's cool. And then he went up to Dennis and was like, what's up with your boy? And Dennis was like, who? And he's like, your fucking podcast partner. He was a little pushy. He came up to me like saying, oh, how's Tuesday? Like, I'm coming on your podcast on Tuesday. I didn't even fucking say I was coming on to him. And I was like, oh, all right. So Sarah doesn't like me, whatever. And then I messaged Sarah through like Instagram, set him up to come on the podcast. He came on the podcast. Coolest fucking guy ever. And then I've seen him a few times in passing since then, and it's always been very cool, respectful, got along with him. He's very cool. He completely grew on me, Sarah. That made me wish. I always liked Ray Longo, but then when Sarah and I got to know Sarah a little bit, I was like, man, I wish I could have been smarter back in the day and gone and trained with their team a little bit and not paid attention to the bullshit politics. There's a lot of bullshit politics in combat sports, but especially on Long Island. I should have went and trained with those guys if I could have. They didn't like Phil, so Phil was like my name drop, and then even the group of people I trained with, they weren't cool with, so it was like a fucked up little bullshit. Yes, I do think Ilya versus Islam's going to happen, but I did see, so I saw a lot of bullshit reports, and I gotta say, I'm going to end it on this. I got to go to sleep. I saw a lot of bullshit reports that UFC offered Ilya Arman, and he said no. That didn't happen. That UFC offered Ilya to Islam, and he said no. That didn't happen. If you Google it right now, the only thing you're gonna find on it that's like official is Rizvan, who's the manager of Islam, said, "We think nothing was offered. We think that Ilya should have to win a fight at 155 before we fight him. Why? Because we already gave a 45er a title shot twice, and we beat them twice, so we don't want to give another 45er a title shot. We've caught enough flack over fighting a 45er. But all these media outlets, I've seen so many talking heads on TikTok, stop barking at me. And I've seen so many people try to make it like there was news. There was never anything like that. Dana White never said he's not getting a title shot. Nothing like that. There has been no talk, no nothing. It's just been speculation. The only official anything that's come out is Islam's manager, Rizvan, put out a tweet and said, we'd prefer if Ilya fought someone else at 155. There was never no fight offer. Nobody said there was a fight offered. Nothing. Just Ilya dropped the 145-pound belt and is moving up to 55. I think also Oliveira's manager declined. I never saw anything about that. He might have put out a statement like we want to see Ilya do something else, but as far as I've seen from the UFC, there's been no offer. There's been no public offer. From the statements I've seen, from only one I've really seen is from Rizvan, there's been no public offer. Thank you, L.A. Iverson. I fuck with Iverson, too. Are you talking about Allen Iverson? So I got into collecting sports cards again, like when I was a little kid. And I bought a little batch of Iverson rookie cards that I got to send in and get graded. Yes, go watch some Tito. I appreciate you. But yeah, I'm curious to see what happens with Ilya and Islam. I do think the fight's going to happen. I think it should happen. Who else has Max and Volk on their resume? Nobody at 145. Nobody's even close. That's like you beat the GOAT, then you beat the next GOAT. Like he beat the two best 45ers. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. He relinquished the belt. And then I think if you go watch there's videos out there online that show Ilya struggling to make 45. He's big. He's big for 45. He might not be big for 55 like Islam, but he gave some bullshit reasons like he'd fight him after Ilya Islam. Yeah, I didn't see anything, but I'll do my research. You know, I always like to, before I hate when people speculate. Like, not you guys. We're all fans here. But when, like, people try to be media and they speculate, they say, like, this is what happened. It's like, you're making shit up. You're going Jesse on fire right now. You're making up fucking dumb shit. Oh, yeah, Iverson's the man. I hit some, I go on this one website where you bid on auctions, estate auctions, and I won a bunch of Allen Iverson cards in an auction. And they all came to me in pretty good condition. So, you get them graded, you sit on them for a little bit, those cards will go up in value. Oh, if he beat Islam in his next fight, that's like a GOAT streak. Volk, Max Holloway, and then Islam, that'd be fucking amazing. He could do it. I think that's where Ilya has a chance, is his grappling is better or as good as Volk's and Max's. His striking is better or as good as Volk or Max's. And not even Max, Dustin's. And I'll look at Dustin Poirier and Volk, who gave Islam a little bit of trouble. I think Ilya is as good, if not better, striking and grappling than both of those guys. He's got some shit for Islam. Islam is also getting old. And like I said before, Usman got his win streak to a certain level, then lost. GSP got his win streak to a certain level, then lost. Or no, GSP didn't lose. GSP got up there and then retired. But Anderson Silva got his win streak up to a certain level, then lost. It's hard to stay on top for that long. GSP, if he would have stuck around after Bisping, might have ran into some problems. Only one that's up there is John Jones, who has this crazy win streak where he never lost. Islam is either going to join the John Jones convo where he just went on this crazy win streak and never lost, or he's going to have the same fate as Usman and Anderson, where you keep fighting the top guys, you're going to lose. It's harder to stay champion than it is to become champion. It's rough. It's rough out there. Yeah, and he's got power. That's the one thing we're seeing is Ilya's got big power. Did he knocked out Josh Emmett. He knocked out fucking Max. He knocked out Volk. He's got some good knockouts, some good names on his resume. All right, you're the man, Iverson. I'll see you next time. Yeah, his striking in general. I think the thing, too, people sleep on his grappling. His grappling's really good. That's the biggest difference maker versus Islam. You could strike with Islam, like the Moicano fight. You could strike with Islam, but when Islam gets a little threatened, he's going to take you down. Then how do you fare on the ground? Like Volk. He was striking with Volk, then he went, I'm going to take you down. Volk was able to win some scrambles and hang with him. I think if he tries to take Ilya down, Ilya's going to have something for him, and that's going to make the fight interesting. Yeah, I think he had some shit going on in his life, and his training was getting difficult. I know he had like paternity suits and shit like that, GSP. Who's 195.7? Ilya? Yeah, a lot of those, and that's the thing too, a lot of that's not a big weight discrepancy, the 10 pounds between 45 and 55. The big discrepancy is between 55 and 70. So, like, Islam could go win fights at 70, but probably won't be the biggest guy. But if there was a 65-pound division, 75, they should separate those divisions a little bit. But 45 and 55, it's not that much of a big difference. Like Poirier used to make 45. Who else? Connor. A lot of guys you've seen go up from 45 and have success at 55. It's not that big of a jump. Yes, I've heard that too, that Ilya is like 190. He's fucking big. Definitely a big boy. And I saw those videos that came out recently of him like dying or struggling, crying and shit, cutting to 145. I think it was before the Max fight, if I'm not mistaken. But he struggles to make 45, so let him go up. I'm fine with that. But what is that? Princess Nokia? Yeah, I do think that Ilya's got something for Islam. Islam's good, though. Islam could surprise us and fucking fuck him up. Yeah, if you look at boxing, and boxing's been around for so much longer, a few pounds makes a big difference. But boxing, some of the weight classes, especially the smaller ones, they're separated by like 4 to 7 pounds. Whereas MMA is 10, 10, 10. Then they have that weird jump at 55 to 70, 70 to 85, and then 85 to 205. And I always say, like, what's made a lot of the boxers more marketable is being multiple weight world champions. That just makes them more valuable in the UFC. If you have a guy who's a 3-weight world champion, a 4-weight world champion, that's when they'll transcend the sport a little bit and become more marketable. So if they made those couple extra weight classes and we had a chance to see a 3-weight world champion, a 4-weight world champion, they're just going to become more marketable. That's my sales pitch, if you will, to why they should incorporate more weight classes. Is it going to thin out weight classes? Maybe. But it's also going to open up new weight classes, open up new champions. They need champions for their main events, right? There you go. You got 3 more belts if you open up 65, 75, and 95. Scrap 170. Make that, whoever's 170, make them the 175-pound champion. They definitely need to incorporate 65, 95, separate those big jumps, and you'll wind up getting more marketable stars. You'll get Oscar De La Hoya, Floyd Mayweather, Triple G type guys where it's like he's a 6-weight world champion, he's a 4-weight world champion. You know, you need that shit. Yeah, Dustin's a good dude. I've asked him some questions at press conferences. He was always cool with his time. We've played phone tag with him about setting up an interview in the past, but he's always been cool. So Dustin was always good with Yves Edwards. Yves Edwards is on my list too. of fighters I smoked weed with. Yves Edwards, when they came to Long Island once, remember that fight between Matt Schnell and Suma Derji? That was like a crazy fucking brawl, and then Matt Schnell got rocked a few times, and then he put Suma Derji to sleep with a triangle. That whole fight week, because that fight event was on Long Island, I was smoking weed with Yves Edwards. Yves Edwards was here to coach Matt Schnell, and every day I was smoking weed with Yves Edwards. Good time. Always be an Yves Edwards fan. I've hosted a few podcast episodes in the past with him. We would call it Thug Jitsu and the Man, and he was always funny. Always had a good time with them. And then, like I said, at that UFC, that whole fight week, he was like, "You got weed?" I was like, "Bro, I'm a fucking pothead. Of course I got weed." So he'd be, I'd wake up and I'd have a text from Yves Edwards like, "Yo, I'm trying to smoke. You can come to the hotel." I just hope he won't Dustin. He's about to retire. Yeah, are you talking about Ilya versus Dustin? I don't want to see that. I hope that don't happen. I don't want to see that. I want to see Conor versus Dustin. I want to see them do it one more time. The build up, the fight, all that shit. I don't know who Chris from the MMA Holes is, but I fuck with the MMA Holes. They jump in the live sometimes. I apparently met them at a old fight event in the past. So I got no problems with them. I'd have to see their faces to see if it strikes up my memory, but you know what it is too? If you meet me at a fight event, I like to party. I like to drink at those fight events. So I'm usually a little tipsy. But yeah, I gotta check out some of my bets for tomorrow or for today. It's already 6 o'clock. You guys kept me up. I tried to hop on for like an hour to talk about some boxing, Roach getting robbed in the Tank Davis fight, but you guys been keeping me up. I gotta go to bed. I appreciate you guys. I love you guys. Thank you for joining me. I become so lazy when I smoke weed. Oh yeah, I had to stop smoking because of anxiety. I just one day woke up and developed anxiety, but it's not bad to smoke weed. So even I'll end it with that. That will be my last story. Never did Molly in my life, knowingly. Never in my life, knowingly. So I used to always go to clubs with one of my older cousins. And I'm like, I never did Molly. He's like, you did Molly 20 times. I'm like, I've never done Molly. What are you talking about? He's like, I used to spike all the bottles in the club. And I started flashing in my head all the times when I would be out at clubs with him. And I was like, holy shit, I was high as fuck on Molly every time. So I used to go to Pasha and Output and all these clubs in Brooklyn and in the city. And, the VIP would bring the bottles and he would fucking pour Molly into the bottles. And then we would drink. And I used to get so fucked up. I used to have the greatest nights of my life. Turns out I was high as fuck on Molly. Having a great time. Meeting girls, dancing, vibing, chilling, staying up till fucking the sun came up, going to after hour spots and shit. All because I was fucking geeked off Molly. Never knowingly took Molly, but I've had my drink spiked a few times. If I knowingly took Molly, I'd probably get anxiety and freak myself out, but taking it without knowing, hey, maybe I like it. I had some good times, but always smoked weed. Really cut back now, though. I built up anxiety that started, I have Cartman-shaped Molly. That's awesome. I used to have Donald Trump. I never did them. I had them. I would, flip them, and I got them for me and one of my ex-girlfriends to take, and then we wound up never getting around to it. But I used to have Donald Trump-shaped Molly. Little Donald Trump faces, and I was like, oh, that's so fucking funny that they do this. But similar to the Cartman-shaped Molly, it's funny that they make them into your little characters. But that's where you got to be careful. Little kids don't get it. Because they do that type of shit. A little kid will take that shit thinking it's a fucking Flintstone vitamin. But please, Princess Nokia, throw me a follow. I'll definitely be live more this week. They blocked me off TikTok, so I'm going to keep hopping on YouTube and try to make some shit happen. Oh, you have a Putin Molly? That's fucking great. Yeah, I don't know how they're doing this with these little they stay making all these special little pills, and I appreciate it. But I gotta end this live now. I appreciate you guys in here. Throw me some likes, throw me some follows. I'll be live again. Ask me some questions. We'll tell some stories. We'll talk about some fights. And I thank you guys for joining me, staying up with me while I had a little insomnia. I wanted to, again, come on for an hour. Here we are, fucking hours later. But I appreciate you guys, and I'll see you guys next time. Well, see you later. Have a good day, everybody.